Turn your mic on. Good morning, everyone. Got your attention, right? Good morning, El Dorado County. Today is Tuesday, April 29th, 2025, and I call to order the regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. Leading us today with the invocation this morning will be Pastor Greg Clapp from the Camino Church. Come on up.
Yeah. I see you define this as a regular meeting. Is there any such thing as a regular meeting?
No,
of the Board
no,
of Supervisors?
never.
I just think about the challenge that you face and what comes along, and you're planners, and you always have good plans. But I'm sure it's interesting, the things that pop up that change the way it plays itself out. And so we're always grateful to be able to invoke a presence that will help us in the whole challenge of what we have to face. So as we begin today's gathering here today, we're grateful for your presence amongst us. We're grateful, first of all, too, for the amazing place you've given us to live and work, to plan and produce, to make a difference. And as we gather to accomplish these things, we always do so with the confidence that there are things that we can get done and some things that we're not so sure about. So we are grateful to be able to access what you have to offer and know that it will make a difference as the day unfolds. We are thankful for the guests we have with us today, and we pray that as the time we spend together will enlarge our own worlds as we meet in this place. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you. Appreciate it. Supervisor Parlin, will you lead us in the pledge, please?
Yeah, everybody please stand. Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome, El Dorado County, to another regular session of the Board of Supervisors, and thank you for joining us here today in Placerville, California. As a reminder, we limit public comment to 3 minutes to allow enough time for everyone to have their voices heard. Now we will move in the adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. At this time, does any of the board members or any comments at this time? I'm going to turn it over to the CIO's office right now. She has some clarifications. She was on item 7.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. On item number 7, we would just like to clarify that staff's recommendation is for the board to approve attachment B. That is the revised agreement with the changes from the JPA, but not with the county's suggested changes.
All right.
Sue, that is the approved agreement of the other agencies?
Yes.
Okay.
The version that's attached, I do want to note, is in track changes. So if approved today, the staff will get to the clerk a clean version for signature.
Right. And the red items will be removed, correct?
They'll be, so attachment B has all the revisions that were requested and incorporated through the JPA approval process by the other agencies. Attachment A had red line changes from the county. So we're recommending attachment B.
Okay.
Are we gonna revisit the changes that were suggested in attachment A, or?
I believe we're going to discuss those in the RUFA process, but we have Jennifer Franich here who can speak to that.
Good morning, board. Jennifer Franich, Chief Administrative Office. Yes, so we had some suggested changes to clarify some areas where the JPA's version of the agreement were silent. After discussing with the JPA staff, they've let us know that there will be changes coming to the reciprocal use and funding agreement, which is not part of this item, and that staff will be able to review those changes in advance, and that the changes we were suggesting will be incorporated instead into that agreement. So we are okay with going with the JPA's version, and we So that's why there's a slight change to staff's recommendation, but in function, it will be the same as what we're suggesting here.
Okay.
Okay.
And then while you're there, Jennifer, could you provide further clarification? We did receive a public comment yesterday in the evening that was kind of late. Just some clarification to address Jackie No's email.
Yes, so we did get some comments about how the county will deal with the request for special event permits from the PSVRR, which is another one of your action items as part of this item. And as it says in the staff report, we don't currently have a special event permit for the railroad. We don't have a process for that, so we will be coming back to the board with a process, and we can revisit some of those comments and make sure we incorporate any concerns into that discussion.
One of the questions is how much does it cost for those permits? Do you have any idea what's going to be recommended this time?
We don't, generally, we always have our permit set at just covering the cost of staff time.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
my only concern is just make sure our chair, who's the representative on the committee, that he's involved in all those discussions.
Right. Yeah, I don't want to be blindsided. So thank you. All right, so we'll move to District 1. Any comment changes?
No.
District 5?
I have no items to pull, Mr. Chair, but I will be voting no on item number 7. You know, just recently, this board voted to reach the contract with the city of South Lake Tahoe for a transit JPA. And yet, you know, we're funding this rail JPA. So we'll just respectfully vote no.
All right. District 3?
Yes, I'll be recusing myself on item 3. I'm a board member with Marshall Hospital, and I think there's some proceeds that will be going to them, so I will recuse myself on that item.
All right. District 4?
I'm good.
All right, District 2 is good. So we'll open it up to public comment.
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. I'm involved with the El Dorado Western Railroad and Railway Foundation. All I wanted to say was I came here to speak in a negative light related to staff's recommendation, but now with the changes that are being proposed, I'm very happy. I think it's the right thing to do. I think staff has made the adjustments necessary. The idea is to work together. It's a multiple jurisdictional effort on the part of the corridor. I'm talking about the SPs, the Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor Joint Powers Authority. So everybody working together is the idea, because it's a common need that we have to protect these corridors, but to maximize their use, meaning if it's wildfire protection, we can utilize it in that regard. If it's moving some freight maybe in the future, we can do that. We can maximize its use. It's a critical aspect. It's more than recreation. And so sometimes people take the side of recreation and say, well, we think it can be better utilized in this capacity. But it's more than that. This is a critical part of our infrastructure. And in that regard, I disagree with Supervisor Lane's deciding not to vote in approval of this, only because of its long standing history. It goes back to 1990s when this JPA was formed. And obviously it's a critical aspect of our future. I know Lake Tahoe and I love Lake Tahoe and I know its needs and I've been associated with Lake Tahoe, but I don't see the two being the same. And I just want to let you know, I heard how you're going to vote, but I don't agree. Thank you much for the time.
Thank you, Chris.
Hi, I'm Jenny McCormick. I'm president of Friends of the El Dorado Trail, and I'm here to speak to a couple of items in the consent item. I note that Jackie sent you a copy of the El Dorado County Track Operations and Trail Maintenance Agreement to be added to this. So I'm requesting that that be done. A couple of items to highlight. The first one I'd like to highlight is item 2F, which defines how each segment of the corridor is to be used. The segment between Shingle Springs and the Latrobe item in the original agreement was to be used for trails only, no rail. Item 3G allows you all to establish fees for use of the tracks. And I think that should be done. In addition, I think we need to be more specific about what special events are. Currently, they're not defined in a reasonable manner. They need to be defined as to what a special event is and how exactly a special event is approved. The other item is that the original agreement insists that there is a maximum train speed of 10 miles per hour on the tracks. I think that needs to be continued. There are CPUC safety issues that need to be addressed for any train use on the tracks, and I think that needs to be addressed as well. And the current train that runs, excuse me, in the Placerville area runs from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And we're suggesting that any additional train routes are run in the western area would at least adhere to that, or if not 10 to 4. So those are our comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak on the consent?
Janelle Horn, Recorder Clerk, just talking on item number 13, asking for your approval on that, as I believe I've been asked by the Recorders Association to present on behalf of the association. It's going to be held in committee tomorrow at 1:30, and I think that your support will be helpful in getting that bill pushed through. And I just thank you so much for allowing the opportunity and doing this for us.
Thank you.
Thanks for bringing that item.
Yeah,
That was nice.
very
Thank
good.
you.
Anybody else in the boardroom like to speak on consent? All right, let's go to Zoom participants, please.
Not taking public comment from online participants. Not taking public comment from Sue.
Hi, I was just calling on number 7. I at first was surprised it wasn't pulled because of all the discussion, but then I'm just now reading it, so I'm just confused about if so the JPA has initially made the modifications, and then that's what B is, I'm assuming, and A is just with El Dorado County edits, and B is not what the county changed, it's what the whole JPA wanted changed. So that's my question, I guess. And then if that's so, or I thought the JPA already had something without all these changes that just needed to be signed and sent in. So I guess I'm confused, and I'm surprised there's still people like Jackie that are fighting the train on the tracks, because that's what really keeps that corridor open. And as part of the county's this is all kind of, I'm not prepared for this because it was just kind of came up, and I don't know if the organization, the Western Railroad, which I'm actually also on the board, was notified of these changes and if they were represented during the discussion of this, and they actually run the county's historic the program that they are running is done under the museum of the county. We are running your programs at our own cost. The volunteers are providing the service to the county that the county is not funding. The railroad group is the Western Railroad is a basically serving the county and running their park program and the museum program. So this whole thing has kind of gotten strange again. And I thought we had come to collaboration with the bicycle people, but if one person can taint this again, I think it'd be a really sad thing because in your general plan, this is something you're supposed to be supporting, and you've got an organization that's doing the funding to provide it. So I think this needs to get signed in a way that protects that corridor again. And I hope that this board, Brooke, I'm really surprised. I would hope that you would research more. It's because it's a railroad corridor that they can also put bikes and other things on there. So this has been a historical resource. And honestly, my brother was actually the last person that brought a train up, and even SP couldn't go faster than 10 miles an hour. So I don't think there's a concern there. And hopefully this gets signed, I guess, in a beneficial way to the entire community. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Now taking public comment from Melody Lane.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. This is a repeat request to have item number 29, the grand jury department matters, assigned a specific time. I am within my First Amendment rights to request this item be assigned a specific time so that constituents don't have to wait all day for you to grant them permission to make their voices heard. George, as chairman, you have the responsibility to act as spokesperson for the entire Board of Supervisors. Last week, the pastor of Cool Community Church prayed that the BOS would have the courage to do the right thing, but apparently that prayer fell upon deaf ears. Before I even began my comments, I distributed the Brown Act rights of the public to the BOS so that you would have a point of reference. I further requested that you pay particular attention to the wording of the Brown Act preamble. By refusing to respond to my email requesting a specific time to be assigned to grand jury matters, and then deferring to David Livingston regarding my time-specific request, you flaunted blatant discrimination and disrespect for the sovereignty of the public. David Livingston erroneously stated the Brown Act does not require that items be heard at a time certain. For clarification, Mr. Livingston is not your spokesperson, nor does he represent the voice of the BOS. George, that's your job. By depriving the public of their sovereignty and control over the legislative bodies they have created, as stated in the preamble, you are in direct violation of the rights of the public and the EDC core values. Once again, the BOS responses to the grand jury recommendation state the recommendation will not be implemented because it is not warranted. It is outrageous how out of control the BOS have become under the guidance of Mr. Livingston. Furthermore, the BOS is demonstrating a gross disrespect for the public and the recommendations of the grand jury. Shame on you, George. You demonstrated beyond a shadow of a doubt that you don't take your oaths of office seriously and are unfit to serve as chairman of the BOS. My recommendation is that you enroll in Larry Thornhill's Biblical Citizenship class starting next month at the Diamond Springs Community Center.
Thank you, Melody.
Now taking public comment from Dawn Rose.
Good morning. Point of clarification on item number 7. It's not running trains that keeps the SPTC corridor open and preserved. The SPTC corridor was rail banked under the National Rails to Trails Act, an act of Congress which preserves the corridor whether trains run or not. And under that law, the primary use of a rail bank corridor until full-fledged freight rail is reenacted is development of trails. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you.
There is no additional public comment.
So I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board for any comments or discussions or anything.
Mr. Chair, I just want to, I had a couple public commenters regarding number 7 and my position to vote no on it in advance. And I want to make this short, but I just want to clarify that Mr. Payne, whose opinion I respect greatly, reflected back on the fact that this is a very old joint powers authority. It has a lot of history. You cited the 1990. My pettiness on this particular item, I'll admit that, is the fact that since before 1990, we have not had any form of transit in the unincorporated part of the basin. We finally entered into a JPA with the city of South Lake Tahoe, and it was bluntly disregarded by this particular board. So it is, I also understand that my vote is not going to stop this from going forward. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Yeah, I'll move to approve it with the changes recommended by staff,
Kim
Oh.
can read the changes.
with what Kim says.
Yeah.
Adoption agenda and approval of the consent calendar with the following changes. Supervisor Veerkamp recused himself from item number 3. Supervisor Lane registered a no vote on item number 7. The Chief Administrative Office provided clarification regarding staff's recommendation for item number 7 to include approval of attachment B, and the CO's office will provide a clean copy for signature if approved by the board.
There, move.
There.
Second. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
None opposed.
Motion
Alright.
passes 5-0.
All right, so we'll move on to our 9 a.m. time allocation. Supervisor Veerkamp, Sister City Warby.
Right, I'll let Kim read the item and then
Okay.
we'll go.
Recognition, yeah.
Item number 30 comes from Supervisor Veerkamp, recommending the board join him in celebrating the 50th anniversary of our sister city relationship with El Dorado County, City of Placerville.
All right, well, thank you very much. Thanks for this honor today to be honored by some very honorable guests from Japan. I had the pleasure 10 years ago of representing El Dorado County at our 40th annual Sister City celebration, and was just absolutely blown away by the hospitality and all of the pomp and circumstance that was provided to our Sister City group that made that trip. Today with us as well, we have the mayor of Placerville, and we're going to do a recognition this morning for the group that's here, especially singling out one individual, and he doesn't know that anything is coming down his track at this point. But Ryoski Amai, we are going to honor you, sir, for being an initial, and I mean going back 50 years, founder of the Sister City Bond for Warrabe and El Dorado County and City of Placerville for 50 years of dedication to cultural exchange and friendship. Your legacy continues to unite our communities 1975 to 2025. Ryoski, I'll come to you. Sir? Thank you. Oh, very, very much appreciated. Yep. We have a proclamation that's celebrating the 50th anniversary of this. We had.
Very nice.
We'll get a group picture, but also we've got some county stamps for all of you as well. Janet, you want to distribute those, please?
Yes, I will.
There you go. Here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, have
All
a
right.
beautiful day, you guys.
Supervisor Veerkamp,
Yeah, we want to kind of have public comment on this.
could I just have, so if Ria is here today, I believe she is. She hosted my son in Japan a few years ago, so I have a little gift for her because he couldn't be here today.
Oh.
Yeah. And then we had a foreign exchange student at my house. I talked about that.
Right.
And that was really, yeah.
How are you? It's been, haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, it was Rin. I can't pronounce his last name. I know. That's it? Oh, that's it. Okay. Oh, like so. I could think of a lot of things. So I couldn't do that. I didn't say you to know that.
Then they start talking to me.
Yay.
Should be beautiful.
Oh. Skin. She's like, I'm out of here. But she can call in favors maybe if you need it.
That's on Friday. Town hall,
Yeah.
5:30. I'll be there.
Yeah, that would be lovely. Make it 16. I'm gonna go.
Yeah, she's.
17, I'm going.
I haven't made it on there yet. I know every time I've gone, it's been closed. Oh. Good. Yeah, that'd be really good.
So maybe I'll.
Keep in touch. Yeah, keep it. That'd be fun. Yeah, see if you can do, that'd be so fabulous. Oh, I was give him some good PR. Super PR photo. Brooke's gonna try and get him on the envelope for sure. She can try. Okay. And she's got his cell phone number. That'd be so cool. So we'll see. That's cool. Yeah. You have to.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'd like now to open it up to public comment.
We are now taking public comment specifically regarding item number 30. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating, excuse me, in the boardroom, and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate desire to comment. If we're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anybody in the board chambers want to speak? I guess Zoom participants.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There is no public comment.
All right, okay. So I'll bring it back to Supervisor Rearcamp for any other comments. Yeah.
Dr. Janet.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. All right, we'll move to item 31, but right now we're gonna, the board will now recess into closed session to hear items 35 through 39 as specified on the agenda. Anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning these matters may do so at this time. Please open it up to public comment.
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding closed session items. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Come on up, Chris.
Chris Payne, it's going to be quick. It's just item 36, highlighting the fact that this is the Thomas Austin and Helen Austin versus County of El Dorado Superior Court case number PC 2015063. Why that is so important, because we're talking about a long history of this court case or this action, this litigation occurring. We've talked about it numerous times over maybe the last 5 to 10 years. I mean, it goes back far. And there's been a lot of things said on social media that may be untrue, but the clarity of making sure that your action today in closed session is handled correctly, I don't need to explain to you how important this is. Important to the community, important to what it may cost us as a county in the overall decision-making process. What's it going to cost? 1 million, 6 million, 30 million. What's that cost going to be? So thank you for the time. I've said what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Anybody else in the boardroom would like to speak on closed session items?
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no additional public comment.
All right, so right now we'll recess to closed session. We're back out of closed session. We're gonna trail item 31 until 1:30 PM. All right. So. '31, yeah. Yeah, item 31. Yeah. Yeah. So can we move to department matters, I guess? And can we hear item 28?
Item 28 comes from Health and Human Services Agency, recommending the board receive and file an annual update and presentation from Community Services Division on the El Dorado County Temporary Navigation Center.
Okay, there we go.
Here they come.
It's gonna be one of those days.
Yep.
Be on your toes. Yeah.
Well, you guys made it. Good.
Good morning, Chair Turnbull, Supervisors. I am Timolyn Janes, Assistant Director of Human Services with HHSA. I am here today to give you our annual update on the operations of the Navigation Center. For those of you supervisors that are new, this is an update that we give annually regarding the current operations of the Navigation Center. I know there were some questions about the permanent Navigation Center. That's not something that I'm prepared to speak to today. We're just going to focus on what we've been doing over the last year. Some of my presentation will also include cumulative data because I think it's important to see how we've progressed from year 1 to year 2. And I'll point that out as we go. Can you pull the PowerPoint up for me, please? Thank you. Okay, so this is just the update. I don't think this is working. Will you? Thank you. Okay. So homelessness by the numbers. So annually, part of the HUD COC requirement, excuse me, not annually, every 2 years, COC requirement is that we perform a point in time count. So the 2022 point in time count was determined that we had 511 persons experiencing homelessness in El Dorado County. 73 of those were experiencing sheltered homelessness, meaning they were in some type of an emergency temporary shelter. And then 438 were experiencing unsheltered homelessness in the county. The 2024 point in time count determined there were 284 persons experiencing homelessness. 149 were experiencing sheltered homelessness. So you can see that's a significant difference. And then 135 were experiencing unsheltered homelessness. To add a little bit more detail to the point in time count, it is required that it is conducted the last 2 weeks of January. We can choose to either do the count on both slopes on the same day, or we can do 1 day on the west slope and 1 day in the basin. This year, we chose to do the count on both slopes on the same day. So we had teams across the slopes. The other thing too that is, I mean, this is just, it's a point in time count. It's that day. That's what we have groups of people that go out to areas where there are known homeless encampments or people that are homeless hang out. And they go there and make contact with persons that they find. So this is not an absolute, it's just, it's a synopsis of what we found. The other thing that can also impact the numbers, in addition to the work that we've done, is how we're conducting the point in time count. So if we're doing it 2 separate days, the groups that we have, so there are definitely things that come into play that it's not a hard and fast number.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
So was the 2024 count done January 25, or was it back over a year ago from?
It was done last January.
Last January 2024.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. It's done. And then after the point in time count is done, we have to submit our numbers to HUD, and then HUD has to verify and approve. There's surveys that we take, that we ask the clients.
or the people, excuse me. And then we have to submit everything that, all the work that we've done, we submit it to HUD, they review it, and then they have to verify that our numbers were obtained accurately and within the standards of their requirements. So it usually takes, I'm gonna say, about 8 months. Usually it's around August when the actual point in time count report comes out. So
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Yeah, I got a question too.
Sure.
I know I see it's reduced. Is that a lot of it because of the Caltor fire victims? Because I know there was a lot of them that were camping out here and stuff and experienced homelessness. That's why I was asking.
I don't know the exact number of Caldor victims off the top of my head, so I don't know if I could answer that correctly.
Okay,
Sorry.
that's all right.
And do you have the breakdown by slope?
It is in the point in time count report.
Okay.
Yes, and it is on the EDOK website. I can also email the report to you guys if you'd like me to.
Please.
Okay.
One more quick question.
Yep.
Regarding the sheltered, so those people are actually in some form of shelter, so it doesn't count people living in RVs and things like that?
No,
Okay, all right.
it's people that are in places that are not meant for human habitation. So
Okay.
if it's an RV that has hookups, then that's meant for human habitation. If it's an RV in a parking lot, like a Walmart parking lot, and they don't have water or utilities, that's not meant for human habitation. So that's how
Thanks.
we differentiate. So the El Dorado Opportunity Knox is the continuum of care in El Dorado County. It is a regional planning body that addresses and prevents homelessness in El Dorado County. And in 2022, they developed a strategic plan, and the 5 goals that they outlined in their strategic plan, 4 goals, were to stop homelessness before it begins, increase access to housing for all El Dorado County residents, increase access to homeless emergency response services, and then also partner across El Dorado County to build collective solutions. So the opening of the Navigation Center in 2023 does meet the goal number 3 of increase access to homeless emergency response services. Next slide, please. Okay, so services that are provided at the Navigation Center. I know that there's been a lot of questions about this. So the case managers that work at the Navigation Center through Volunteers of America provide document readiness. They work with all participants upon entry to develop an individual service plan along with a housing assessment. They also assist with benefit enrollment, transportation, employment plans, referrals to behavioral health, and then income maximization. Income maximization is applying for programs, for entitlement programs that they may be eligible to that they're not receiving. Retirement, Social Security retirement, SSI, general assistance, things like that. They also offer life skills development classes. The classes that they're currently offering are motivation for recovery, relapse prevention series, self-care, paying bills, identity theft, housing, renting versus leasing, and then ready to rent series. Our behavioral health interventions that we have at the Navigation Center, county behavioral health staff and SUDS treatment options. We have a county behavioral health employee that is there once a week that engages with staff, helps to get them connected and enrolled. We also have the community health behavioral health that we can refer to. And the community health center does bring their van to the Navigation Center on Tuesday mornings every week to help connect with services and provide services at the shelter. Services are provided weekly. I just said that, sorry. And then the collaboration with the NAMI Clubhouse, since that's opened. Other weekly services and supports that are at the Navigation Center, they have monthly NA meetings, which I think some of you may remember, we had a really hard time getting NA and AA into the shelter. We now have NA monthly meetings, AA weekly meetings, Bible study, and then the Marshall Medical Nurse is there also weekly. Next slide, please. So what is the individual service plan? So the service plan is a housing assessment, and it's performed it begins with a housing assessment that is performed upon entry to the navigation center. When someone enters the navigation center, it's typically a 2 to 3 hour entry process, because when they first enter, they're given a clean set of clothes, and all of their clothes that they are bringing in are taken to wash so that they're clean when they enter the navigation center. And they're allowed 2 tubs of personal property. That personal property is cleaned and sorted from whatever it is that they're bringing it in. They clean it and put it into the storage tubs that are at the shelter, so that everything is clean and they're not bringing in anything to the shelter that we don't want inside the shelter. During that process, while that's happening, the case manager is meeting with the person that's entering the navigation center, going through the housing assessment, and then working to develop the individual service plan. The housing assessment is designed to identify housing barriers, referral opportunities, credit inaccuracies, and then housing opportunities also. The information is gathered and used to create the client's individual service plan. The ISP is a to-do list to reduce barriers to housing and smooth the pathway to finding permanent housing. So that includes, are they of retirement age? Are they receiving retirement income? Are they disabled? Are they employable? Do they need employment skills? What do we need to do to help this person obtain housing and sustain housing? Clients then meet weekly to review their individual service plan lists and complete activities by their due dates. I don't think I mentioned that. On the ISP, they are given due dates. We've talked a lot about document readiness. If they don't even have an ID, we need to start with getting an ID. But they're given due dates for each task that's outlined in their plan. And then again, the goal is to exit to stable housing with the skills to remain stable in their housing. Slide, please. Thank you. So the commitment and support. So case managers meet with the clients where they're at when they enter the navigation center. Clients are encouraged to participate through positive reinforcement. Motivational interviewing inspires clients to take advantage of the service and better their lives. And then the programming offered on site makes it convenient to participate. So we try and get them to engage. Again, the weekly meetings are required. They're about 40 minutes in length, and they review it and discuss progress made on the ISP plan or the ISP. And again, each item has a due date. So non-engagement, if they have not met with their case manager for 3 weeks, that's considered non-engagement. Or if they're not meeting their ISP due dates, that's also considered non-engagement. And then clients, after the 3 weeks, clients will receive a warning that non-engagement is grounds for exiting the program. If they don't engage at that point, then an exit plan is developed. The exit plan says, here are the tasks that you haven't met. You must meet this task by this date, this by this date, and if you don't, then you will be exited from the program. And then if they don't demonstrate engagement, then they're exited. When they're exited, if someone is exited on good terms, or they're agreeable to the exit and they want to be transported somewhere, say it's someone from South Lake Tahoe, I want to go back to South Lake Tahoe. VOA will work to arrange transportation. Same with wherever it is that they're wanting to exit to. VOA will work to arrange transportation. However, if someone's being exited for non-engagement and they don't want to exit, it's not always a smooth exit. And so then, if the person isn't willing to request assistance to exit, then they're just exited.
Can we back up to that one, Timlin,
Yep.
please? And this will be not a fun conversation, but that was one of our more challenging situations with the city, especially, was the folks that were exited, uncooperative, and it felt like with the laws and stuff, our hands are kind of tied on what we can do with folks in that situation. Has anything changed to allow us to, or I think we were also going to come up with a plan, if I remember right, and just off the top of my head, to maybe notify the city police or something when that situation happened, so at least they were more aware, because that was one of our I think, biggest challenges in
Mhm.
the last couple of years. How's that going?
So VOA sends out emails daily each morning. EDSO is included, HOT is included, and Placerville PD is included, and it tells how many beds are available. They also will say when someone has been exited. They do not give identifying information. However, if the person, one thing I didn't mention, when they enter, part of the entrance process is we do have a release of information that VOA has the participant go through and sign. Law enforcement is listed on there. If they consent to us working with law enforcement, then we can tell law enforcement this is who was exited.
Okay.
The other piece of it too, I'm not in the day-to-day trenches, so I can't say for 100% certainty, but what I've heard is just knowing, okay, 2 people have been exited, and then they see that person, they're like, okay, that's the person that was exited.
Okay.
Being able to draw the connection that way. But we are somewhat bound in being able to share the client's identifiable information without their release.
Okay. And do you get a sense that that situation is improved since we kind of came up? I think we came up with that plan last fall, maybe.
Yeah,
Is it going a little bit better?
I get a sense that it's going better,
Okay.
yes, from the law enforcement that are, because our social work staff, I talk about it a little bit in the future slides, but our social work staff work daily with EDSO and Placerville PD to determine where are encampments, what outreach needs to be done. And depending on what the jurisdiction is, that's the agency that they'll collaborate with, or the entity that they'll collaborate with.
Okay.
So once they're exited outside on the street, why, what would preclude PD or SO from meeting them and getting information to who they are?
They could do that.
Okay. Once they're out of the Volunteers of America control, they can
Yes.
do that.
Yeah, they could. It's just us saying Susie is now out. We can't say, hey, Susie's out.
Right, no,
Yeah.
understand, okay. So nothing would preclude them if we send them a report saying tomorrow, we're gonna release 5 people.
Mhm.
Be in there, meeting them as they come out, okay?
The other thing too is if the person is upon exit, if they are, threatening harm to themselves or threatening harm to others, then PD is called for assistance with exiting. So then they would know then that that person's being exited.
I got a question. How many success stories do we have this last year?
49 exits to permanent housing, and then in total, 62 in 2 years.
Okay.
I think we have a slide on that, right? We have a
Yeah.
slide coming up on
Okay.
it, so.
All right. It's just a question. Yeah, I know. I got ahead of myself.
That's
Sorry,
okay,
but
that's all right.
I just
Okay.
wanted to ask that question. So,
Yeah. And I'll speak to that a little bit more too when we get to that slide. Now.
Okay. All right.
Next slide, please. Service engagement and encounters. So in October of 2024, we changed the way we track data for encounters inside the navigation center. The reason that it happened in October of 2024 is because that is when we competitively bid for navigation center operations again. VOA was the only respondent and the top respondent. So we recontracted with them and we changed the terms of the contract so that we could ensure that we were capturing this data. So the category of services listed here, this is how many times they've been touched. It's not specific individuals. So since October 2024 through January 31st of 2025, the case managers inside VOA had 210 encounters with participants that regarded income maximization, 156 referrals to behavioral health, 411 referrals for document readiness or encounters regarding document readiness, 89 encounters regarding benefit assistance, 42 regarding an employment plan, 65 regarding a housing plan, 316 general case management, and then 84 life skills classes. And then from February 23 to February 24, there were 21 clients inside the navigation center that were employed. Any questions on that? I know that was kind of black. No? Okay. Next slide, please. So we know the Navigation Center was established as it was a necessity in order to abate encampments. So there's 56 beds that are dedicated to law enforcement referrals, and there are 6 beds that are dedicated to COC referrals. So from February 24 to February 25, there were 188 referrals that came from a law enforcement entity, 96 from EDSO, 57 from Placerville PD, 26 from probation, 5 from parole, and then 4 from South Lake Tahoe PD. And then we had 36 referrals from coordinated entry. And of those referrals, 183 were unduplicated persons. And we had 37 individuals that were referred twice and 4 individuals that were referred 3 times. Next slide, please. The client demographics, it remains consistent. It's 67 male, 33% female. The average age is 50 years old. So 18 to 24, there were only 8 last year. 25 to 34, there were 21. 35 to 44, there were 41. 45 to 54, there were 31, which was down from 39 last year, or the year previous, I should say. And then 55 to 64, there were 57 of them. So that's where I talked about applying for disability retirement insurance. And that's up from the 47 the first year. And then we had 25 that were 65 and older, which is up from 21 the last year. So it's consistently an older population that's in the NAV Center.
And can you answer a question? Why is that? Why do you think that is it because of senior housing? There's not enough? Or?
Some of it is. In fact, one of the success stories that I'm going to talk about is exactly that. Somebody was renting a room. The person they were renting the room from got arrested. And so they lost their housing. And it was a senior. They had moderate stable income, but it's low income. So they were only in the Navigation Center for a month. They worked their plan and found housing. But yeah, some of it is that.
Okay.
The location prior to entry, 166 were on the west slope and 17 were out of South Lake Tahoe.
You got a question, Brian?
Yeah, so I know we can't disclose much information about the clients, but if they are a felon or have a criminal record, can that be shared with SO or PD? And is it being shared?
Well, not specifically shared. However, with that being said, the majority of the referrals are coming from law enforcement. So they've had encounters with.
Right, but it
it may be a different
If they didn't
agency
get it, yeah.
entity. Yeah.
Okay, I just think it would be a duty of ours to disclose that so they know,
Yeah.
especially in the city limits.
The other thing that I'll say is the officers that are working with our staff, they're at the shelter daily. So they have a good understanding of who's there.
Yeah, and
Wouldn't want any surprises.
Question.
I mean,
Right.
question is, these are only for residents of El Dorado County, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Nobody from outside?
No.
Okay.
And I'll speak to that a little bit too, as to
Yeah,
how
I
they
would
get
say
into the
you're gonna wanna
shelter.
clarify
Yeah,
that.
Okay.
I have it on a coming slide.
Okay.
All right.
Next slide, please. So this is just the bed utilization compared first and second year. The orange is the second year, the blue is the first year. So you can see we have significantly higher bed utilization. There was a drop in August and September of this year compared to most of the other months. And there's a couple of reasons for that. There were the fires that, especially the Crozier fire, that law enforcement didn't send as many referrals because they were otherwise busy with the fires. There was also a flu outbreak at the Navigation Center at the same time that both dryers broke. So I know
Yeah.
it was challenging. So we had to order new dryers. And so they stopped intakes because they couldn't have more people getting sick and needing to do more laundry when they didn't have 2 dryers. They didn't have any dryers. So that they stopped intakes for that.
also. But otherwise, it's consistently, the average, the bed utilization is 93% over the last year. So it's pretty much consistently full. Next slide, please. So this talks about, now this data is, it's cumulative data, but then it's also broken down between year 1 and year 2. So the average length of stay in year 2 is down 30% from year 1. In year 1, it was 89 days. And then in year 2, the average was 62 days. So the thing to keep in mind is, number one, it was opening a brand new shelter with 60 beds, but also the very first encampment that was abated was the Broadway encampment, and the majority of those people went to the shelter pretty much at the same time. So there was a whole group of people that it was an influx, so it took longer to establish relationships and get housing plans in place and all of that. We're finding our groove. This year it was only 62 days. We've had a 55% increase in exits to permanent housing over the last year. So the first year was only 19 exits. The second year was 43 exits and 62 total over the 2 years. And the state average exit to permanent housing is 26%. So we're doing pretty good if you look at the state average. Exits due to behavior violations is down 10% over the last year, which is also, I think, notable, commendable to the staff at BOA, because that was one of the things that they struggled with, was adapting the skills to interact with the people in the navigation center to be able to work, de-escalate so that they weren't exiting as quickly, and help people understand how, what's appropriate behavior in the shelter. But they did have 176 exits in the last year for behavior. Oh, excuse me, sorry, just 176 exits. 57 were due to behavior violations. 73 were due to excessive nights out. That was the other thing too, and I didn't talk about it. They are only allowed to miss 5 nights out of the shelter before they're exited, unless they have a good reason. If they're working, or they have something come up with a family member or something like that, then it's approved by their case manager ahead of time. But they have to be back to the shelter by 9 p.m. And if they're not back by 9 and they don't have an excuse, then that's considered a night out. And it's 5 total, not in a row. Once they've hit 5 nights out, they're exited due to nights out. And then 5 or 3% exited to substance abuse treatment. Next slide, please. So clients with 1 visit, so there's 116, and 34% of those, or 39, were exited to permanent housing, and they all remain permanently housed. Clients with 2 visits, 33%, or 13, exited to permanent housing, and 12 of them remain housed. Clients with 3 visits, 22%, or 7, exited to permanent housing, and only 3 of those remain housed. Clients with 4 visits, 2 exited to permanent housing, and they both remain housed. Clients with 5 or more visits, only 1 exited to permanent housing, and this says 0 remain housed. That person is no longer engaged with us, but they are engaged with another service provider, and through our HMIS system, it does appear that they have been housed again. So it looks like they are now housed again. Next slide, please. So costs of operating the navigation center. So the first column are the funds that we've used to support the operations. So we had the CDBG-CV, which is Community Development Block Grant, and it was a COVID block grant. That grant has been fully expended. ESG is Emergency Solutions grant, and it was a COVID grant. That one's also been fully expended. For HAP, this figure includes rounds 1 through 4. That has not all been fully expended. ESG is an Emergency Solutions grant. And then PLHA, this was over a 5-year, it's a 5-year grant. And then
There's also a general fund cost of 16,000 of negative interest, and then $113,160 that is for utilities. And then operations are contracted with 2 service providers. Volunteers of America provides oversight of the day-to-day operations, and the Upper Room provides the meals. These were both procured through a competitive bid. And the meals that Upper Room provides, they deliver a hot meal in the evening, and then along with that comes a continental breakfast for the next day and a lunch, a bag lunch for the next day also.
Just to confirm, roughly $140,000 in general fund contribution, but majority of that's utilities.
Correct.
Well, and I'm gonna go a step further. And I don't know, our CAO's out today. I know at our prior item, she had numbers prepared, but you know, we have to keep it real. We're also expending money on camera systems that we didn't have to before, security officers that we didn't have to before. And those are all general fund, I believe. Do you, by any chance, do you have those today, Sue, those numbers?
I believe
Or
the security officers are about $200 to $250,000. The cameras, I apologize, I don't have the number. And then we also have grounds maintenance staff that has expended quite a bit of time, both clearing vegetation and then cleaning up various messes.
And I just wanted to mention that only because, I mean, you know, you're looking at this slide, it's good that we're primarily using, you know, grant money that's dedicated for this type of use. That's great. But we are, as a county, you know, having to spend some general fund for our grounds here. And I don't want that to be forgotten in the conversation, but I think it's the right thing to do. We needed to do it. It's really improved things since we have, and then couple that with the ordinances that we've recently changed. Things have really improved with the grounds here at the government center. So just trying to make sure we look at the big picture.
Thank you. So the average cost of operating per participant, the monthly cost is about $188,717. That includes VOA, Upper Room, and our county staff, HHSA staff. It doesn't include the cost that Supervisor Parlin just spoke to. And that breaks down to approximately $105 per day. We did do just a quick internal comparison of costs for some of our other housing programs. We have a housing support program, the housing disability advocacy program. There's a couple others. And for those programs, we primarily place participants in hotels, which the cost is higher. We average, the average cost, including our HHSA staff, is about $191 a night for participants that are served in those programs if they're not at the NAP Center.
Any comments yet?
Huh?
I'm just going to ask the board if they have any comments or anything. Okay. All right.
So this is just a budget breakdown that shows the grants. You'll see some of these grants were county grants or a portion of county, some are COC grants. And this just outlines what is allocated to the operations, what is allocated to the construction, and then what's allocated to other homeless services. And this includes the HAP, oh yeah, so 1 through 5, rounds 1 through 5. We have not received 5 yet, but we've been awarded round 5. Any questions on this one?
No, not at this time.
Next slide. Oh, perfect. Thank you. So how HHSA social workers are involved. So the one thing that I was looking at this morning and I realized we didn't say it on here, and we should have, I'm sorry. So they facilitate the entrance to the navigation center. So when law enforcement identifies someone that wants to be, or that wants to enter the navigation center, they reach out to our HHSA social workers and let them know that they have someone that needs to enter the navigation center. When the COC sends a referral, the referral comes to HHSA staff. That's where HHSA staff are vetting that the person is from El Dorado County. There is a homeless certification that is a HUD requirement that states where the person was before they go into the navigation center. Nobody can walk up to the navigation center and say, I want to be admitted. I want to be entered into the nav center. It has to go through HSA social workers. When the nav center is full, they start a waiting list and who the referring partner is. And then when a bed opens up, they'll reach out to whoever the referring partner is to let them know that there's a bed available, and do they have contact with that person still, and are they still interested in entering this nav center? The other thing that the HHSA social workers do is they provide intake support to the navigation center. That's what that is. And housing navigation services to clients. They also collaborate across housing programs to provide a more robust set of options for clients to ensure if there's a different program that could meet their needs, that they're connecting them to that program. One program that we have is the Housing Disability and Advocacy Program. That program is specific to individuals that are disabled, but they're not receiving a disability-based income. We've found our budget is not very big for HDAP. It's around 600,000 is what we get. I think it's annually. It was less than that this year, but anyways, that's our budget. So it's pretty small. So initially, before the navigation center, we were putting these people in hotels, and that hotel costs eat away at the money quickly, especially in Tahoe, because hotels in Tahoe during peak seasons can get very expensive. So they're working with participants in the nav center. They're staying at the nav center, and then we also contract with a Social Security disability advocate who works closely with the participant and our social worker to help streamline the application process for Social Security disability. So it limits the amount of time that they're in the navigation center, because it increases the amount of time that it takes, or decreases the amount of time that it takes to receive the Social Security disability income.
And well, getting to Supervisor Turnbull's point earlier, and this is always a sticky issue too, but I'm good at those. But you know, when let's say HOT has someone, they ask them where they're from, the answer is going to be here in our county somewhere. But often I think we question if that's actually accurate. And how does that get vetted, or can it, or does it come out later? And if someone isn't from here, do we send them to where they came from? That's a sticky one.
It is a sticky one. We do have the general assistance program. If they are eligible to general assistance and they are here from somewhere else and they want to go back, general assistance can pay for transportation for them to go back. We have an agreement with the sheriff's office. And I think when we were talking to Sergeant Sprague, he said it's very rare that that happens, but they're aware that there is an MOU. They can authorize the transportation under the general assistance program. If somebody wants a bus ticket back to, if it's in Tahoe, maybe they want to go back to Reno. They came from Reno, they can go back to Reno. So we do have that in place. The really sticky point is, what do we determine how long they're here? And so for our funding that supports the navigation center, it's low barrier. So that putting a restriction on how long they've been in El Dorado County would not meet a low barrier requirement. But that's the piece. Yes, they say they're here. They've come across them in an encampment, or it looks like they've made a makeshift encampment. They've been here. We don't have a specific timeline, right?
I got a question. Talking about small home communities, they're doing it all over the United States, especially for seniors. Have we even looked at that? To maybe bring something here to our county, because the numbers you're talking about, it's mostly the senior population that we have the problem with. Is there anything we can do to help these seniors and look into that? Because other states are already doing it, you know? So
I do know there's a couple of projects that are in the works. I don't know that it's necessarily my area to speak to, but I know of housing projects that are in the works that are specific to seniors. The one I know Housing El Dorado is working on, and I know they publicly announced, is the Bridge Meadows project. They've identified one site for sure, and they're looking at a second site. I know there's a senior apartment complex. I don't know where it's at in the stages of development. I couldn't speak to that. That is going through an approval process. As far as a community, like tiny home community,
Not tiny homes. We're
okay,
talking about
just
small home
permanent,
communities,
yeah,
right?
permanent
Exactly.
senior housing. There's a few projects that I know of.
Yeah, okay. One of the things that bothers me a little bit here is our senior population. And now to get on a waiting list to get into these apartments, like the ones that are behind the post office in Diamond Springs, there's like a 4 to 5 year waiting list, which really bothers me a little bit,
Yeah.
especially when it comes to our seniors. So are you guys taking that information and signing these people up?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
You
yes.
are,
We're
okay.
collaborating, like, so Diamond Village,
Right.
they don't have their
Mhm.
occupancy lease yet, but we partner also, we should have put that on there, I'm sorry, with planning and building and, their housing task force. We meet with them at least monthly and we're working on the, leasing plan for the Diamond Village apartments to make sure that we're connecting and helping people fill out applications.
Right.
They take people on tours of apartments. They meet the landlords so that they establish a personal connection to try and increase the chances of them getting an apartment.
Mhm. Okay. Yeah, because I had an issue, especially with a good friend of mine, and he lost his wife, but he actually, because the insurance costs and everything that he had in his home. And what happened, he went out and took a loan to fire harden his home. And then his wife passed away, and then he couldn't make the payments. So anyway, the loan company ended up taking it back, even though he owned his home outright. He took basically a loan out on his house to be able to do this. And now he's living in his car. And this is one of the big issues that we're having, especially with the insurance costs, especially for these seniors to be able to survive in our county, especially when they own their own homes. And nobody would buy the house or whatever because of the high insurance costs. And this is one we're experiencing right now throughout the county.
Agreed,
anyway.
yes. And if that person if you wanted to send them our way, I could connect them with the social worker who can help them look for apartments, apply. Our social workers interact with landlords throughout the county, I would say daily, to what's coming available, what's available, what's your application process, what can we do to help?
Yeah. Brian, you got a comment? No. Okay.
Okay, and that kind of covers what they do. The other thing that they do is they support data collection. So they use tools to help with data collection in the field. And then they also have added fields to our HMIS record system to make sure that we're entering information that is relevant to stakeholder interest. And that continues to be an evolving process. Each year not even each year, every couple months, we identify something that we probably should have been tracking. And so we implement that. Thank you. So again, it just continues to be a team effort. We work with probation, HHSA, El Dorado Opportunity Knox, and all of their partners, law enforcement, EDSO, Placerville PD, South Lake Tahoe PD. Community partners that we work really closely with are the Community Health Center, Marshall Hospital, the managed care plans, specifically Mountain Valley and Anthem Blue Cross. Housing El Dorado, they have a prevention diversion program that they're launching. They also have an emergency rent program that they can help to prevent someone from becoming homeless. And then also Tahoe Coalition for the Homeless. They have the only permanent supportive housing right now in the county. And we've had participants from both slopes that have entered their projects. Next slide, please. So a couple of success stories is the one that I was speaking about. So it's a senior that found themselves homeless. It was homeless for the first time also. And it was because they were renting a room from someone that was arrested and then they were no longer allowed to stay there. They had a vehicle, a dog, and modest but stable income when she entered the navigation center. She quickly engaged, like I said, she quickly engaged, identified a housing plan, identified an affordable rent, and within a month moved into a local senior complex. And then the other one is it's a family that fell on hard times and they were separated because they didn't have housing. So it was an adult child and a youth child and a mom. The youth, there's a a homeless program that we have through child welfare called Bringing Families Home. So the family was able to be supported through Bringing Families Home, and the child was put into a youth shelter while the adult mom and child were housed at the navigation center. The adult son, I think, adult child, I don't know if it was a son or not, it just says child, worked closely with their case manager to secure employment. The mother was already employed, but they, they had a history of unstable housing, and they hoped to find a place that was sustainable on the family income. Because again, it's a small income. It's a very young adult and a single mom, very low income. They worked with the VOA case manager to find housing and develop skills to get a job. The child became employed. And through the efforts of the community partners and HHSA, the family was reunited with the minor child in their new home 6 weeks after entering the navigation center. And Housing El Dorado was able to provide the housing deposit. So we work with all different entities. Some entities can provide first month's rent, some can provide a deposit, some can provide a couple of months rent. So we work with what the different programs to see who can provide what and put together a package so that we can get someone housed. Questions or anything that I didn't address?
So is that the only 2 success stories?
No,
that we
no,
have for the
no,
whole year?
no.
Okay,
That's
this is just an
that's
example.
an
All right, I
example,
just
yeah.
wanted to clarify
Yeah.
that so people would understand that this is not just
You want
these
them all?
2. No, but I just wanted to clarify so people know in the public for their listeners. Okay.
I do have a question, Timlin, for,
Okay.
I'm on the slide that had the goal 1, 2, 3, 4, and the nav centers part of that. And then increasing housing for all, goal 2 is, increasing housing, which seems like we're working on that. And then, but goal 1 is stop homelessness before it begins. And that one I struggle with because quite honestly, if someone were, I'm hoping folks know to go to the hubs and the libraries and call the number, but I don't know actually where to send someone if I were to, somebody in my house I'd like to get out, but that's a different story. Here, but kidding, hope they're not listening. That was bad. But where do we send people? Is there more than one place to go? And should we have this information, for our newsletters on occasion? And what is that stop homelessness before it begins mean and do?
So I mentioned Housing El Dorado is working on launching a prevention and diversion program. Their program is exactly that. It's meant to stop homelessness before it begins. So if someone's behind on rent, they can help get them caught up. If they just need a stopgap, they can provide that. The way it's going to work is Housing El Dorado partners with other entities, and those entities will approve whatever the need is. So let's just say they're 3 months behind on rent. They lost their job. They're 3 months behind on rent. So, and let's say, I think Tahoe Coalition is going to be a provider. So it's someone in Tahoe, they come to Tahoe Coalition. Tahoe Coalition realizes they're not homeless. They don't need a place to stay. They just need to get caught up on their rent. Tahoe Coalition can then refer that person to Housing El Dorado. Tahoe Coalition can pay it and then they submit it to Housing El Dorado. Housing El Dorado manages the money for it. And so that's happening with all different entities across the county. The quickest answer would be refer them to Coordinated Entry, which is Tahoe Coalition.
Okay.
There's a phone number that they can call. And I know it, I can give it to you if you want it. It's 530-600-2822. And they conduct the VI SPDAT, which is a vulnerability index assessment. And then they refer people to programs in the community that can meet the need that person has.
East and West Slope?
Yes.
Okay.
And Tahoe Coalition, yes, they're in Tahoe, but they have employees on the West Slope.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. So I just think that might be a good flyer or banner or something for somebody to put together, just to send it to us and we'll get it out there on occasion, because and once a year, twice a year, throw it in the newsletter just so that we have reminders for folks. Because I agree. I think that is the most critical goal, is just stopping it before it happens, before someone gets so far behind that they don't know what to do. And I think that, you know, those situations that you mentioned, the success stories, maybe could have gotten some
Prevented.
help sooner.
Mhm.
And that's something that I think that we as a county, as a society, need to get better at, is pointing things out to folks, and so that they're not having a hard time figuring it out.
Right.
Yeah.
It's hard to figure stuff out when you're stressed.
Yeah, so I'll
and-
make sure that phone number
yeah.
gets on our
Yeah.
newsletter as well. So that
I'll
way
send
people
you
know.
something. I'll send all of you guys.
We'll get a
Alright,
little
okay.
blurb or
Yeah,
something,
Yeah.
put in
yeah,
our
be
newsletters.
good.
That'd be great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
So when
Wait a minute. Go ahead.
PD and SO have done their camp sweeps, let's call it that, have we increased usage of the navigation center or?
Yes, they work with our team to identify. So right now, because it is pretty much at capacity regularly, if EDSO or PD or Salt Lake PD identifies an encampment that has more people in the encampment than there's beds in the shelter, then they'll work with our staff to hold beds. And so once we have, let's say that they identify 7 people in the encampment. Once there's 7 people in the encampment, they'll go out and do the outreach and notify them that the encampment's going to be abated, and then give them the options to come into the navigation center.
Greg, you got anything?
Just, I mean, it's quite apparent that the efforts are working, looking at the point in time. So kudos to, you know, your department and to law enforcement. The point in time being done in January, I'm wondering what those numbers would look like if we did them in July.
And
Is
it's a
there any
HUD
indication?
requirement. So HUD requires that we do it in
Yeah,
January.
yeah. No, and I'm not suggesting we go through the effort in doing it
Yeah.
in July, just pointing out that I'm sure the numbers are probably much higher. Is there any way to get information like for next year's report? I don't know if it's possible, just like the numbers in the numbers of residents in the NAV center that, you know, are suffering from drug addiction or mental illness?
Yeah, I think that would be good.
And one of the
That's all I had.
slides did mention there was like 5 people sent to
Did it have
treatment
that?
centers, I think. So
Mhm.
maybe just a little more detail on that kind of stuff would be good. Yeah, I think there was a slide that said that.
Yeah, there was. But, and you're right, I think it was 3%. I think the number was 5.
Question is, the sheriff's had the helicopter fly over this encampments over here. Did you get that video from the sheriff yet on that?
No, I didn't, I believe at least one of our social workers got to ride along with them in the helicopter, but I have not seen the video.
Okay, just wondered.
Unless
So
it
I
was,
would request it so you guys would have it and see what was kind of going on in the property next door. Anybody else have any questions?
I guess a comment. I don't think we can dispute the good work that's going on and the help that those that want to be helped are receiving. It's really the ones that don't, and those are the ones we've got to do something with. In and out a week ago Friday evening, and saw 3 come out of the area there and come in and use the facility, go through the garbage can, get a cup out, get their own sodas, and proceed to do whatever they wanted to do. And those are the ones that we've got to deal with, because impact our businesses. It's an impact to the people that were watching that whole display go on. And I don't think that's what El Dorado County or the city of Placerville want to be known for. So, yeah. And I know we can do more, but you can't help those who don't want to help themselves. So we've got to have that other, and again, talking with SO and PD on what to do about those. But glad to hear the homeless hotline, or that's what I'm going to call it, housing hotline. We need to make that connection. But again, I can't dispute the good and the ones that we're sending in the right direction and helping them up. But I just wish we could intercede on those really early on. And that's where this number may, help with the process. So somebody doesn't get, so many days down the road, and then it becomes habitual for them.
yeah.
And that's what, then you're fighting that problem too, besides maybe some other problem that they may have. So,
Exactly.
But then I think we as well have to then be able to answer the question, at what cost?
Exactly.
And obviously nominal costs here. But it certainly has put a strain on our campus here, the surrounding businesses here, and then obviously the city thinks that we've continued to the problem while having discussions about that.
Right.
So I think we can continue to do better. I'm not sure just exactly how that shakes out. But we need to help provide the proper housing for those that need the assistance. That's what I believe this report shows we are doing. And it's the other chronic side of stuff is the one part to deal with. Okay.
Greg, any more?
No.
Okay. All right, let's go open it up to public comment.
Now taking public comment specifically regarding item number 28. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Are you a little bit discouraged to the fact there's nobody here in this room? A subject that's important as this one needs to have people participating. I mean, you're representing your constituents, but your constituents are not here to help support you and in the decisions that you're making. My perspective, having been around El Dorado County now for close to 50 years, it's hard to believe, is that, and I know, George, I'll never be able to match you, but the point is that these issues that we've had to deal with over the years do show improvement. And we should acknowledge that, but also we should not acknowledge that there's been tries on different types of approaches that have slowed us up. Meaning if we knew exactly what we needed, as we seem to now, Supervisor Ferrari, it seems like at this point, we have a lot of information. The navigation center movement, the move of the navigation center to, I believe, the jail area, that's still in play, right? But as we found out, it takes a long time in order for us to be able to move the navigation center. So therefore, at least for a couple of years, we're stuck. And we're stuck where it is right now. So we have to make the most out of it. The questions there's only 2 questions that I had as I was listening. One, how often does the navigation center here fill up? Where you're in a situation where you have more people than you have spaces. That would be really important because the question then comes, what do you do after you've got the social worker meeting the client and we can't get them in? Does that mean they get a chit or something that puts them in a motel or hotel? I mean, is there some next step, or do you just return them back to the place where you got them, that encampment that's illegal? I don't think we would do that, right? I don't think we'd move them back to that point. 30 seconds. The second question I have has to do with just what you were talking about. What are the consequences of having people on the street that then go into these businesses and are not paying for things or are doing something that is illegal? And how do you deal with those people? And I think you've discussed that enough. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Is there anybody else in the boardroom want to speak on this item? Let's go to Zoom participants, please.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Still good morning. Kelly Nellavia, El Dorado Hills. I kind of want to start this conversation being with you all from day one of the Navigation Center, that I think we all owe Todd White an apology because he got fired over this issue. in being accused of interfering with the county's business of the navigation center when a petition and flyer went out encouraging people to speak out when it originally was going to be located on Missouri Flat Road. The suggestion and appeal was constantly listen to our sheriff. Listen to our sheriff. It was located to where we are now, where we have needles and all sorts of mess all over, impacting families. You all, your safety. Now we have to spend money. And the original premise that the GOP at the time, including myself, was listen to the sheriff. So I hope we've learned our lesson in this big fat mess and realize the impact it made on a lot of people. But moving forward, do I think this is working in all due respect, Supervisor Ferraro? I'm a math person. I'm an Excel person. I love to add things up and I love to see what it comes out to. I agree that we have this, line between the example of somebody getting behind on rent, somebody suddenly losing a room they're renting. In terms of I'm not sure out of that 287 homeless, I think they mentioned that 149 could be people in an RV in a parking lot. Well, if you watch YouTube, that's actually becoming quite a trend. People are converting those big Amazon vans and RVs, and that's how they're choosing to live. I actually know somebody that does that. That considers them as homeless, but that's just what works for them right now. So I'm not really sure when you say it could be an RV in a parking lot of that could be something people are choosing to do, the RV life, they call it. The real thing is, and I can't remember, I'd love to give credit, I think it was Supervisor Veerkamp, is mental health and addiction. Passionate issue of mine. Until we address that realistically, we can check people in and out who are not going to stay into this organized type of facility until the cows come home. But when you want to talk about what real addiction recovery looks like, give me a call because I've been there and I've done that with my child. You've all heard this story, and everything we're doing is not the direction that's going to solve that problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez.
Hello, everybody. Happy to weigh in on this issue. Just a reminder, Caldor fire victims are still living in RVs. I'm not sure when the last time you guys have been out to Grizzly Flats, but it's pretty grim out there. Pretty sad. They are pretty much homeless. Anyway, I wanted to touch on the comments that were made about preventing homelessness. And you guys talked about, oh, well, like if they're behind on their rent or whatnot. When people are already behind on their rent, it's too late. And if you really want to prevent homelessness and prevent people from losing their homes, you need to look at yourselves. The raising of property taxes, the allowing, waste management to lobby to raise our trash fees. It's the $10-ing us to death. And I'm speaking for myself as a homeowner, a single woman trying to keep my home. It's not my mortgage. It's all the stuff that you guys approve on a daily basis that affect me. The $10 and $20-ing me to death. Okay. It looks like the budget was $24 million for homelessness or homeless grants and funding for El Dorado County. And we're talking just under 300 people. That's $84,000 a piece. That's more money than I make. That's more money than I make. And I drive by Fairlane Court every single day. And I see cold parking spots for supervisors and elected officials and higher up people in the county. Cold parking spots, as in they're working from home, they're not even showing up to work. And then on the other side, I see homeless guys and girls hanging out, smoking weed, chilling, hanging out. And I'm like, what am I doing this for? Why am I doing this? So when we want to talk about preventing homelessness, you need to look within and what you're doing as a county to make life easier for the people that are actually out there working, making a difference, and struggling to pay their bills. Every month, I'm like, what is my PG&E bill going to be? What are my taxes going to be? Are you guys going to raise my property taxes? Why is my street still falling apart, but you guys all get fat pensions when you retire? Those are the things, like, really, if you want to get to the core issues, that's the problem, is you guys are $10 your county citizens to death, to homelessness. That's the problem.
Now taking public comment from iPhone.
Hey guys, I am not really a big math person. I'm more of a social sciences mindset, but it's pretty obvious to me that this is a failure. If you've spent $24 million and only 49 people have exited to permanent housing in 2 years, like, is this a joke? Also, we need to look back to that initial presentation when some of you were on the board and approved doing the, how cute y'all call it, the NAV Center. The NAV Center. When you guys approved that, it was approved based on skewed numbers. If I remember correctly, George even called it out. They were counting Caldor victims who weren't going to be using the NAV Center. RVers, like Kelly said. The city of Tahoe, they have the Bear Den and lots of other services there, but yeah, we need to include them in the numbers so we can pump those numbers up and go for that grant. You guys that sat on the board and approved this initially, you guys got played. You made the decision based on a skewed number. If I remember correctly, the sheriff said there were about 280, 300 back then, and HSS, whatever the little letters are, told you guys they were like 600, 5 something. So if we're looking at the reality of it, there's been no difference if we look at the sheriff's numbers from back then. And I guess we need to see what he says the number would be now. But it was pressure. You guys were put on pressure, under pressure to make a decision based on skewed numbers. And now it's just become part of the homeless industrial complex hustle. And it's disgusting. And it's disgusting what happens to the employees, families trying to go to the library. And we're 2 years away of moving this from where it should have been put to begin with. So where are all those bleeding hearts that were there that day telling you guys, you can't put it by the jail. They won't come. They don't like to be by law enforcement. This is ridiculous. And I really hope there's a course correct soon. I remember Heidel saying that you guys would evaluate this and cancel it if it wasn't making sense and it wasn't productive. So I'm really hoping that you look, and like Lori said, let's get a number on what's it actually costing us out of the general fund, aside from all the grant hustles. What is it costing us? The security, the cameras, all of it. You know, the fact that y'all turned the library into a homeless hub that families don't want to go to is pretty gross. All right, have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Tracy.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, this is Leo Bennett Koshan, Poet Pine. Thank you so much for giving the opportunity for this report. I thought it was very well done, and I applaud you for starting the Navigation Center. I met one of the security folks for a different reason when I was visiting the county complex, and I can't speak highly enough about their professionalism, and to me it shows when I take my grandchildren to the library, when I visit the county center. I barely notice that you have a navigation center there, so I think that part has improved considerably. As I looked through and listened to the slides, my first career for 20 years was working with the unhoused population in San Diego, and it skewed younger. So to me, as I believe I heard Supervisor Turnbull addressing, the fact that it is skewing older, and in my experience and opinion, and I get a little emotional, nobody over 55 should be homeless. And when you're homeless, there's like a 4-fold increase in mortality. And when you're an older homeless, it can go up to 16. So commend you for what you're doing, for what I see in slide 12, where you give multiple chances for people as long as they're working with the structure in the program. Never experienced the level of cooperation with Health and Human Services back in the day, so I applaud that in slide 15. And the team that I see in slide 16. And there's a reason why everybody gets involved. Certainly there's specific costs to the county, but there's general costs that translate when you don't have a navigation center to hospitals, hot teams, and just the community fabric. So thank you for the success stories. Thank you for the report. And Supervisor Turnbull, I appreciate your leadership in terms of increasing the housing stock. I know you're a pastor, and I would urge you to look at Tracy and others. I'm sure you've seen it, but there's a lot of partnerships, maybe the churches who did so much before the services opened at the Navigation Center can partner to be able to provide more housing options. Thank you for your work and taking my comment. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Hi, everyone. Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. I too kind of have a question. I remember multiple times the sheriff and the hot team having different numbers. So I'm actually really curious if these align with the numbers that the sheriff's tracking. And if not, maybe in the future, there could be some collaboration to pull those side by side and to identify any discrepancies and why that would be. I do find it interesting that even from the 2022 one and now the strategic plan was to end homelessness, but yet I don't see it ending. So when's it going to end? Rather than be never ending? Is there an actual target date? Is there anything that allows us to be able to see that the suggestions that are being done or the activities currently happening are actually going to end homelessness? And if not, I don't think that you should overcommit and underdeliver. So maybe be realistic about it and say you're trying to manage or facilitate things, but the goal here to me doesn't seem to be to end homelessness. Also, just a note in regards to the use of the general funds. The presentation I downloaded did actually have some subpoints specifically to some general fund usage, but the one that was displayed in the presentation online didn't include that, so it kind of makes me wonder if there were other differences in the presentation. So anyways, a lot more information on the actual plan going forward and when we're going to hit the objectives would be super helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so I'm going to bring it back to the board. I want to make a comment and Mandy's comment about the people in Grizzly Flat. Title 25 is moving forward. Karen Gardner, I was supposed to be out there on Saturday. I was sick, so I didn't make it. She signed a lot of people up there. It was great. We're going to have the groundbreaking on the first home. It'll be on Memorial Day weekend, and it'll be on the 23rd. And I encourage all the board members here to be able to come out and experience that. This is a great thing that's moving forward, especially with the people in Grizzly Flat who are living in RVs, and especially when they're living on fixed income. So it's a great thing. We have all the engineered plans. You know, they don't have to pay for anything. All the permit fees are waived. So this will help these people. And then I'm working with Rod at El Dorado Northern to be able to supply the lumber for a few of the homes out there. So this is a great step is what it is. It's been a long time coming. But I want to thank Karen Gardner for going up there Saturday. Sorry, she's probably listening, but anyway, thank you, Karen, for being out there, and Caleb Armstrong, especially in nonprofit construction, and all the good work he's doing to try to make this happen for Mac and Kathy is the one home. So just wanted to tell you that. Okay. Any other comments?
I think Chris had a question about bed utilization. If you look at slide 10,
Yeah.
looks like about a 50-ish average with a 60 capacity. The only would be then what happens if it's full? We try to refer them somewhere else, I'm assuming.
We try to connect them with another program that could maybe put them in a hotel temporarily. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, that it?
Can I just add one thing about the point in time count? The sheriff's office and police departments did participate in the point in time count. So we worked collaboratively with them and they helped us plan where to go also. So there was collaboration.
Right.
Yeah. And in 2022, I wasn't a part of it, but I don't believe there was collaboration the way there was this time.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Any other comments from the board?
No.
So this is kind of a receive and file. So, all right.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Great.
Yeah, thank you.
presentation, guys.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
All right. So we'll move to item 29. CAO grand jury response.
Item number 29 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board consider the draft Board of Supervisors response to the fiscal year 24-25 grand jury final reports for Central Dispatch, Performance Under Fire, and HHSA staffing challenges impact Medicare clients, and take one of the following actions. 1, direct staff to make changes and return to the board with the final responses by May 13th, 2025. Or 2, approve the responses as the final responses and authorize the Chief Administrative Office to submit them to the presiding judge.
All right.
So, good morning. These are 2 more reports, and it's pretty much there in the title. You can either accept them as your final reports, and we will submit them to the judge, or if you have any changes you'd like to suggest, we will bring those back revised on May 13th.
So any comments from the board?
No.
None? Okay. All right. So I'll open it up to public comment.
Now taking public comment specifically regarding item number 29. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The time will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press star 9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from 525.
Again, thank you for, having this in the public record. I do wish the board would discuss it a little bit. I am concerned reading the findings in terms of Central Dispatch. I recall when some of your wonderful folks came and shared heartfelt how challenging and stressful the job can be due to the chronic understaffing. I've also heard presentations by our sheriff where actual sworn deputies have to fill in, and I really think those folks belong doing their job, which is not necessarily at Central Dispatch, different skill sets. And it says that the board does not agree and unaware about staffing issues and, just a whole bunch of issues that I think deserve a longer discussion. And glad that it does say you are discussing it. I'm not sure if that one is closed yet, and if you've been able to raise the wages, it would be good to have some updates. Thank you for taking my comments.
Thank you, Leo.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. So I'll bring it back to the board for any.
Mr. Chair, I'll move approval of item 2 of 29, approve the responses of the final resolution and authorize Chief Administrative Office to submit them to the presiding judge.
Second.
All right. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye. And opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. So at this time, I guess we break for lunch, or do we go back in closed session?
Mr. Chair, it looks like you do have a little bit of time before you need to leave for lunch. So if it's okay with the board, I suggest handling a closed session or two.
Okay, sounds good. So we're recessed to closed session. Okay, greetings, El Dorado County. The Board of Supervisors is now going to resume our regular session, beginning with open forum. Open forum is a time for public comment on any item that is not on the agenda today. Kim, will you please open
Of course.
open
We are
forum?
now taking public comments on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Linda Colombo, District 2. Last week, I'm reading from Paradise, book by Lizzie Johnson about the campfire. The ladies on the bus, 2 teachers, together, she and Mary prayed aloud. Mary wondered whether the school district might later fire her for this public show of faith. Perhaps she thought they would understand that this was a special circumstance. Please, they pleaded, let the smoke kill us first. A fierce gust of wind shook Sean Norman's SUV and sent waves of fire shooting across Wagstaff Road. The CAL FIRE captain peered through his windshield. Don't try to put that house out. See if people are in there and get them out. As he drove further into Paradise, the wind pounded and pulled at Norman's SUV as if trying to lure it off the pavement. A few houses had caught fire. People were pouring out of them. They ran, leaving their cars behind. Without electricity, they couldn't remember how to get their garage doors open manually. Norman saw an older woman crawling on her hands and knees. He ran to her, pulling the woman up to her feet and helped her get back in his SUV. The California Department of Forestry was founded in 1905. Its mission was to safeguard and manage the state's timberland. Before long, it was also providing emergency services, contracting with local communities as a way of subsidizing its existence. Urban development, which was still spreading unchecked, 189 communities, including Paradise, were listed in CAL FIRE's very high fire hazard severity zone, which brings up SB 35. Keep building, keep building. Flames were threatening Yosemite National Park, torching mansions in Malibu, rippling along the outskirts of Redding. Norman, the CAL FIRE captain, steered around the corner only to run into more fire. He backed up and got lodged into a planter box, his SUV butting up against the front door of a house. Suddenly, a wooden PG&E pole dented the hood with a massive bang. The elderly woman in his backseat gasped. He was beyond offering comfort. He decided to gun over the power line, which was supposed to be de-energized. But then the line arced, still live. Norman cursed. His vehicle was pounded with rocks, picket fencing, debris. His mapping system was updating slowly, too slowly, worthless. Norman wasn't familiar with that part of town. He wasn't sure where to turn. He ended up on Oak Way. He hadn't even known that street existed. He deposited the woman in the parking lot of Walgreens where the firefighters had jimmied the door open. The fire's right behind me, but people inside Walgreens, otherwise they're going to die in their cars. The decision whether to evacuate was deeply personal, with people often misjudging the danger they were in, especially when they lacked good information. Psychologists have identified 3 distinct phases in a human response to disasters. The first is denial. Thank you very
Linda.
much for the time.
Appreciate it.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Janelle Horn, Recorder Clerk. I was just wanting to make public comment to let you all know that I put out a press release yesterday in regards to our South Lake Tahoe office, and that we had a huge influx of appointments for vital records, which bumped us out several weeks, which was more comfortable than I'm comfortable with. And so we decided to add a special day that we're going to be opening this Saturday by appointment only for vital records only. From 9:45 to 3:30 we'll be there. In the press release, there is my phone number where they can go ahead and they can make that appointment. So just however we can get that word out and let the community up there know that we will be there. Thank you.
Okay, Janelle, can you send that to us?
Absolutely.
So we can forward along?
Definitely.
And it's for the South Lake Tahoe.
For the South
area
Lake
only.
Tahoe
Just South,
area.
okay.
They're
all right.
only up there once a week, so we were getting people that need to make that deadline and they were getting appointments for like July. So thank you so much for
Yes.
responding the way you did.
Thank you. Yeah, no
Appreciate you.
problem. Yeah, the Real ID, they start implementing that May 7th. So we decided to be in there before that. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Janelle.
Members of the board, my name is Harry Lehman, Somerset. Since this is on the agenda, I'm not sure if I'm speaking at the right time. It has to do with the Rosewood project. In my electronic transmission of the document that Ms. Dawson is distributing now, I had not attached.
Yeah, this is not the time for it. It'll be heard pretty quick here. You're welcome. What's that? No. It's gonna be. That's all right. Go ahead.
And I forgot my glasses. I'll have to use them.
Okay.
I'd like to reflect on the March 11th, 2025 session where George experientially made observations over a 50-year period that the traffic congestion had become worse and worse on that Pleasant Valley corridor and 49. It's now categorized as LOSF. During the discussions, Brian also reiterated exactly what George stated, and he concurred with that. And adding to that empirical evidence from George, Raphael, the Director of Transportation, candidate forum said this is an LOSF project, and an audience member said, well, I don't know what that means. He said it means that the traffic cannot be mitigated, the project cannot be built. So Brooke, you listened to George, Brian, and had Raphael's statement. Remember what you said? How did that?
God, I wish I remembered what I said yesterday.
Okay. Well, good thing is everything is videotaped. And I went back. And you said when someone is opposed to a project, they will use location as an excuse. Now that refreshes your memory. So I thought that was really quite condescending to your two fellow board members, actually dismissive to them, and Raphael, who's an expert on traffic in terms of the highways and byways. So I felt you were discounting this, maybe because the senior village is expedient for you, and we were all obtuse and immoral if we disagree with your position. And by the way, nobody's opposed to subsidized housing. Pew Research said that 35% of 18 to 33-year-olds are living with a parent. And that means what? That they can't afford a down payment, they cannot afford utilities, they can't afford insurance. So this location is not an excuse for subsidize. It is a bad location. It is a horrible location to put 144 units and 200 more cars. So anyway, I think your ideology is a bit misguided here. You also said it's a small price to pay. I think you remember saying that. And I thought, well, can you quantify that? What is that small price that has to be paid here? You're kind of equivocating and hiding the real meaning under an ambiguous statement. A small price, it's a huge, huge price for everybody concerned, driving up and down the corridor, the high school, and particularly Dorado Woods. You said this as well, it will require political will on the board's part, not political will. It will require a naked intent of the will, extracting from within the qualities you may not be familiar with: honesty, sensibility, logic, and a reasoned and measured approach. Not concern of your political future. Truth is loud when you stop asking it to whisper.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak in open forum? Come on up.
Good afternoon. My name is Lou Seligman, and I am a resident homeowner of the Dorado Woods subdivision. Supervisor Verkamp, last week, 10 minutes or so prior to the 1 o'clock open forum, you and John Robb from the Dorado Woods subdivision engaged in a conversation regarding the senior village. You stated that you were against the development of this project. John then asked you, if you were against the senior village, why did you vote yes on the EID annexation issue? You stated that the annexation was going to happen with or without the senior village. How is that even feasible or sensible? Without the senior village apartments, there's no need to annex the parcels and provide utilities for an 8-acre vacant parcel. So you are stating that when this project is killed by planning, EID will come in and provide services to this parcel? Additionally, we have heard grumblings for the past several months by board members that the county is being bullied and blackmailed by the state. We are not certain how to get out of this stranglehold they have over us with SB 35. We have the perfect solution. Permit is expired. It's not your fault. This is your out. Walk away. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Larry Anderson. My wife and I live in Dorado Woods, and our backyard would be right across the fence from the senior village. We don't want to question. We're not against subsidized low-income projects. However, trying to cram 2 low-income housing projects within 2 blocks of one another in an area already suffering from traffic congestion is not in the best interest of the projects, the surrounding neighborhoods, or the Union Mine High School. Your own county charter states the people expect the business of the county will be conducted using equitable methods and that the results shall benefit no individual or groups of individuals to the detriment of the people. I'm pretty sure that if the parents of the students of Union Mine High School and the people in the neighborhood surrounding the current project were to be informed about the Senior Village project, they would agree that the traffic congestion that will be contributed by those projects would be a detriment to them. Therefore, approving the Senior Village project appears to be in conflict with your own county charter. Thank you.
Thank you.
My husband Larry, I'm Marcia Anderson. Thank you for listening. We have heard from the planning department that the county is meeting with council to determine if there is a legal way to extend the expired permit. So let's see if I have the timeline accurate here. Project approval was 8/27/2020. Design review DR-20 automatically expired 36 months from the date of approval, which would have been 8/27/23, correct? Applicant may qualify for a one-time, 1-year extension. Did the applicant qualify for an extension, and was the extension granted? Who could answer these 2 questions? So let's move on from here. If the project extension was granted, the project completion date would be 8/27/2024. Some additional questions for the panel. Where is the money to pay the attorneys coming from? Why is this process taking place 8 months after the second time extension? All these questions certainly go to the credibility of this Board of Supervisors. Is there just one supervisor that is not okay with this attempt to circumvent the permit process? Raise your hand. There seems to be one continued lapse in judgment and integrity after another relating to this project. Awful indictment on all of you. And you are supposed to be representing us. Thank you for your time.
Anybody else in the board chambers would like to speak on open forum? Come on up.
So last week I spoke about it. Also wanted to share that there's still sandbags in front of the El Dorado post office. So there were some other questions that Mr. Vanderkamp, during one of the open forums within the last month, Sergey, the developer, thanked you personally. What exactly did he thank you for? And why did he, and what services did you provide for service, for him? And it begs the question, are you providing services for him now? And if so, what are they, so that we can know what's going on? Thanks.
Thank you.
Sue Taylor. Recently I posted a page, Facebook page, and many of you have probably seen it, about the damage being done to one person by the county's actions. And because of that post, I'm getting lots of other people that are contacting me personally about the harassment from this county to their private property rights. The harm and lack of compassion that you have unleashed against the people is growing. So maybe you don't even know or aware that these things are happening because you've unleashed a planning department that they are fraudulent. They are doing things illegally. And a lot of it is done under their director, where I don't even know if the planners know that they're doing this. And I've given you evidence of fraud that this director has committed several times. And yet nothing changes. The harassment is growing. The projects that have been contentious are getting crammed through without any process. It's like things are happening behind the scenes that people have no control over. And so, and then if somebody objects, it becomes retaliatorial. There's people that are actually being retaliated against because of their objections to the county's actions, which is all becoming documented. What you're pushing for is a county that doesn't abide by our general plan. It's becoming more urbanized because there's more money for the people that are doing these actions. In relationship to Cokie Lane, I mean, that's black and white. I gave evidence to this county and the planning department. It was approved based on conditions. They changed the project in violation of those conditions. And since then, and they heard it in a context that nobody could be involved with during COVID, and it wasn't even when you approve something, it has to go back to the original jurisdiction. They're avoiding that, and they're taking projects that are approved by or denied by planning commissions, and then they're doing them single-handedly as under zoning administration, which is not allowed by your codes. You have to return it back to the original jurisdiction. This project expired. There are 50 other reasons to move forward. This is impacting, it's on the wrong parcel, no matter how justified you feel in allowing for that. The water is sitting on the earth. I don't even know how this thing perks for construction. I know you're putting in EID that's going to solve some of that, but you can't put this on a marsh. You can't, why not? If you want low income housing, why not put a community that matches the existing one that surrounds it and has children in it that can go to the high school?
Anybody else want to speak on forum? Let's go to Zoom participants. Kim?
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
Oh boy, take me. Ken Greenwood here, speaking from not live from Tahoe, but speaking from the Triple Junction out here on Sly Park Road. Apex predators seems to be in the news a lot lately. We got wolves in Sierra County. I trust you've been following that. Causing lots of damage. They are, after all, large coyotes, dogs. Canines have no trouble breeding, nor do bears, nor do mountain lions. We've got a problem here, folks, and the state of California does not want to recognize it. Sadly, we've got people who say, oh my God, we live where they live. Well, yes, we do, but it's never been this bad. Anyway, I hope that we can get some sensible legislation passed regarding hounding some of these animals to keep them away from us and regain their fear of humans. That's part of the problem. But also, they should bring back hunting seasons on most of these animals. It's a part of wildlife management. Things are out of balance, so we need to manage them. This unicorn and rainbow approach of the suburban guilt people who predominate here in the state of California. Hopefully we can support our local assembly and Senate people at the state level to get some meaningful legislation passed. Item 2, notice. Once again, 1 mile radius for the wireless telecommunication facilities. Also better notice on projects that affect any roadway out to the nearest county road. Parcel maps particularly. And the maps that are part of the Legistar record for notice really suck. They need to do better on that. Plus, the Legistar itself is kind of hard to use, but we'll save that for another day. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Now taking public comment from Melody Lane.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. In February, I submitted a Public Record Act request asking for the Mount Murphy Bridge grant funds that go all the way back to the inception of the plan. And you all should have received copies of my emails that were directed to specifically to Rafael Martinez concerning this PRA and the fact that they're sending back garbage. They're not giving me what I've asked for. And so in my email, I clarified for the third time, I expected to receive each of the actual grant documents going all the way back to the inception of the Mount Murphy Bridge Replacement CIP, which I believe was around 2012 or 13. This information is necessary in order that the grants may be examined to determine if the expenditures actually comply with statutory, regulatory, and policy limitations and requirements as outlined in Chapter 6 of the Highway Bridge Program. Furthermore, they failed to provide the detailed grant expenditure for the years prior to fiscal year 2023 and 2024, as I had requested. A detailed accounting of all grant expenditures from the inception of the CIP to present is necessary to determine whether these funds are being properly applied to the CIP or perhaps they're being laundered elsewhere. Where have you heard that before? Well, yesterday, Rafael Martinez and his staff of 4 other individuals were present at the Taxpayers Association meeting, and the issue of grants and where these grant funds are going, came up. And Rafael, in his usual modus operandi, was very evasive about answering questions. And again, it gets down to the accountability plays an important role in the county budgeting process. At present, the EDC has approximately a $20 million deficit. Therefore, I would also appreciate an explanation as to why the Mount Murphy Bridge CIP jumped from 28 million to 39 million. Where exactly is that money coming from? And so if Rafael Martinez is unable to provide the information, then Auditor Joe Hahn should theoretically be willing to accommodate this request. Additionally, there was another PRA concerning the potholes on Mount Murphy Road and the American Pavement Systems malfeasance and how they misapplied the road. And so you're aware of that. So there's some accountability due here.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Leo Bennett Koshan, Pollock Pines. Last open forum, I asked about your upcoming good governance workshop, and I was glad to hear that it is coming up. I would encourage you to have an agenda item and discuss the format. From my perspective, a genuine workshop with all of your constituents, just an hour, whatever, just gives you such important feedback because after all, you represent us, and sitting down off the dais and having genuine interactions, I think, is very conducive to good governance. I would ask that you think about applying the same format to your ongoing budget process. It's my understanding that the next step is not going to occur until the entire budget is brought to you. $1 billion in a deficit type budget or gap budget, to me, merits that kind of constituent feedback, what the priorities are and all of that, because from my perspective, your methodology of picking discretionary, focusing first on transit occupancy tax and then on your various other programs, you're basically focusing, as others have shared, on kids and seniors. And I think that's not what you intend. It's not your value structure. And as I do an analysis of the functional groups, you haven't looked at really anything from law and justice. And in the list you had on March 11th, that there was basically almost no discretionary. So again, I really think you need to bring it to the people, see what our values are. The folks I speak to are very concerned with some of the things that you're cutting. And the things you're cutting are truly local control, discretionary. And I know your departments are working on things, and let the community assist you also. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you, Leo.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so I'm going to close public comment, open forum. Brian, you have anything to say on that particular item or nothing at this time? Okay, all right. Anyway, thank you everyone for being here today. I appreciate it. All right, so we'll move on to item number 32, the PC appeal, Rosewood. Before we get started, let me tell you how the process is going to work. First, what's that? No, we'll do it later. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to open the public hearing. The staff will present the item. The applicant and the appellant or the agent and attorney shall present 15 minutes. And then we'll go to public comment, and the appellant, the applicant or agent or attorney is given another opportunity to respond for additional 5 minutes. Then we're going to close the public hearing and the board deliberate and takes action at that time. All right, Kim.
Item number 32 is a hearing to consider an appeal received from Jason Kipperman appealing the Planning Commission's February 27, 2025 denial of Rosewood Commercial Cannabis Use Permit for the construction and operation of a cannabis cultivation facility for medical and adult use recreational cannabis. Staff recommending the Board of Supervisors take one of the following actions. 1, deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's denial of Rosewood's commercial cannabis use permit as presented, and adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution denying the appeal with findings of facts. Or 2, approve the appeal and reverse the Planning Commission's denial of Rosewood commercial cannabis permit, thereby approving the CCUP based on findings subject to conditions of approval, and adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution approving the appeal with findings of fact. Supervisor Turnbull, could you please open up the hearing?
All right, so I'm going to open up the public hearing.
Supervisor Turnbull, before staff commences their presentation, I was wondering if I could have just a brief moment. This is the first land use appeal hearing that this particular composition of the board has heard. And so I thought it would be a good opportunity just to provide a couple of quick notes about the constraints that you face when you are acting in a quasi judicial capacity such as this. I will try to be brief. When you're acting in a quasi judicial capacity, which is when you're acting kind of as a fact finder, applying law to fact, and that's to be distinguished from acting in your legislative capacity, where you're adopting ordinances, including general plan amendments. When you are acting in that quasi judicial capacity, you have to consider the due process rights of the parties to the proceeding. This due process right, which derives from the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution, states that a state shall not deprive persons of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. So for your purposes, the kind of core of this requirement is that a party is entitled to notice and an opportunity to be heard before a neutral decision maker. That's the kind of key phrase that we're going to keep in mind. You're not neutral if you have a conflict of interest, including those conflicts under the Political Reform Act, but that's a larger discussion, so we're going to set that aside. You also would be not a neutral decision maker if you have prejudged the specific facts of a case, or you've made up your mind in advance of a hearing, or if you have actual bias or an unacceptable probability of actual bias against or in favor of a particular party to the proceeding. So the kind of shorthand way that we typically describe this for you is that you need to come to these hearings with an open mind to whatever outcome may present itself based on the evidence in the hearing. And that kind of leads to the next major consideration for you when you're hearing these types of items. You're not precluded from seeking additional information outside or and beforehand in the hearing, right? You can talk to project applicants, project opponents, you can do those things, but it would be prudent to disclose the nature of those communications. And if you learned any information that is not otherwise presented in the record today, you should share that information with your colleagues so everybody's on an even playing field as far as the information you have available to you to decide. And that brings me to my final note that your decision today, or anytime you're acting in this capacity, so long as you abide by these due process constraints, your decision will be upheld by a court so long as it is supported by substantial evidence in the record. So with that, I encourage, any decisions you make, should be based on the evidence presented to you or in the record, which in this case doesn't even incorporate proceedings all the way back down to the Planning Commission. So I thank you for giving me that brief opportunity. Again, this was the first chance we've had since this is our first land use appeal of this year. And so I thought, again, it would be a good opportunity to provide that reminder. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dave and supervisors. Evan Mattis, a senior planner. So the project we have before us today is an appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of cannabis conditional use permit CCUP 21-0007 Rosewood. The project proposed the cultivation of approximately 15,000 square feet of mature mixed light cannabis canopy. Would have taken place within 2 phases. At full build out of the project would include the construction of 7 greenhouses totaling 18,000 square feet. That would accommodate the entirety of the cannabis canopy. It also would have included the demolition of an existing barn and reconstruction of a 2,880 square foot storage and processing building, which would include the proposed type N manufacturing. I'll get into that a little bit later. So this project was originally heard by the Planning Commission on February 27th, 2025. Public comment was received on the project, generally concerning water, setbacks, and project size. That seems to be the bulk of the comments received. Staff prepared and distributed a memo on February 19th that addressed the comments that were received during the ISM&D Initial Study Mitigated Negative Declaration comment period, as well as explaining that the comment period for that was extended from 30 days to 15 days to accommodate additional public comment. An additional memo was prepared and distributed by staff on February 25th to address some of the public comments regarding manufacturing, odor, setbacks, and water. Even though the 2 Legistar items for the Planning Commission and the board are connected, planning staff decided to bring forward that memo and upload it to the Board of Supervisor Legistar item to make it a little bit more visible and easier to see. Regarding that memo, looking at the type N license, I would just like to go over and discuss that a little bit. So type N manufacturing allows for packaging, labeling, and infusion of cannabis products. And that's non-volatile. No volatile manufacturing would be allowed per this zone. It is specifically allowed through the CCUP process within the planned agricultural zoning designation. There are some certain requirements for that, including that the residence is not on the parcel where the manufacturing would occur. Even though we have a premises that includes 2 parcels, the manufacturing site would be on the parcel that does not include the residence. The residence is on the parcel to the north. That being said, when this went to the Planning Commission, a motion was made by Commissioner Spar to approve the project. This motion failed 2-3. The second motion was made by Commissioner Nevis to deny the project based on credible lay testimony that the proposed project does not meet the requirements of the cannabis ordinance, particularly reduced setbacks from property lines and a school bus stop due to land use conflicts, air quality impacts, and groundwater usage, and that the project is injurious to public health, safety, and welfare, and injurious to the neighborhood due to land use conflicts, air quality impacts, traffic safety, and groundwater usage. This motion passed 3-2. Planning staff received an appeal on March 7th by the project applicant, Jason Kipperman, appealing the Planning Commission's decision to deny the CCUP. As stated in the appeal, the appellant is specifically appealing the project based on consistency with the staff report recommendations, legal justification for setback reduction, environmental mitigation, compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act, and lower impact compared to alternative land uses. So that's looking at the impact compared to uses that would be allowed by right on per the zone. The applicant specifically calls out wineries as one of the uses. Then a couple of different items I would also like to touch upon, just based upon the comments that we have received on the appeal. One of them is regarding setbacks. So the cannabis ordinance specifically calls out setbacks for cannabis projects, 800 feet from property lines, 300 feet from riparian resources, and 1,500 feet from schools, school bus stops, things of that nature. And that 1,500 feet setback is measured property line to property line. And that's measured from the premises. So there is a school bus stop that was identified on the intersection of Derby Lane and Omo Ranch Road. However, the cannabis ordinance also specifically calls out allowances for reductions for any of those setbacks. That is under section 130.41.100.4C, which allows for any setback for commercial cannabis to be reduced so long as the applicant demonstrates that the actual setback will substantially achieve the purpose of the required setback and the parcel was owned or leased by the applicant before the voter approval of the cannabis ordinance on November 6, 2018. The applicant has been living on site prior to that 2018 date. And the applicant has provided an odor analysis that demonstrates that the project would be below the identified 7 dilution threshold that's required by the county at all property lines. There are additionally conditions of approval requiring charcoal filtration scrubbing systems to be on place if this project were to be approved. Additionally, one of the other requirements is that the project needs to be screened from site from all property lines and any public viewpoints. And that ordinance specifically calls out that greenhouses and hoop houses are the preferred method of screening. And this project is located entirely within greenhouses. With that, based on the analysis of the CCUP-J25-0001, staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors take one of the following actions to deny appeal CCUP J25-0001 and uphold the Planning Commission denial of CCUP 21-007. Rosewood, based on the findings of denial adopted by the Planning Commission, and adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution denying the appeal and adopt findings of fact, or approve appeal CCUP A25-0001 and reverse the Planning Commission's denial of the Rosewood Commercial Cannabis Permit, CCUP 21-0007, thereby approving CCUP 21-0007 based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval, and adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution approving appeal CCUP A25-0001 with findings of fact. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions from the board at this time? No. All right, so I'll bring up the applicant.
Thank you, Seth. That was great planning. Council, Chair, Board, I'd like to thank everybody for being here today. My name is Jason Kipperman. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak with you. I'm here to respectively ask you to overturn the Planning Commission's decision and approve my application for cannabis cultivation license, CCUP 21007, for my farm Rosewood. I've lived in El Dorado County for the past 15 years. This is my home. It's where me and my wife are raising our 4-year-old son and where I plan to stay for the rest of our lives. We're actually married just right next door. My wife owns a small local business here. We're proud to be part of this community, to contribute to local economy and to support other families through our work. We live on the land we farm. Rosewood isn't a side business. It's our livelihood. It's part of our home. It's part of how we hope to secure a future for our family. Sorry. Over the past 6 years, my family and I have worked hard to prepare our property. We've done everything the county asked at great personal expense to meet every regulation, every inspection, every environmental requirement. We didn't cut corners. We followed the process step by step because we believe in doing things the right way. After years of preparation, the county's own professional staff reviewed our application. They recommended approval. They determined based on their own studies and with the mitigation measures we would put in place, Rosewood would not cause any significant environmental impact. The Planning Commission denial was based on speculative concerns regarding land use conflicts, air quality impacts, and groundwater usage, without providing concrete evidence or any expert testimony. The decision contrasts with principles established in DeVita versus the County of Napa, which emphasize that decisions made must be based on substantial factual evidence, not vague claims. The commission did not explore possible conditions to mitigate concerns, which is typical in other jurisdictions and has been done in other cannabis projects in this county. Instead, it outright denied the project without making any effort to find a reasonable resolution. Compliance with county ordinance and the general plan. The project is fully compliant with PA 20 zoning, which prioritizes agriculture uses over residential development as set forth in your general plan. The extensive judicial case law precedent reinforces principle that agriculture use should take precedence in land use decisions in agriculture zone districts. See attached summary of relevant legal cases involving agriculture land use. The decision disregards the county's long-term vision for agriculture land use and the intent to support cannabis cultivation as an agriculture enterprise. The Rosewood parcel is located in Somerset's agriculture district, which adds an extra layer of protection under the county's general plan for agriculture uses over the residential uses. The Rosewood project has multiple avenues to contribute to the tax revenue, jobs, economy, activity, which is particularly important given the county's fiscal challenges. The grape industry is facing one of its worst years on record, as reported by the AVA. With agriculture already struggling, cannabis cultivation presents a promising alternative to diversify the county's agriculture economy. Cannabis cultivation in particular would provide a viable, heavy, regulated agriculture use, unlike many other types of farming that have no such oversight or environmental monitoring in place. Other agriculture uses on the property can proceed by right without setbacks, Cannabis should be treated with reasonable restrictions, but not disproportionately compared to other uses. The denial overlooks the significant economic benefits, including the job creation, tax contributions, and diversification of the county's agriculture economy. When comparing Rosewood to other approved county cultivation projects, the Rosewood project is located in planned agriculture with land AL land designations as well. The zoning land use characteristics provide explicit support for agriculture operations, ensuring that Rosewood is aligned with the county's agriculture policies. By contrast, other approved projects, the Arabian and Kilzer projects, are located on properties zoned rural lands and rural residential and have been approved by this commission. The Rosewood project has a canopy setback of over 239 feet, which is the largest setback of these three projects. The next largest setback in California's jurisdictions are 300 feet. This is generally accepted setback adopted to ensure potential impacts are mitigated. This project, with its mitigation measures, will undeniably achieve the intended purpose of the setback as described under EDC's ordinance. The county's cannabis ordinance allows for 10-acre parcels for permits, meaning smaller farms like our Rosewood here were expected to benefit from setback relief, as intended by the voters and the board. Cultivation methods. The Rosewood project will utilize fully enclosed greenhouses with carbon filtration systems, recognized as the industry standard for controlling odor and ensuring air quality. In contrast, the other approved projects are outdoor cultivations that have no odor mitigation measures in place. Rosewood's approach to mitigating odor has been studied and verified by experts. No reasonable cause exists to deny this project on that basis. Traffic and transportation. The on-site transportation review confirms that the project will generate fewer than 100 daily trips below the threshold requiring a full traffic study. We are committed to maintain the shared driveway and address any of the traffic concerns. The adjacent property that shares Rosewood has no objections, and some of the objections have come from even further away than Derby Lane. As proposed, we proposed a condition for traffic. One of the conditions we are proposing is to implement a traffic flow management plan during peak times and provide quarterly reports to ensure trip generations remain below the approved thresholds. We are committed to ensuring that traffic will remain below 20 trips per day at a maximum, which is major reduction from the initial 60. Air quality and odor. The ISMMD had supplement odor studies to confirm that the project will use carbon filtration systems to mitigate odor concerns. The county currently allows 0 setbacks for indoor cannabis cultivation facilities utilizing the same carbon filtration system. The Rosewood project is premised on sealed greenhouses with the same systems. No valid reason or evidence has been provided to suggest that the laws of physics would work any differently in the country. All available science, expert testimony, regulatory precedent support the notion that the Rosewood project should be eligible to request for a setback reduction. The Rosewood project setback remains several hundred feet of woodland with 0 potential for adverse impacts to any surrounding parcels. There's been comments from a local neighbor who put in that he's adjoining parcel on Rosewood and he can barely see the home, let alone the cultivation site from his property line. Addressing proposed condition for the odor control, we have proposed another condition of odor control, which can be found in the proposed conditions. Concerns about water. The property has 2 wells and a pond for water supply, with ample capacity to support cultivation. We are committed to using the pond as a backup fire suppression and to responsibly manage water use in compliance with all state regulations. As another proposed condition, we are more than happy to monitor and report water usage, including the flow rates from both of our wells. The county annually to demonstrate responsible water resource management. We also will collaborate with the State Water Board as necessary to ensure that water usage complies with all applicable rules and standards. Visibility and impact on the neighbors. The Rosewood cultivation area is not visible from any neighboring properties. Odors and noise will be fully mitigated, and the site will be equipped with a robust security system that has been approved by the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office. Once again, we have proposed even more conditions. We've proposed an additional condition for visibility, which shall implement a security and visibility plan ensuring that the cultivation area remains fully enclosed and obtrusive to any surrounding properties. If any complaints related to visibility arise, we will take corrective action within a reasonable time frame as determined by this county. Additionally, we will designate the local contact person to be available 24/7 to the community to address any of these concerns. The contact person's information shall be provided to any of the neighbors or any residents within 1,000 feet of the property boundary. We will maintain a complaint log and provide annual updates to the planning department. If complaints related to odor, traffic, or other operational issues arise, we will take the corrective action within reasonable time frame as determined by the county. The bus stop. Bus stop is very arbitrary location. The bus stop referenced in the staff report is located on an intersection with 4 other parcels. This parcel is actually the only parcel that has no development on it. Other parcels could have been chosen, which would have changed measurements and actually are parcels that may be used by the bus. This is a vacant land that has sat vacant for the past 15 years that I've been here. Commission-based setback calculations are parcel closest to the Rosewood site. This was arbitrary determination and is not specified in the county's adopted commercial cannabis ordinance. The setback is enhanced by a variable wooded terrain and elevation. The actual bus stop location is over 1,600 feet to the cultivation premise, not property line to property line, talking actual bus stop to the cultivation is well over 1,600 feet. These features ensure that the project meets the setback's purpose as required. Rosewood is eligible for a setback reduction under county's commercial cannabis ordinance because we have demonstrated that the actual setback will substantially achieve the purpose of the required setback. And because the parcel was owned and leased prior to the voter approval of the ordinance in November of 2018, this was confirmed by staff in the original reports, which they also recommended for the project. Today, I would like to request for some reconsideration. The Planning Commission's denial was arbitrary, lacking substantial evidence, and not grounded in law. The project complies with county regulations, has been thoroughly reviewed by experts, and was recommended for approval by staff. We have adapted the project to resolve concerns. The board should approve the amended conditional use permit to allow the project to succeed rather than denying it outright. I respectively ask this board to approve CCUP 21007 with the proposed additional conditions to mitigate any concerns and ensure that this project will benefit this community. We believe responsible community-based farming is possible and necessary for this industry to succeed in a way that benefits everyone. This model is the model we are following at Rosewood. Despite all that, the Planning Commission denied my application without providing clear reason. That's why I'm here today. I'm asking for a fair review based on the facts. We aren't asking for special treatment. We're simply for a fair chance based on the evidence, the hard work we've put in, the commitment we've shown to this county. Approving our application would show that El Dorado County, when you play by the rules, when you invest in your community, and when you operate responsibility, you are given the opportunity to succeed. I'd like to thank the board today for hearing this out. I also have additional paper I'd like to put on record. I have contact from the state board, who we've also been, the DCC, submitting the paper with simultaneously, and they haven't found any deficiencies in our project, and they are waiting on county approval for our project to continue on the state level.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions at this time? Lord? All right. So we'll open it up to public comment.
Now taking public comment on specifically item number 32. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The time will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
I'm Annie Bowers. I drive the bus that goes around the route that stops at Derby Lane. That bus stop is vital to our area and our community. The setbacks that are outlined, I sent everybody an email. I hope you all got it and read all of my rantings. But the setback for the bus stop is the 1,500 feet. That applies both ways. So if they're approved, then that would eliminate a very vital bus stop in our area. And I have concerns about that. There's many families. It's not like kids can walk on Omo Ranch Road from wherever their house is to the bus stop. And the one thing that I heard, I don't want to reiterate everything that I have previously said, and I have to leave here shortly because I have to go do my team route. But the parts that concern me the most are the 20 vehicles going through my bus stop at any particular time. I have many children at that stop. There aren't always children at the stop, but that's always a bus stop. It's been there for 30 years and hopefully it will continue to be there for another 30 years. And if anybody has any questions regarding bus rules or regulations or anything along those lines, please feel free to contact me. I sent you all my information so you can get in touch with me about what we might not need. We also have the high school uses that bus stop as well. And it seems like a pretty easy fix for these permits and applications to just say, okay, well, there's a bus stop within 1,500 feet. So unfortunately, we can't allow you to be here. So there's lots of other places that don't conflict with what the permits require. So hopefully we can work something out. But please don't let us lose a very vital bus stop. Our roads are windy and narrow with very little visibility. And that one's a very good one. It's got a lot of visibility. It's got a place for the bus to pull over. I have kids there off and on for the past 13 years since I have driven there. I've had kids come and go on that stop, and I'd like that to be able to continue. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak? Come on up.
Supervisors. My name is Christine Shuffleberger. I'm a longtime resident of the Derby Road neighborhood and a retired division director of the Bay Area Air Quality District, where I spent 35 years in environmental law enforcement, rural development, and CEQA requirements. Today, I ask you to uphold Planning Commission's denial of the Rosewood permit for 3 reasons. First, the voters made their will clear when they passed Measure Q in 2018. Measure Q established a bright line location buffer of 1,500 feet around every school bus stop. Staff reports repeatedly refer to a setback, but the ballot measure and the current ordinance clearly are 2 different sections. One is location, which is 1,500 feet from a bus stop. The other is the 800-foot setback from a property line for all the rest of the issues. So location is not subject to an 800, to any setback. It's not in the setback section. Mislabeling it does not shrink it. It remains 350 feet from the property line to the actual bus stop, just as it was 20 years ago when my granddaughters rode on that bus. Staffed mischaracterizations does not and legally cannot override the will of the voters. Second, the project description in the staff report is incorrect. I was going to cover more about type N manufacturing, but staff already brought that up, except for the point that you're not allowed to have a residence on a parcel with type N manufacturing. There are 2 parcels at that location. They're combining the parcels into one as part of the permit, which makes the residence on the parcel where the cannabis manufacturing will be located. Third, our community submitted substantial evidence demonstrating existing environmental conditions and the potential for significant impacts. By excluding substantial evidence from affected residents, the county renders the mitigated negative declaration legally insufficient. Supervisors, the voters asked you to protect children and rural communities by keeping commercial cannabis operations away from where children gather, and also asked you to deny special privileges to endanger our neighborhood. The Planning Commission heard that message and applied the law correctly, and I would request.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Come on up.
Council, members of the board, Harry Lehman, 3500 Derby Court. I think there's something I want to say first. I look in the video when I say, who is that old guy with the gray hair? Because I'm thinking of 1978 when I argued before the entire California State Supreme Court and obtained a unanimous decision where I was representing NORML, the National Organization for Reform of Marijuana Laws, and retaining the right of jury trial for marijuana arrestees. And my role there was partially resultant from the extent to which the, by then, executive director of NORML, Gordon S. Brownell, and myself, who knew each other from our prior work together for Governor Reagan, had been pivotally instrumental in the passage of George Moscone's SB 95, committed to that, not the only reason, taking into account the suicide of my best friend from high school from the effects of felony arrests for pot. It was quite terrible. Cutting to the important issues here, Mr. Kipperman is not actually the applicant. This is a really crucial point. The reason that limited liability works is because corporations are separate. That's why it works. They get bankrupted. The person who did the deed walks free. That's how we have it. But we have rules to make that work. We have to disclose those. Here we have the nature of ownership identified as LLC, corporation, those are mutually exclusive, and other in process of converting LLC to a C Corp. There is no lawful applicant here. Because there is no lawful applicant here, there's no basis for Mr. Kipperman to pursue an appeal, nor to anybody else to delegate to one. He has no delegation from any of these separate entities. This shouldn't end up in court. I'm not here trying to threaten litigation. I have been doing governmental litigation since 1983. I'm saying that, but if this can be litigated, I certainly hope it's somebody else. It shouldn't be. And the reason is that at the core, this is legally defective. I wanted to make a point that this is not about some kind of anti-marijuana bias. I think it's a serious drug, but it doesn't mean I have a big bias on it. Also, they didn't check the water. You've seen that. The expert report was based on a completely different system. And Ms. Schamlefeld's report, which is better work than mine, really deserves a good look. Cumulatively, and I say this to Mr. Livingston because I'm happy to have you comment on what I've just said, this is unlawful and shouldn't go forward.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak? Come on up.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Cummings. I am a resident of Derby Lane on a property adjacent to the proposed project here. The only thing between my property and the project property is that 10-acre parcel that is not inhabited. My concerns today are not, again, with marijuana. I have no problem with the marijuana. I have a problem with environmental impact of some of the items that were overlooked, I believe, in the research for this project. First of all, the zoning of our properties, when all of us on this area bought our properties, the zoning was rural residential until 2018 when the general plan was amended. We've all bought our property with thinking it was residential, not agricultural. I personally have a low producing well on my property, less than 3 gallons per minute. That testing was done 10 years ago, could be even less by now. My concern is that there was no hydrological report. There's nothing to reassure me that what they're going to do is not going to make my water problem worse. I have had to turn off my well in the midsummer so that it can refuel before the water will even go up into my holding tank. I've had to have water brought out by a truck to put into my tank. I don't want it to get worse. I'm very careful with how we operate our water at this point, and I don't even plant a big garden because I can't water the way I need to. I don't want it to get worse. And I have no confidence that that's going to happen because there's not been any studies to actually do that. No water studies at all. The well that's referenced is the 2 wells that are referenced. One was capped until very recently and has not actually been tested. And the pond that's being referenced is a seasonal pond, just like the one on my property. And then the other issue for me is the road. The Rosewood Lane is the northernmost boundary of my property and is approximately 180 feet from my back deck. Additional traffic on that road would impact me directly as far as dust goes and noise. But my biggest concern, again, is water. And I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Greg Stremka. My wife and I have been living on Derby Lane. We're the first place you come to on Derby Lane, right by the bus stop. Been there for just about 30 years now. A lot of good points coming out here today. For my wife and I, we've had a lot of conversation about this, and our biggest concern is security, safety. There's a program I like to watch that comes on. And this last week, there was a little snippet on this program. Well, the program was about Northern California, but they were talking about Mendocino County, Trinity County, and all the pot grows up there, and all the issues of security, robberies, bringing in the Russian cartels, the Mexican cartels. It's just that's our biggest concern. And we live right on Derby Lane traffic. We live right in the fishbowl there now, since we cleaned a bunch of trees out. But for us, that's our biggest concern. Water, they're all concerns, but and some might say that it's not an issue, the security thing, but just got to remember what happened on Sand Ridge Road back in 2019 with our deputies. Brian Ishmael and their deputy got injured there. So it's just a potential risk there. So thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak? Come on up. If there's anybody else want to speak in the room, why don't you come up and stand in line so we can get through the process a little quicker? That's all right.
My name's Herbert O. Mason. If I were an attorney, I could go by H. Oliver, but I'm not, thank God. I live on Derby Court. I happened to stumble across an article in the Santa Barbara Independent newspaper today, and I didn't realize this. Santa Barbara County was it has been the largest producer of cannabis in California. I always thought it was up in the Emerald Triangle, but they converted all the cut flower greenhouses into pot growing. Projected cannabis revenues to the county are 5.4 million for this fiscal year, down from a high of 15.6 million in 2021. Meanwhile, the county spent about $5 million for cannabis related costs such as education, cannabis tax audits, administrative costs, and enforcement. One of the reasons it's gone down is the 48 permits have been canceled by the growers because the fresh flower cannabis market price now is under $250, which isn't very economical. So I think in terms of the county looking at this as a revenue source is a mistake. I would ask that you support the Planning Commission's decision, and also leave you with a thought that comes from the human resources literature. A weed is just a flower in the wrong place. And I'm sorry, there's a bit of a pun on that about weed, but I think that is appropriate. I'm personally not opposed to cannabis growing. It's just the wrong place. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else would like to come up and speak at this time?
Thank you, board members. My name is Stacy Tyler, and I'm asking you to please approve and grant the appeal and grant the license to this applicant. I'm going to talk about three things, and the first is going to be the evidentiary standard. The second is what good neighbors these applicants are and will make. And finally is that what they are applying for is the way of the future. So first and most important is that evidentiary standard. And that's what I'm going to ask this board to apply, regardless of their personal feeling about the cannabis industry. The standard is substantial evidence. And what the courts have defined that as is evidence that is reasonable, credible, and of solid value. And generally speaking, in a courtroom, hearsay evidence is not considered substantial evidence for that very reason. Now, today, the board members heard from some folks from the community who came in. I'm grateful to them and respect them for their personal opinion. However, many of the things they talked about are not substantial evidence. The bus driver came in and said there's tons of kids at this stop, but actually anecdotal evidence shows that that's not the case. There are hardly any families with small children on that road. Secondly, she provided no statistics, no evidence, nothing, just a generalized statement that there's tons of kids. That is not substantial evidence, I submit to you. The second thing was talking about the odor. Some folks have come in and said there's tons of odor. And in fact, what the evidence has shown, what the experts have analyzed is that there is no odor, that even without the carbon filtration, there was less than half of the maximum allowed. And with the carbon filtration, it will reduce to almost zero. That's what the evidence shows, not what people's speculation and commentary shows. And turning to the water, that's been a big issue. Another person came up here today and said she has 3.5 gallons pressure. She worries about that. But what the evidence shows, provided by experts and studies, that there are no aquifers there and that there would be no substantial water impact at all on the properties. And in fact, the cultivation and growing, the farming of cannabis on that property would use less water than a residence would on the same property. So again, there is no substantial evidence of that impact. I want to turn to the good neighbors these people are. There's been comments about the Russian mafia, the Colombian mafia. These are people who live here. They have a small son here. They raise their family here. That's their mother there in the background. They all reside on the property. Finally, Your Honor, finally, board members, there's been some comment that there is that there's no revenue to be had here, and that is simply false. And I would direct the board members, because I'm running out of time here, so I would direct the board members to a study, and that was.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anybody else want to speak? Come on up. All right, let's go to Zoom participants, please.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Kevin McCarty.
Good afternoon, Chair Turnbull and supervisors. Thank you for considering this today. Kevin McCarty, District 2, resident of El Dorado County. The question before the board today is, did the commission err in making its determination in the February hearing for the Rosewood project? We hear a lot about adherence to the general plan in this boardroom, and in this case, the project is optimally zoned planned agriculture and further protected by the Somerset Fair Play Agricultural District. The property in question has as many agricultural protections as possible, which are explicit in determining the relevancy of residential concerns where they appear to conflict with agricultural uses such as this. This is not Blackstone, Serrano, or any other residential subdivision. It is an agricultural district where individuals chose to build or buy a house with the explicit understanding that they would be obligated to live with agriculture, not to displace it in pursuit of their own interests. I've managed projects and secured land use entitlements in many jurisdictions throughout the region. And the standard due process in these cases where there are concerns is to include additional conditions which adequately address these concerns and find a reasonable solution to safeguard the various interests to the extent possible. It is clear from the Commission's hearing in February that this was not the case, and a good faith effort to find a resolution or compromise did not take place, but that some on the Commission had prejudged the project before the hearing commenced, which is in breach of ethical rules for government appointees and causes many to doubt the impartiality of the Commission in hearing a wide range of development applications. Supervisors Veerkamp and Ferrero, you have been sounding the alarm about the county's budget situation and need for more economic growth opportunities and revenue sources. I know you are sincere in these statements and trust that you understand the signal that your decision today will send to aspiring agricultural business owners. If we're going to fix the ongoing budget issues, we need to accept small steps toward trimming spending and generating tax revenue. If we allow a few opposing neighbors to kill any project which comes before the Commission or the board, it is unlikely that the budget gap will be fixed and indeed will only get worse over time. I hope and trust that this board will understand the issues at stake and will do its best to find a reasonable resolution rather than exceeding control over our county's future economic growth and viability for small businesses to those who do not understand the importance of agricultural district protections, reasonable development guardrails, and opportunities for revenue generation, however small. Please honor your commitment to the voters and residents of our county and allow this small business to move forward with any applicable conditions to ensure the conditions raised are effectively mitigated. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Kevin.
Now taking public comment from Dale Schaefer. Dale, you're unmuted, but we can't hear you.
Yeah, go ahead. You can always come back.
And now taking public comment from Cami Morale. Cami, you do have your hand raised twice, so please note that you can only speak once.
So the reason I have my hand raised twice is because my husband is calling in from a different location and he's going to be speaking too. Okay. Did you hear? Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So I'm Cami Moriali. I live in South County. I'm asking that you deny Mr. Kipperman's appeal. Yesterday, I submitted my comments and a list of the registered school bus stops, which includes Derby Lane. This list is an updated version. I could not access the original version from 30 years ago. As you heard Annie Bauer, the route driver, speak a few minutes ago, she said the bus stop has been in existence for 30 years, which is decades before Mr. Kipperman's application. My question is, how did this project even get started when the ordinance is clear on the setback requirement? Additionally, I call your attention to the precedents established by the Green Gables Commercial Cannabis Project, which reversed planning's approval in the 2023 appeal hearing. So the precedents of the Green Gable project is relevant to Mr. Kipperman's, and you know, we should uphold the 1,500-foot bus stop setback from the property lines. Number two, Mr. Kipperman is asking for the property line reductions for all property lines. It's my understanding the Board of Supervisors directed staff in April of 24 to no longer pursue any additional changes to cannabis ordinance, including setbacks. We urge you to uphold this decision. There is a reason for the 800-foot setback. It's a natural screen for the residents. The 7 DT threshold that was created by El Dorado County's Air Quality Management has not been tested. There's no evidence or precedence that reducing the 800-foot setback is going to achieve the purpose. Number 3, there are many environmental health, safety, air quality, water usage, and other fact-based evidence that commercial cannabis does not belong on Mr. Kipperman's property where he lives at this point. The most obvious is this property is surrounded by residential homes. Drug crops do not belong near homes. A drug crop does not solve drug crimes. The notion of legalizing commercial cannabis in El Dorado County to solve the black market drug crimes is a fallacy. You may know that El Dorado County Sheriff's Department has succeeded in removing illegal grows. Anyway, please uphold the denial of this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Carolyn Clary.
Hi, I am a farmer from Somerset, California. I just want to start this by saying that Jason Kipperman is actually probably the nicest, most reasonable community member applicant that we've had. So this by 100% does not go against him as a person. But the problem is the big problem of all of the cannabis projects have been declared not needing a full EIR, other than the one that was denied. They can't say it's not going to affect the water when we haven't had a full EIR to even know. And just to correct the legal gal who got up, it's granite fissure water where we are. So it's not an aquifer we're looking for. The aquifer goes through granite fissure, and nobody, even water experts, can predict whether a project will negatively affect or not without a lot of details about a lot of the wells surrounding the area. So for them to say this is not going to negatively affect the community is a complete lie. I mean, nobody has that information. His well report was, again, like the rest of them, 20 years old. So I don't even know why the planning department doesn't require a current well reading. That's just absurd to me. So I think what we really need to do is go back to the drawing board, put it back out to the voters, because I don't think everyone understood what they were voting on, and the whole ordinance was created by the pot growers. The setback variances have been doled out like candy to just randomly, and we should not be going beyond the 800 feet. We shouldn't do anything closer than that. That's what the ordinance says. Whether or not you owned the property before or not is irrelevant in terms of the purpose of the setback. So we need to go back to the drawing board like you all had kind of suggested. And we can't approve these projects without the key elements of water, odor, and even crime all ironed out. And what's super offensive is some of the other applicants implying that our crime is in our minds, that there's no problem with crime and pot. And our water concerns are unfounded. I think the community has made it clear we may have passed a ordinance without really understanding what the implications were, but we need to revise the entire ordinance and hold everyone accountable to what's currently in the ordinance until further information can be obtained. So thank you so much for your careful consideration of this project.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Melody Lane.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. Although Mr. Kipperman is well within his rights to appeal this matter, I urge you to pay close attention to the Derby Road resident concerns in opposition to this permit. Nobody wants an attractive nuisance in their backyard that negatively impacts quality of life and neighboring property values. I have read all of the correspondence posted to this application and found the personal attacks very disturbing, especially those made by Lee Tannenbaum and Kevin McCarty against citizens who have exercised their rights to express concerns about the detrimental effects the approval of this permit may have on their community. There have been many controversial turnovers on the Planning Commission with the exit of Dr. Cheryl Blychester, Dan Harkin, Chris Payne, Lexi Boger, and most recently, Andy Nevis. The Constitution guarantees fundamental principles of fairness, including the right to a fair trial before an impartial judge and jury. This means disputes should be heard in a real court of law, not an in-house tribunal where normal due process protections don't apply. Cannabis disputes such as this one are no exception. Back to Lee Tannenbaum and Kevin McCarty and their roles in the Growers Association. Cannabis is a drug. Plus, they have proven to be serial liars, and I have no problem backing up the veracity of that statement with facts, valid evidence, and law. Additionally, the political dynamics and bully tactics driving this controversial issue cannot be ignored. There are approximately 150 commercial cannabis permits waiting to be approved in EDC. Imagine going through this appeal process 150 more times. It would be essentially opening a Pandora's box. Your decision today will impact the entirety of El Dorado County. Do the right thing by upholding the Planning Commission's denial of the Rosewood commercial cannabis appeal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Mr. Morale.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm Michael Morielli, Cammie's husband. And have you ever had that one of those moments where you have a speech written and then someone said everything you were going to say? That was Carolyn that did that just 2 people ago. Anyway, and I'd like to say the same thing. Jason is a great guy. I could see myself having a beer with him. But this isn't about him and me. It's about the facts. And it is, and I'll make mine brief. There's 3 things that come to mind. And we talk about the fact of law and the measures and the ordinances and the way they were written and the way they were approved by the voters. And they had these setbacks in them. So we should live by those setbacks. And yet we have given variances and waivers to those time and time again. And I would ask that we stand by those setbacks as they were written, as the voters approved, and say, yes, that's what it is. And unfortunately, that means bad news for this particular project. The other thing is that we have a group of their negative mitigation declaration, or however that's pronounced, whichever order those words come in. They're all the same on every applications. And when we started looking at all these, because we've been seeing these applications come through, have found a commonality of them. It's as if it's boilerplate stuff that they're doing and signing the name at the bottom. I don't think that that's proper. I think that what we should be doing is making sure that each individual person is filling them out. And more importantly, and point number 3, I'm going to go to water. And Carolyn was absolutely right. Without an EIR, we really cannot say, Miss Tyler, you can't guarantee me that because there's not an aquifer that their water won't be impacted, because you don't know. I was offended by her because she tried to make us sound like a bunch of country bumpkins, especially as neighbors, and the things they said. And no one used the word tons except for you, Miss Tyler. So let's get back to the EIR, because that's the thing that really needs to happen. We have had varying reports, and without an EIR, we don't know how well or wells will be affected by the amount of water drawn for any of the cannabis growth. So I would urge that we go with the ERI idea, that you guys once again uphold and deny the appeal. But more importantly, I also agree that we need to reinvestigate or re-examine how these measures came to be, and perhaps revote them, rewrite them, but more importantly, look into the harder facts and require an EIR be done, so that we really can tell for sure what the impact will be when one of these cannabis growth farms go into operation. And I've got 5 seconds to say goodbye and thank you so much.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, so I'll close public comment and bring it back to the applicant. You got another 5 minutes to talk.
I plan on being a good neighbor. That's how best way I could explain this. I've lived here in the property for over 10 years. We haven't ever had any complaints. We haven't had any enforcement. There's never been any issues with the property. The bus stop, I heard of quite people being concerned with the bus stop. Maybe I'm ignorant to the bus stop, but if we can meet the smell and the visibility, I don't understand what other issues there are at a bus stop. Just because there's a cannabis farm up the road doesn't mean a kid at a bus stop is going to be adversely affected. And that is also, like I said, I'm very biased, but the next bus stop after our Derby Lane is at the Golden Leaves Winery, which is an open establishment that serves alcohol at the time children are dropped off. And that's acceptable. A previous bus stop down the road on Mount Auckham is at the parking lot of Red Rooster's Bar and Grill, is where another bus stop is for the community. But that seems to be acceptable. And there's outdoor seating and dining where there is alcohol outside and can be easily accessed by a child. But that seems to be allowed. The lot line, the property, we have the option to make it a lot line adjustment. We don't have to conjoin the two parcels. We have the option to make it a little bit of a different shape of the property. That would also help with some of the setback reductions. As far as water, I'm not an expert, but I tried to hire experts and they told me there was no study to be done in fractured granite out here because they can't, just like the own person who was speaking just now said that they can't come to a conclusion on that because we're not in an aquifer. I heard a lot about, the bad parts of the industry. That's not who we are. There's a reason we're still here trying to get an application. There's a reason there's not a massive influx for applications. Maybe other people don't think it's possible, but we thought it was here in El Dorado and we gave it our shot. Legal cannabis, we know, is the best way to battle the black market. If there's no legal cannabis, people will continue to grow in the illegal cannabis. People say that this road is very quiet and retired and nobody knew that there would be agriculture. We have a vineyard on our road. That is direct 2 parcels over from us. They pass right by Rosewood every day and they are allowed to have a commercial operation. They are also probably one of the only neighbors who are not in this room contesting the project, as well as the neighbor who borders our property on Rosewood, the person who borders our property on Rendezvous, the people who own the property behind us, the Peacocks, the 3 parcels in front of our property on Omo Ranch Road that are in the Hercules Trust. None of those people have any complaints to the project. These are all people who are actually touching our property line. I heard things mentioned about a precedent case with Green Gables. That Green Gables case was actually approved by planning, but they did not own the property previous to the vote. They weren't even eligible to ask you for their setbacks. We are eligible, and I know it's completely discretionary, but if planning deemed their project at some point was acceptable and they didn't even own the property previous to the vote to ask for that type of variance, it had to come all the way to you guys for an appeal by the school board. The school board's not appealing this. The bus driver made some statements about a bus stop, but like I said, that's still very subjective. I'm not sure of what the issue is with a bus stop. But all I know is that I will continue to be a good operator. I will do my best to address any concerns with the neighbors. And they say, oh, what backing, what do they have to help them is our license is annual. Our license comes up every 2 years. I believe it's been extended now. That's only to allow us to have some time to get operational. Because before they were doing it 1 year and you wouldn't even have time by the time your renewal's up before you're even active. But if we aren't good operators, this board has the ability to revoke our project. There's not many other projects in this county that allow that. So that would just behoove me to be a great neighbor and behoove me to operate properly. I'm just looking for our fair opportunity and a chance here in El Dorado to grow an agriculture product. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to close the public hearing and I'll bring it back to the board for any comments or questions. Anybody have any?
I got a couple of staff, heard a lot about bus stops and they're not arbitrary. I was on a school district board for 14 years. They're selected and there's a lot of thought that goes into them, as then CHP has to approve them as well. And Supervisor Guerrero, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but they have to go out and also confirm these bus stops. So I take a little exception with the attack on the lady that maybe it's arbitrary or capricious. And then secondly, talk about setbacks. All of our agricultural districts have setbacks, do they not?
That is correct. I mean,
And-
all parcels have
And it was
setbacks.
stated by the appellant that they don't. Well, they all do. There can be variances to them that are granted on occasion, but they all have setback requirements to start with.
It depends on the setback, whether or not it would require a variance or not. Some of them can
Right.
be reduced
Understood. The
administratively.
circumstance and
yeah.
so forth, but they all do have setbacks to start with.
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
Just a couple factual things I wanted to get straightened out.
And I had a really fundamental question too. There was statements made that doing marijuana grow is an agricultural crop. And my understanding, it's not. Just because it's on ag land in an ag district doesn't make it an ag crop. What's the determination on that?
That's correct. In the cannabis ordinances, it very clearly states that cannabis is not an agricultural commodity when it comes to right to farm.
Okay.
Protections, yeah. But sometimes there's, ag and ag, I mean, it is growing of plants, but no, in the ordinance, it is not an agricultural product.
So I think that needs to be kind of made clear that it doesn't have the same entitlements that an agricultural crop has.
You are correct.
Okay.
Okay. Greg, you got any comments?
Just clarify the setbacks for me. So ordinance is 800 feet. What's the actual distance?
Give me a moment. I can look that up.
I think it's 230.
I think
Okay,
239 was
300.
thrown out there, yeah.
And then the bus stop is 1,500 feet, but it's 350. Is that correct?
So the bus stop setback, that's measured property line to
Property,
property
yeah.
line. And since the bus stop is technically on the property that's directly north of the project, even though they're large parcels, so technically the bus stop setback would be 0 feet. But I believe as the crow flies from the actual site of the cannabis grow to where the bus stop is, it's roughly 1,500 feet.
Any other questions?
The point of the language in Measure Q that states that properties that are owned prior to November, and I know there's a specific date, but I don't know what it is, but November of 2018, properties that were owned prior to that could have exceptions to the setback with regards to the bus stops. And one of the reasons why I'm thinking out loud is because they own the property prior to the regulation going into effect, they can't just up and move their property. So there was consideration by staff that there could be exceptions made in that regard because of that problem. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's accurate. And just to further expand on that, in implementing the cannabis program, we ensured that, when it says same effect for the reduced setbacks, that we quantified those, setback reductions. It wasn't just arbitrary. Yes, there's not going to be an impact. Odor studies, sound studies, light studies to show those numbers.
Right, okay, thank you. And with regards to Mr. Livingston's information to the board stating that, we really have to look at law versus fact. One of the things that caught my attention is the statement by the Planning Commission stating that the Planning Commission finds that based on credible lay testimony. So what do you mean by credible lay testimony?
I mean, I'll jump in a little bit on that one. So it's a concept that oftentimes comes up in our CEQA cases when it talks about substantial evidence supporting a particular decision. And the courts have found that in certain circumstances, expert testimony is not necessarily the only type of testimony or evidence that could be considered by a decision maker to constitute substantial evidence to support those decisions. In many circumstances, the courts have found that certain types of lay testimony, again, just common testimony, not supported by scientific studies or whatnot, can in fact constitute substantial evidence to support certain CEQA decisions. The primary one that we've seen and that comes up from time to time is aesthetics. Courts are pretty clear that when it comes to aesthetics, unless you have described standards that you're utilizing, that those questions about kind of the appearance and the impact of that visual appearance of a particular project is something that for which lay testimony could provide a basis for the decision-making body's action. So I think in this case, it was, and I wasn't at the planning commission, but having read through their action, it appears that the planning commission's decision was based upon testimony provided during the course of their hearing that they characterized as lay testimony insofar as it wasn't, expert-based or scientific.
And so the way I look at this is this went through a lot of layers of actually expert testimony. With regards to meeting the zoning requirements, EDC staff has stated that they meet the requirements. When it comes to traffic below the trip requirements, their numbers are well below the policy TC-XE. With regards to carbon filtration system, it's probably the top of the line filtration system that's not even a requirement for the type of business that they're looking to put in, yet they want to use it, and there's expert testimony stating that it works. With regards to the water, you've got State Water Resources Control Board has signed off, as well as CDFW, and then the pond for fire usage has been signed off by PFPD, and you've got this robust security system that El Dorado County Sheriff's Office has signed off on. So, I mean, I haven't in my little bit of time here seen a better designed plan that meets all of our specifications, and in fact was that staff even got behind. I just haven't seen that happen yet. So, I mean, I think this is that one applicant that probably, in my mind, met all of the standards that we've asked of him as a county. And I'm probably guessing that I'm probably in the minority, but I think that if this particular project doesn't go through, I don't know of a project that possibly can. And then I wonder about our cannabis ordinance and what kind of review it might need because of the ambiguity that's in some of the ordinance, especially with regards to the setbacks. But there's others as well that we may need to review that, and I'll just leave that there.
Okay. Any other comments?
Well, I would just say, Mr. Chair, that I would respectfully agree with. There are elements that meet criteria, but there are also elements that don't, and those elements are the substantiating factors in my mind. And one of them as well is it's not an ag crop. So that definition, and maybe we need to deal with that moving forward. But at this point, I will move to deny the appeal based on the factual evidence that we heard today.
Second.
All right. All those in favor, well, let's have another we can do another motion, right? If you want to do another motion.
Or there can be discussion on the motion.
Yeah,
but
or
no one
discussion.
says
Yeah,
anything.
yeah. All right. All right. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nope.
Okay.
Motion passes 4-1.
All right. I guess we can move to our.
You are 1:30.
Yeah, Mr.
Yeah,
Chair,
we
I was
wanna
going to
do the 1:30.
suggest
Yeah,
if
okay.
you'd like, we could return to the 1:30 item. I see the representatives from the
Okay,
sheriff's office are here.
Let's do this now. Let's go to closed session then.
Unless Ms. Kavanaugh is here, there is no need for that.
Item
I-
31.
Yeah, item 31, yeah. Is she's not here or?
Let me just double check the office.
Okay, all right.
Supervisor Turnbull, do you want to maybe just take a quick five?
Yeah, let's
while,
take a
Ken
five-minute
checks?
break and then everybody can get adjusted and set up and everything.
Thank you for your public service.
You're on, are you on the cannabis subcommittee? No, I don't think, I thought I heard you say I'm on it. I don't think we do either. Yeah. Yeah, but we never met. We never did anything. I'm okay. I mean, I thought I'd be like, I'm just sniffling and, yeah, I'm okay.
All right. So we're actually going to move to item 31. Kim?
Item 31 is a hearing from the clerk of the board requesting the board consider the appeal received from Jennifer Kavanaugh regarding the sheriff's office decision to deny her card room employee work permit. So as a Turnbull, can you please open the hearing?
Open the hearing, the public hearing, please. Come on up.
Good afternoon, Board. I'm Angela Sterling from the Sheriff's Office. I'm here today on behalf of the Sheriff's Office and regarding the denial of the card room work permit for Ms. Jennifer Kavanaugh. We denied the work permit based on our county ordinance 9.45.130D for false statements. On the application, we asked if the applicant had ever been arrested. She indicated no, she had never been arrested on the application. During our background search as to see if she's fit to have a card room work permit, we found an arrest that she had not disclosed. So therefore, we denied the permit based on those facts.
Okay. Is that it, or? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So I'll bring it back to the board for any comments.
Thanks, sir.
Is she here?
I don't think she's here, is she?
Okay.
No, okay.
Yeah, I was, when I read this, it was clear that she received a notice of 849B, which is basically a dissolution of the arrest. But when I contacted the Sheriff's Department, they gave me the sequence of events, which kind of substantiates your report. She was arrested on November 28th, 2024.
Correct.
She applied for this job, filled out the application on December 30th, a month later.
Yes.
She didn't receive notice of the arrest being converted to a detention until January 16th.
Correct.
So
Of 25.
she should have, had she received that notice prior to, and maybe then we'd be having a different discussion, but I think
Correct.
that she clearly should have listed that she was arrested. And
Yes,
maybe
that's
provide an
okay.
explanation.
That's
on the
our
application.
stance on it. She should have, at the time she applied on December 30th, it was considered an arrest. The arrest wasn't changed to a detention until the district attorney's office reviewed her case and decided not to file. So once they took that step of not to file, then it's the law enforcement agency's obligation to change that arrest from an arrest to a detention only. That didn't happen until January 16th. It was the police department that converted the arrest, confirmed that they notified the applicant of the conversion to the detention only by mail in mid-January. So when she applied with us, she should have listed it as an arrest, and it was a felony charge. So since the severity, the timeliness of, when she had been arrested, those things we took into consideration when denying her permit.
Okay. Any other board comments at this
Public
time?
comment.
So we'll go ahead and open it up to public comment, please.
Now taking public comment specifically regarding item 31. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The time will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then for those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Just a point of order. I believe we're speaking about item 31, which was supposed to be heard at 9:30 this morning. I'm concerned, County Council, related to the fact that normally if somebody's going to appeal, then they paid money to the county to do that appeal. They filled out an application or an appeal document which describes their perspective on what is they're saying why they should prevail on the appeal. And I've seen now Sheriff's Department up here speaking about why it was denied, but we got to at least get into the record, I believe. Normally they get 15 minutes to talk and do their case. They're not here. So in order for it to be a fair discussion, someone needs to represent them and at least get some general information out in order that you could say that it's been a fair appeal process. Otherwise, it's just one-sided. And I'm concerned about that one-sided nature. Brian, you understand what I'm trying to say is that somebody ought to do that?
I do. Do you want to represent?
Well, I mean, give me the application or the appeal and I'll read it into the
Yeah.
record.
So David can explain what happened.
Okay,
and then we'll go
thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Anybody else want to speak? Come on up. All right, let's go to Zoom.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from 525.
I appreciate what Chris said, and I'd like to add my voice, but urging you to show compassion to this applicant. I read the sheriff's letter. I read her handwritten letter, where she states she's a survivor of domestic violence and that she's hard fighting to get her life back, that it can change her life, that it will save her from eviction. As I shared earlier in the context of a discussion of homelessness, these are the folks that I served and worked with for over 2 decades. This is turning on one word, arrest, detention. It's turning on mail and timing. I know from personal experience that in these highly stressed situations, there are compassionate police officers who share with someone concerned what a felony charge can do to their life, that there is the possibility that this is a detention, that there's judgment calls. The other encounters of law enforcement have shown her compassion, or she would not have the letter that she's giving you that says the objective fact at the end of the day is she wasn't arrested. I urge you to think of the spirit of these regulations and allow this individual to rebuild her life. It's why you're a quasi-judicial body. Exercise discretion and judgment that cannot always be captured in the tight letter of the law. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thanks, Leah.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the board.
If I could address if David has any concern about due process.
Yeah, so I want to make clear that the appellant was provided specific notice of the hearing that was initially scheduled for 9:30 this morning. She did not appear this morning. And so in order to provide additional time for her to attend, the matter was announced as having been trailed to no earlier than 1:30 today. So that's why you're hearing it this afternoon instead of this morning. I also want to note that the appellant's letter in support of her appeal was included as part of your Legistar packet for today's meeting.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right.
Just a question. Along with her letter, she did provide this detention certificate. And I think a lot of times we deal with this in government where we use certain words. We know exactly what they mean, but not everybody understands that meaning. So detention certificate to her was different than an arrest. Do you have any thoughts or comments on that? Like maybe is the wording on the application, should it include other words that maybe people would attach to that they didn't otherwise?
Sure. On the application, we specifically ask, have you been arrested? There are 2 different terms, both of them meaning different things. She may have misunderstood when she went through the process of being arrested, that she misunderstood that it was going to be turned into a detention. At the time she's arrested, it's considered an arrest, and it's not changed to a detention until the district attorney decides not to file a charge. So yes, there are a lot of terms that I'm certainly familiar with because it's my, field of work, and I would agree that it could be confusing for somebody. But our application, as I stated, it does ask, have you ever been arrested? And our expectation is that she would have answered yes to that, since we determined she didn't receive notice that it had been changed to a detention until after she applied for the permit with us.
And the detention certificate that she supplied, that's in our packet, it's not dated at all, as far as I can tell.
No, it's not.
But
And
what was the date of
the
this
date on the
certificate?
detention certificate that you have is the date she was arrested, which is November 26th. When the law enforcement agency prepared the certificate, it doesn't have an area where they have to put the date that it was prepared. It only asks for the date that the arrest occurred.
Right. So what was the date of this detention certificate? I missed that. I
The
thought you
date
said
that the law
16th.
enforcement agency prepared it was January 16th.
Oh,
of
January,
25.
sorry, I missed
Yeah.
that. That was what you were referring to.
Yeah, that's what the
Right.
time sequence, it's not that she wasn't arrested. It was just the timeline that she didn't know arrest was being, changed to a detention for 2 weeks after that she filled out the application. Now, if she applied again, I mean, it would seem like it'd be a moot issue, right? I mean, how do you guys handle that at the sheriff's department? If she had applied again and, she says, well, I wasn't arrested, or.
Well, she wouldn't, now that she's aware of the fact that it is a detention, she wouldn't have to
She wouldn't have to
disclose it
disclose it.
as
You're
an
right.
arrest.
Okay.
So,
All right.
and it wouldn't show up on criminal history because once it's changed to a detention, it's removed from the criminal history as well. So if she had applied again or applies for a different type of permit, she won't have to say that she was arrested.
So from this point forward, she can say she has never been arrested, providing this is the only time she's been arrested.
And if she did apply again, you wouldn't think to yourself, well, she applied once already and she wasn't truthful. Would you consider that?
We would consider it because the way our records work is we have a history of every time we have contact with someone. So we would know that history. We may take that into consideration in approving or denying a permit in the future. There could be additional questions that would come into play. I haven't really encountered a situation like that to speak from experience, but it could become a consideration.
And I'll be honest, I mean, when she was released from custody, the police department might have told her, we're releasing you and we're dissolving the arrest into a detention, but we don't know that with the information we have here.
Correct. That would be, we would be guessing to know what they said or didn't say.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, so I'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move we approve the denial of the appeal.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion passes 5-0.
So I'll move to item 33, planning and building crossing RV park.
Item 33 is a hearing to consider the recommendation of the Planning Commission on the Crossing El Dorado RV Resort and Campground Project to modify Phase 2 and Phase 3 of the approved crossings project. Planning Commission recommending the Board of Supervisors take the following actions. 1, adopt the addendum to the Environmental Impact Report Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program. 2, adopt the revised Mitigation Monitoring and Recording Program. 3, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution for general plan amendment removing conceptual Headington Road alignment. 4, adopt and authorize the chair to sign an ordinance for rezone. And 5, approve the general plan amendment based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval.
All right. So I'm going to open the public hearing.
Mr. Chair, Board of Supervisors, Rob Peters with Planning, here to present the item number 33. I won't reiterate what has already been said as far as the project description, but I would like to share a few exhibits with you just to get an overall sense of the project. I'm joined here today by Nick Papani from Randy Planning and Management, who prepared the CEQA analysis and provided technical support to staff. And so Nick is over there. He may or may not participate today. And then also, of course, there are some DOT staffers you see here in the room that will help me address traffic questions related to the project. Also, the project applicant team is here and is ready to participate in the hearing. First, I'll provide an overview of the project, like I stated, and then a project background to give some context. And then I will provide a summation of the Planning Commission hearing and a discussion on some project considerations that were important in that discussion. And then we'll try to identify so I'm using a subset of the total amount of exhibits. As you saw in the Legistar, there are many. I've kind of picked and chosen from those attachments. And so I'll try to make sure that I'm letting you know which attachment and which page that I'm sort of referencing because I've sort of reworked them in a different organization. Sure that works here. Okay, so the project consists of the phase 2 and 3 of a revision to the existing approved crossings plan development, which has a project number of PD 97-0001, consisting of the El Dorado RV Resort and Campground. So slide 1 here is a vicinity map showing the general vicinity southwest of Missouri Flat Road and immediately east of El Dorado Road as presented on this slide. The project has a commercial general plan designation across its entirety and currently has a regional commercial with a plan development overlay across much of the site with some boundary line adjustments that we'll be discussing later and some proposed revisions that would fix some of those boundary as well. So here is the site concept for the RV resort and campground. And so I'm going to go over a couple of the items and I'm going to slide through some elevations on some of the proposed buildings and identify some of the amenities as we go forward. So the RV resort and campground has a total of 301 sites, which include RV sites, dispersed tent sites, group tent sites, cabins / glamping cabins, yurts. And exhibit M.1, page 14 of 17, includes site plans for the individual site types. So this includes the RV sites, the campsites, just to give sort of what each site would kind of look like. Next would be a 10,000 square foot main building. So this is the main building to support the folks that would be visiting the RV site. And this is the elevation of that proposed main building. This is slide M.1, 11 of 17. And so this gives you a concept plan of the main building and the surrounding amenities. The building itself includes a general store, business center, fitness center, clubhouse, commercial kitchen, and many others, including an arcade and a lounge and some other things. It also has some surrounding amenities, which include a pool and hot tub, dog park, and pickleball court. So that's in the immediate vicinity of that main building. And the second floor of this building would include a 1,400 square foot manager's unit. Other facilities include on site a 2,000 square foot maintenance facility, a pavilion, which is shown here at the top as an elevation, and bathhouse / restroom / showers, which are shown here in 2 different colors, but in the configuration that would be throughout the project site. Going back to the site plan here, other amenities that are throughout the project site include playgrounds, dog parks, barbecue and picnic tables, horseshoe pits, fire pits, and vineyard areas that are along the western boundary and the El Dorado entrance. So the project also includes a 75,000 square foot hotel and event center, including 4 floors. It is intended to have approximately 140 rooms. This is a conceptual elevation of what that hotel might look like. It's located in the eastern portion of the site. The event center would hold approximately 300 to 400 persons. And there's a proposed condition of approval number 13, which addresses the hotel design and requires the applicant to submit architectural plans and for the review and approval by the planning department. The design shall include features to reduce the visual appearance of the height and be in conformance with the Missouri Flat Design Guidelines and applicable county design standards and guidelines. And the intent is that the hours of operation for that center would be 9 a.m. to midnight. And so again, this is a conceptual elevation. The final elevations would be once I think the tenant hotel and the applicants can speak a little bit more to that, but comes to fruition and what that exact building would look like. But this gives you a sense of what is intended there. So this is entry concept. This is of importance to most of the folks living along El Dorado Road. And there's been a lot of comments, and we'll get to those later, related to the site's interaction with El Dorado Road. But this gives you a conceptual look at what that entrance would look like and sort of what the stacking and queuing would look like at that location. So the project includes a proposed revision to the sign program, which was approved by the Planning Commission in November of 2021 and was determined to be in substantial conformance with the plan development. This slide here shows the location of an already approved 50-foot US 50 monument sign. So that's a US 50 oriented sign intended to be visible from US 50. And this was in the previous approval. And that monument sign, roughly as approved, looks similar to this. So this is a proposed modification that has a couple of more rows at the bottom. So the base foundation is a little bit lower, but you get the same sense of that 50-foot height and the width are consistent with the previous approval. The proposed revision to the monument sign. Well, first I'll talk about the proposed amendments to the sign program include the building attached signage, which would, and I'm just going to kind of circle here, which would include square footages that are currently allowed within our zoning ordinance. And so it's bringing this sign program into conformance with our current sign code. So those are what's being proposed here are the square footages and the allowances that are already in our code. We're just memorializing it, particularly because some of these buildings are being constructed currently. This is the proposed revision that's being asked for related to the 50-foot monument sign, and it proposes a digital sign at the top, approximately third of that sign, and that would be an allowance that is in the sign code as existing today, that US 50 oriented signs can have digital sign copy, but because this project has a sign program approval, it is being modified and considered by your board as part of that package of actions. And then lastly, there's a rock wall monument sign at the El Dorado entrance being proposed. And you saw it maybe briefly there in the conceptual elevation, but the sign program then shows what that rock wall signage would look like. Just to be clear, there is a condition of approval because our sign program is currently underway and we are addressing some increases in sign allowances in the recreational facility zone as well as the commercial zones, particularly related to square footages. There's a condition of approval that says, should that be authorized by your board, that we could administratively allow those square footages because they're in excess of what's here through an administrative process. But it would not to exceed the amounts allowed in the sign code, but to bring it up to, if the sign code gets approved 3 months from now, that he doesn't have to come in and do a sign PD revision and that we could do it administratively. So back to the overall sign project layout, and this is a different version which includes can you guys see my, probably not, in the looking at the screen in the top right corner, that is the phase 1 that is currently under construction. And so this gives you a sense of what phase 1 looks like with the revision to phase 2 and 3. There are a couple businesses already that have been approved, including a 7-Eleven and a Dutch Brothers. And there are 3 buildings in closest to with the gray crosshatch with the X's on them that are currently on construction. There are 3 buildings with 5 units, and those tentative tenants are already moving forward with their tenant infills for those projects. In April 1998, the board certified the Missouri Flat Master Circulation and Funding Plan, or MCNFP. the Sundance Plaza and the El Dorado Village Shopping Center, and the associated EIR for all three projects. The MCNFP established a master circulation and funding plan for the roadway infrastructure improvements in the Missouri Flat area in support of the planned and future commercial developments within the area. The Sundance Plaza project, currently named the Crossings Project, initially included approximately 535,000 square feet of commercial uses on approximately 72 acres. In 2011, an addendum to the EIR was approved and reduced the overall crossings allowances from that 535,000 square feet to approximately 414,000 square feet. And that was to avoid some impacts to wetlands on the site. So they actually reduced the overall project allowance and sort of reconfigured that to do more avoidance to the wetlands that were on site. This slide shows the phase 2 and phase 3 against the phase 1. Currently, phase 1 is anticipated to be 127,500. So, approximately a third of what the total allowance for the site was. And so, of course, the rest of that would not be brought to fruition should this project be approved, and the campground and hotel and other uses would be allowed. Okay, so the rest is sort of narrative, and I'll go from here. So some of the project considerations, and particularly of interest to neighboring residents and staff, were access, circulation, and parking. The proposed project would modify the previously planned extension of Headington Road from a 2-lane roadway connecting El Dorado Road to Missouri Flat Road to facilitate that 535,000 square foot, or reduced to 414,000 square foot of commercial. The Headington Road is currently a conceptual alignment in the general plan circulation map, which is sought to address that circulation for that area. The initial 450-foot segment of Headington Road, the Headington Road Missouri Flat intersection with traffic signal, and the Missouri Flat widening have been constructed as part of the phase 1 project as per the conditions of approval of that original development plan. The main entrance for the proposed project would be off of El Dorado Road, and as we previously discussed, would have that entrance that we showed you conceptually, but would also include perimeter gated access to the north and to the east, so that only the folks that were within the campground would have access through, and it would cut through or through traffic from El Dorado Road to Missouri Flat Road as proposed. Pedestrian walkways throughout the site include crosswalks and some trails within the open space areas. The project would include 231 parking stalls near the hotel and event center, and another 81 parking stalls throughout the site, with a total of 312 being proposed. A traffic impact analysis was conducted, identifying reduced traffic impacts and recommending shoulder and turn lane improvements to El Dorado Road. And the project has been conditioned to construct these improvements, including DOT's willingness to adjust those requirements to accommodate environmentally sensitive areas along the shoulders. And in the public testimony at the Planning Commission, there was some concern about large oak trees and other things like that. And so I think the idea would be that the shoulders would be built to standard, with some exception to make sure that they ensure that they're not taking out some of those sensitive habitats. Utilities, the project would be is included in the EID service area and would utilize water and sewer service provided by EID. And each RV stall would have an individual water and sewer hookup, as well as an electrical outlet at each of those RV stalls. Landscaping includes vineyard areas along the western boundary, as I already discussed, for buffering to adjacent land uses, as depicted on the site plan, and individual site landscaping designs were included as depicted in attachment M1, page 17 of 17. I don't have that in front, but I'd be happy to pull it up should you want to see those. BLAs, the boundary line adjustments. The project includes proposed boundary line adjustments to modify the overall PD boundary as depicted on attachment M2, page 4 of 85. Further, a condition of approval has been included to require the BLAs to be processed with the surveyor's office prior to approval of any building permits. And so what that's doing is making some minor modifications to the overall boundary of the PD to clean up some of the parcels and have new parcel line alignments. As far as economic development goes, the Crossing Commercial Project was originally largely a retail project. However, big box retail has changed from 1988 to now and is not as high of a demand and could compete with existing retail uses in the project vicinity. So, however, campgrounds and other tourist serving uses, such as hotels and RV parks, are in high demand. Attachment N includes additional information from the applicant in support of the proposed project, and some of those are along the room now, but they are an excerpt from the 2024 KOA Camping and Hospitality Report with economic impact data on campers' spending habits while camping, sought after experiences by camping, which are largely recreational and our county provides, and average daily spend per camper. And so not on accommodation. So kind of what those folks bring to the table when they're visiting a site like this. For this reason, our Economic Development Division supports these types of proposed uses and the proposed revision to the Crossings project. Staff had conducted the appropriate analysis and has determined that the project is consistent with the general plan, of course, including the proposed amendment, the zoning ordinance and applicable development standards. The project coordination included many county divisions and departments, state agencies such as Caltrans, tribal governments, and the project was presented to the Diamond Springs El Dorado Community Advisory Council or Committee, on August 2023 and again on December 19th, 2024. The project was supported by the CAC with the caveat that DOT work with the applicant and ensure that we address traffic circulations and concerns in the area. All recommended conditions of approval have been incorporated into the project, and conditions of approval and mitigation measures for phase 1 would stay in effect as applicable. The proposed conditions of approval are included as attachment L of your item. Conditions of approval have been incorporated to address potential countywide policy changes in the future that may affect the project, specifically including the applicability of transit occupancy tax for RV parks. Currently, TOT does not apply. Should the county choose, I believe it requires a vote of the public, but should the county move forward in a way that TOT then is addressed to the RV park, there's a condition of approval that says we can apply that administratively to this project, and the project applicant is in support of that. Also, currently our length of stay is less than 30 days for a temporary stay. Should the county choose to change that to a longer length of stay, that we would also have a condition of approval that could be administratively approved or applied to this project. There's a lot of comments that we heard related to some of the length of stays of professionals that are coming and staying in areas, and with the lack of hotels and rental support, that those, there might be conversations in the future. We just wanted to cover those bases. As far as the environmental review, analysis was completed and an addendum was prepared. Through that review, no substantial evidence was found that the project would have a new significant effect on the environment, and therefore no subsequent EIR would be required. At the Planning Commission hearing on March 27, 2025, an errata was presented modifying a few of the mitigation measures for the phase 2 and 3 project, which was included as your board attachment E, and a revised mitigation monitoring and reporting program was prepared, and that was included as attachment H. So that incorporates those changes that the Planning Commission considered. Public notice: the project has had a physical sign posting on its location, 1,000-foot public notification range, legal ad in the newspaper, and is included on our projects in your area website page. And of course, information available through our Track It system. Several public comments have been submitted both in favor and in opposition of this project and have been included on your Legistar as well. So a quick summation of the Planning Commission, and bear with me, I'm almost done. I know it's a long one, but there's a lot here. At the March 27, 2025 public hearing, the PC reviewed the proposed project, all of the entitlement requests, and the related documents and exhibits as presented by staff, along with written and verbal public comments received both in favor and in opposition to the project. Attachment N includes additional exhibits, as I stated, that were presented at the Planning Commission, and many of those are here within the room as well. The PC deliberated on several topics, with much of the discussion focused on on-site and off-site traffic circulation and project access related to the Headington Road alignment, and then also to the entrance being on El Dorado Road and what those conditions of approval would be for improvements to El Dorado Road. And also discussions about the perimeter gates to the resort, the request to exceed the height limitation of the RFH zone to allow the hotel and then also the ancillary uses related to the hotel, the special events part of it, as well as potential air quality impacts to neighbors related to the number of proposed wood burning fire pits, ultimately resulting in a modified condition of approval number 63, reducing the number of wood burning fire pits to 30. So originally it had one for each site. It basically was reduced to approximately 10%, which is the number that we came up with, 30. Potential noise impacts from 2 neighbors from the proposed pickleball courts, which the project design helped to reduce, and the hour of operation and related noise analysis have addressed, and modification to the existing 50-foot tall US 50 oriented monument sign to include the digital sign component. So that was a lot of the discussion was related about those topics. Following closure of the public comment for both and the PC deliberation, a motion was made to recommend the Board of Supervisors adopt the addendum to the EIR prepared by staff with incorporating the changes from the errata, adopt the revised MMRP, and approve the project based on the findings and subject to the revised conditions of approval as presented by the Planning Commission. The motion passed 4-1 based on the findings presented, with the dissenting vote based on the lack of support for the proposed revision to the sign program digital modification. So the dissenting vote made it clear that in support of the project, with the exception of the sign piece for the digital sign on the US 50 oriented. So just to quickly overview the entitlement request, we have a general plan amendment to remove the conceptual road alignment of Headington Road from the general plan. Attachment B includes the proposed resolution of that action. Number 2, a rezone from commercial regional zone with a planned development combining zone to special purpose zone recreational facilities high intensity with a planned development combining zone to allow for the proposed campground as a conditional use permit, and to the hotel as a conditional use permit, and to make conforming changes to the PD overlay based on the boundary line adjustments that I described earlier. Attachment C includes the proposed resolution for that action. A plan development revision to alter the use of the site from what was previously approved to reduce building setbacks as depicted on the site plan, and to modify the sign program that was previously discussed. 4, a conditional use permit for the following operations within the recreational facility zone: the resort and campground facility, the allowance of the hotel to exceed the 35-foot height limit, and to allow swimming pool and pickleball courts to operate outside of daytime hours. And lastly, an administrative permit to allow the following operations within the RFH zone: an apartment for the on-site manager, the pickleball courts, the swimming pool, and the perimeter gates. So that is the list of all the entitlements that are sort of packaged in this package of actions before you today. The recommendation then would be the Planning Commission's recommendation to the board to take the following actions: to adopt the addendum to the environmental impact report, to adopt the revised MMRP, adopt and authorize the chair to sign resolution 053-2025 for the general plan amendment, GPA 24-0003, adopt and authorize the chair to sign ordinance 5228 for the rezone Z23-0001, rezoning from CRPD to RFHPD, and approve general plan amendment, rezone, plan development permit revision, conditional use permit, and administrative permit based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval as revised by the Planning Commission. That concludes my staff presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right. Any questions at this time before I bring the applicant up?
Just really quick, Chair. I failed to disclose when we started this that I did meet with the applicant, actually twice, because on our first meeting I had some questions, and so the district boundary line between District 3 and 4 is El Dorado Road. So my constituents were reaching out to me. And so I had a meeting, a follow-up meeting with a few neighbor reps on the west side of the El Dorado Road to follow up with some questions and answer questions. So just want to make sure everybody knew that, because we're supposed to disclose it.
I'll do the same. Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. I met with Mr. Grado before I took office, and then since I took office. So 2 times.
Yeah, and I got to disclose that too. I met with him twice too, so. All right, so, Mr. Grado, you want to come up?
I'm very thankful for Rob. And because I'm tired, I'm actually a little bit, I'm like a 10-minute break might be in order, but supervisors, thank you for the time. Appreciate you hearing this project that we have worked on tirelessly for several years to try to come up with a project that we felt would fit our community best. I've been here in the community 40 years now, moved here in 85 into Placerville. So I've lived here locally since then, have developed several different retail projects in the area, medical office buildings in the area, some residential projects outside the area, Placer County, things of that nature. But as we looked at this project with essentially the climate regarding retail, we basically found ourselves with basically 2 options. One, the primary uses that are going to retail typically today are big box retail, which are the Costco's and the Winco's and the Lowe's and those types of things that are big destination box retail users. And the smaller tenants, the smaller type of retail really with online retailing is not as practical. They're running into a lot of headwind. Let's just put it that way with the amount of online retailing. So as we looked at this project with respect to the other 300,000 square feet of retail that would be available to it, we really asked ourselves the question is, do we want 2 more big box users? And what comes with that, with the approval that existed today, if you will, that we can move forward with some additional road work, et cetera? Or do we want to do something that we felt would actually bring dollars that would stay local primarily and not just divide the pie on what's already here? And that's how we saw some of these big box users. If we brought another home improvement retailer in here, then Home Depot takes a hit. Okay, the city of Placerville consequently takes a hit. If we brought larger food box users here, then Safeway and Rayleigh's and Save Mart and all of them take a hit, because what you're doing again is slicing the pie up a little bit more from the residents that already live here. So we saw this project as not only a project that would bring dollars in, but it would also be a project that would be so much less impactful traffic-wise. When we had our traffic consultants work with the county, work with DOT, and look at what the traffic impacts would be, it literally has 85% less car counts with this project on a daily basis during the week than it would with retail there. So we really felt that that was what we would consider a soft landing with respect to impacts on local roads in the vicinity. We worked with our consultants, worked with Lebec Engineering here, worked with Jonathan Flecker on our traffic. Rainey has done a great job on our environmental work. But we just really feel at the end of the day that this was a project that would support the community and really support local businesses. We met several times with downtown merchants. They asked me to come to a few meetings because there's been some attrition on Main Street over the last couple of years where tenants have gone out. And one of the things they've said is, how do we attract more people, more shoppers to Main Street? Well, you do it in a couple of ways. Number one, parking has always been an issue downtown. So that has to be addressed somehow in the short term. But in the longer term, how do we bring in hospitality and tourism that's going to shop here locally? And that's how we pivoted to this particular project. There's an exhibit here along the wall that talks about the amount of dollars that campers and RVers spend on a daily basis. This was a study done in 2024 by KOA. Essentially, per person is between $140 and $160 a day, exclusive of their costs for RV spaces or hotel rooms. Well, if you look at that, this project would potentially have at 3 individuals per site and hotel occupancy, et cetera. Let's just say for round numbers, 1,000 people would be staying in that area, if you will, on that 40 acres of property. That would represent approximately $145,000 to $160,000 a day spent in our county. Now that's going to benefit not only District 3, but those are people going out to Coloma, they're going out to the wine country, they're going to the South County. They're going to be doing a lot of things here locally and spending dollars here that we can all benefit from. And we don't have to talk a whole lot about the fact that, financial times are tougher right now. We've got to find out sources that we could seek to bring revenue in. Okay, so that's really the genesis of it, how we looked at it. And as Rob talked about as far as the original square footage, that original 535,000 square feet was going to fill the entire wetland area in the 72 acre project. We've avoided all of that other than 1/2 acre, which is by the entry of the project, just to make sure that we have what we need by the entry. And we're working with the Corps. In fact, I meet with them next week to go over their setbacks and that type of thing. But we have stayed back and stayed out of the entire wetland area. So we've basically avoided about 10 acres of the site to be able to preserve that area, that we actually look at this particular project as an asset, because it gives that feel of being out in the country, yet it's close by, there's retail close by, there's access to Highway 50, and it makes sense in that regard. We did have a complete feasibility study done in this project. And I've shared that with a few of the supervisors as far as, this wasn't something that we just made a snap decision and said, you know what, I think I'll do an RV park. That wasn't it. We reached out to an organization in the Chicago area that all they do is RV resorts and evaluation of it nationwide. We originally went to them in 2020, which was just prior to COVID hitting. And we went back to them in 2023 and basically said, redo the report. We want to know where things are at today. What has happened? It really didn't change much. They essentially have 10 areas that they study of these particular feasibility studies: location, accessibility, close proximity to major metropolitan areas within essentially 3 hours, which is Bay Area, things of that nature. Amenities in the area. What is there to do? Okay, essentially, well, El Dorado County fits that bill tremendously well. Well, in all 10 categories on a 1 to 5 star rating, all 10 categories were 5-star for the project. They basically said, this is a unicorn. We rarely see this type of a project come to us in this type of a geographic location that has this kind of a positive projected outcome for it. So that's the project in a nutshell. Planning has done a great job. Staff has been great. DOT has worked hard on it also. I appreciate all the work that the county staff has done. I'm happy to take any questions if you would like to ask me anything at this time.
Any questions for the board at this time, or? We're good? Okay.
Good.
Good. All right. Thank you. I guess we'll go ahead and open it up to public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 33. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
All right. Anybody in the boardroom would like to speak on this item? Come on up.
Hi, my name is London Litza. Sorry, doesn't move. Okay. So I live off of El Dorado Road. I'm a local resident and my family moved there in 2020. I planned on raising my 3 babies and we reside there happily. We moved here for the quiet country charm. I grew up in Folsom, kind of to get away from the big suburbia feel. I just wanted to start off that I was never notified about this meeting. And the more neighbors I've talked to, the more prevalent that's been, that a lot of people really don't know about these meetings and kind of what's happening and what's being discussed right under their noses. And so I think that's really important. Also, El Dorado Road, as we're aware, is a super narrow 2-lane road. As a resident there, I'm just concerned about the impact that it is going to have with all the cars coming through. I did have the question of the fire pits, if they were going to be propane or wood. That was answered in the discussion, and they are going to be wood burning, 30 wood burning fire pits, although residents aren't even allowed to have wood burning fire pits. I'm concerned about that smoke impact and how that affects residents who are going to be basically helpless to people just burning smoke all the time when they already are living there and they can't just get up and move that easily. The increase to the hotel height, just making it more grandeur with the signage and everything. It's like you're just kind of dropping a big city bomb kind of in the middle of a quiet town. And I'm concerned about riffraff. I'm concerned about crime rates of having an RV park so large where it's just a walking distance, where the local residents would be, I think, the primary victims of that, of people wandering from the RV parks possibly, and what that brings. Requesting for a reduced setback. If anything, I think there needs to be a larger buffer because this is so close to a residential area where people came to escape the city feel. It does feel like it's just like we're trying to copy Folsom. And as we know, like East Bidwell is basically a giant freeway. It's kind of a disaster. I'm not sure where the egress was or where the access road was going to be, but then it was mentioned Headington Road. So I guess I got to look more into that. This is just all a lot to digest. It's a huge project that had no idea was even really happening and how much it was going to affect me in multiple different ways that I haven't touched on. But I'm not super okay with it. I'm obviously opposed to it. I'm not saying it doesn't need to happen, but I'm just saying that I think we need more time where other residents can fairly be able to voice their opinion as to how this would affect them. So that's what I have to say. And I just want to keep our small town charm where we have the ability to have a say in that more accurately. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the boardroom would like to speak on this item? Come on up.
Yes, so, down the street, El Dorado Road. My concern is two things. If you've ever driven down El Dorado Road, it's very narrow. There's a lot of traffic at different times. A lot of people come one way, come the other. My concern is if you have an RV or a big trailer and have to pull in, how long are you going to be blocking that access for that road? It's very narrow. And then the speed limit now, 45 miles an hour on a backcountry road. I mean, we have 4 lanes that are not 45 miles an hour. And you get a lot of people that want to cut through from Missouri Flat, come down El Dorado to the freeway, and they're doing 45, 50 miles an hour on that road. That's concerning. I don't know if I'm not opposed per se, but I'm also opposed to the fact that the impact is that what's it going to cause for the houses that are real close and that have to pull out from their street onto El Dorado Road. And that's concerning. If you live there and you have that, and especially now where we live, there's a knoll that you have to come up and over a little bit. When you pull out there, you got to watch both ways because these people come flying off from Missouri Flat onto El Dorado and come flying down that road. We've had several accidents already. My concern is the impact of what's going to happen in the future. When you have all this traffic with the RVs coming and having to pull down that, or come down that road and then pull in to the RV park. And then he mentioned the hotel. Are people coming and driving their own cars to the hotel to stay there? Or are they going to be a part of somebody having their RV and staying at the motel? If you have other cars that are coming down to stay at the motel, you're impacting that as well. So there's a lot of issues that you might take a little harder look at. That's pretty much what I have to say. I think that if you've driven down El Dorado Road from Missouri Flat to the freeway, you'll understand what I'm trying to say. It's dicey. Anyway, thank you. I
Thank you.
appreciate the time.
Yeah. Anybody else want to come up and speak on it? Come on up, Laurel.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Laurel Brentbaum, El Dorado County Chamber of Commerce. I've watched the effort that the applicant has put into this project, the thoughtful consideration, what he could be doing on this property by right. I think that you would have a much more concerned constituent with a lot more traffic and a lot more buildings and a lot more light and a lot more noise. This project is like a golden opportunity for our community. It's going to bring the one thing that we know we need is a hotel. We know we need more than one hotel. It's going to bring that. It's going to bring a pretty passive visitor. That is the RV life. There's a whole community of people that do that and travel that way. So we, as the Chamber of Commerce, would encourage you to support the Planning Commission's recommendation for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mo.
My name is Jerry Ricky, and I live right off of El Dorado Road. And I cannot express it more perfectly than the first lady who came up here to express her opinion, her objection to this. Everything she said was right on the spot, exactly what I would have said. From the traffic impact standpoint to the environmental standpoint to the smoke and whatnot, and also the sound impact of the wedding venues that's being proposed with the chapel. That's concerning to me. In addition to that, the pickleball being open later towards, late into the evening, that's not relaxing. We moved here to get out of the city, not to be within the city that's literally right across the street from me. Based on what I've heard so far, it sounds like there's really not much we could say in regards to our objection to this project. It is moving forward. If there is a way for us to prevent this from moving forward, I would love to hear that from each and every one of you. That would be number one. And in regards to number two, why can't we leave it as is? What's wrong with that? Everything's good for now. Yes, the developer has the right to develop this, but what's wrong with it being the way it has been since 1998? That's all I think.
Anybody else want to speak on this item? Come on up.
I really don't know how anybody can wrap their head around this project the way it's been presented. This is the second hearing. I'm sure most of these residents have no clue what's about to happen to them. I just found out last night. I'm going through all of this stuff, trying to have comments. This is a general plan amendment and plan development, which gives you the right and responsibility to make it a better project. Just please stop rubber stamping everything that gets before you and let's make it better. This is like Anywhere USA. Again, we're not, El Dorado County is different. We're special and you should be, anyway, this was a short window that this was processed. The applicant just signed the update that was done, I guess, at planning on April 7th. How does, and these documents, I don't know how long they've been there. I didn't even see the hotel plan on the exhibits that I did, but it was here. I think you got to have it come back so you have a better way of wrapping your head around this. I would say this project, he's asking for so many other things besides the intensity of this project. It should be, I don't oppose to a campground. That sounds really cozy, great, wonderful, but this is high intensity. How about making it camping or recreational low intensity? There's homes surrounding this thing. I would buffer this project, not reduce the setbacks. Right now, there should be 50 feet from this type of zoning. They're wanting down to 20 feet. That would change the whole layout of their project if you would just require the required setbacks. A 60-foot hotel, it's another box, right? I'm going to cringe every time I have to drive by this on the freeway because you're going to be able to see it. How about buffering that and at least require him to go 35 feet? Everything that's being mitigated is after the fact. If you go through these mitigation requirements, design will be done, architectural plans for review will be done by the planning and building. That's outside of CEQA. That's illegal to do all of these things that are getting mitigated later down the road. This is on a modified EIR, which it was a whole different project. You can't, we found with the town center, they tried to use an old EIR and it was thrown out because you can't do that. And the other thing is that this is so frustrating. Here's where it says they're compliant with the conditions of approval from 1988, which conflict with the things that they're approving today. The noise, they're saying it's mitigated because it's going to be less than it was before, but they're having outdoor events. This is actually undermining the people that do farming and event things. This is like they took out the small businesses. Now we're going to take out all the farms and event centers. So I just asked to pause, give the public, the community, time to digest this, not stop it, just make it a better project.
Thank you, sir.
And I'm also speaking for Save Our County. They should, don't do something better.
Hi, Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. So I worked for El Dorado County between 1979 and 2012. This was my project at one time. The project that I had assigned to me was to do the environmental on a roadway that would go from Pennington through the property to El Dorado Road. And with that came marshes and water that had to be mitigated, the impacts and permitting through U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and Fish and Game. That took me, between those two agencies, a couple of years, just working diligently, trying to get through the process. The applicant here now, in my mind, is got a huge undertaking, as you can tell by the complexity of the project. But I cannot believe that there would be someone saying here that lived in the same time period that I was working for DOT that could say that they didn't know about it. Anybody new can say that, but they're essentially ignoring the historical relationship of this property to El Dorado County. Already in this past year, I believe you had a couple of items related to financing of Pennington Road and Missouri Flat, all related to this project. You also have discussed previously the phase one portion. No surprises for the board. For some board members. For the new people, you're just beginning to understand how big some of these projects as proposed can be. I'll finish by saying, I still believe in the road going to El Dorado Road for the circulation necessary for the balance between El Dorado interchange and Missouri Flat interchange, the balance of traffic. But at the same time, this development is essentially the balance would go to El Dorado interchange and the other part, phase one, and a portion would go to Missouri Flat. That may be the same thing in terms of the balance. But where they transition now, there's a gate. In all the drawings I've seen, I can't see where that, how is that going to be handled? Is it going to be a roundabout? Or what is that gate and El Dorado, excuse me, the extension of Hampton Road?
Thank you, Chris. Come on up.
I'm Georgia McGee. I live right next to this project. I'm very concerned about the traffic. I can't get out on the road now. I think there should be more emphasis into this project to relieve the traffic on El Dorado. I think it.
Thank you. Anybody else in the boardroom want to speak on this item? Come on up.
Hi, my name is Dolly Wager. I am a resident of El Dorado County since 2019. I must disclose, I do work with Mr. Grado. He is not. I have my own business. He is a client and he is not a substantial amount of my income. I wanted to make that clear so no one could come back. As I look at this project as someone outside of this, before I was working with him, people talk about bringing the city up here. I'm sorry, I would much rather have an RV park than another couple big boxes. The traffic is coming down, and it is not going to be at peak times anymore. That's a huge benefit here. I was part owner of a business downtown at one point. I look at downtown and all the vacancies we have. I know that he met several times with the people downtown. They are excited about this project. People coming here, staying at the RV park, do not eat in their RVs every night. They're going to be going downtown to eat. And the restaurants that are suffering now are going to have a boom. We have so much in this county. We have rafting, we have wine tasting, we have so much going on here. We have families who, I moved up here and none of my family is here. They come to visit me and they have to stay in Folsom. The rafting community, we are losing hotel stays and RV stays to Placer County and Folsom. The more people are in this county spending dollars, the greater economic benefit. It is adding to the economics of this county. It is taking cars off of the streets. This is a good project to me. And in terms of the timing, as Mr. Payne said, it's been on the books forever. I mean, we go back to 1985. This was a project. This to me is making that project so much better. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else in the board chambers like to speak? Come on up. If there's any more in the board chambers, please stand in line so we could get through this a little bit quicker. Is there anybody else who's going to speak on this item? Come on up, stand in line, please.
Hi, my name is Nina Barber, and I have a couple of questions about some things that I didn't hear being addressed. And one would be regarding the fire plan that's proposed to be done in the future. My concern is that RVs are more flammable based on the amount of propane that they carry within their rigs, and they run a higher risk of fire. And so I think a fire plan should be better addressed, including an evacuation plan for those that are on this very narrow road, and now the residents who are put on a higher risk regarding the possibilities of fire. As everybody in this area knows, fire is so important to be aware of. The other questions that I have about this is the impact to the power grid, and having so many RVs running full power with 50 amps is going to be a lot of power that's being pulled, especially if they're here in the summer months. And then what about the water treatment? Dumping 50 gallons or more of black sewage and gray sewage going into the water treatment. How does that impact the community, and especially how does it impact those who are locally or local to that area? Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, there's one more comment. I'm sorry. Regarding the digital light, that there's some additional consideration for the digital light and how that impacts the local residents and how that impacts the wildlife that's in that area.
Okay, thank you. Come on up.
Doug Beerkamp, local contractor. I think it's obvious that the county is ready for this project. We haven't had a new hotel here in over 40 years. And we need some new rooms. It's embarrassing to have guests come into the county and they got to go to Folsom to stay a lot of times. As far as the developer, Mr. Grado, look at the project he did up on Upper Broadway. Turned a slum into a beautiful showpiece shopping center where people are coming back to shop and spend money locally in the city of Placerville and the county. He does a quality project. And I would much rather see an RV park there than some more big box stores, which are allowed. And I think this will help revitalize the city of Placerville downtown. Even the restaurants that Ms. Taylor has is gonna benefit from this also. Everybody will in downtown. It's going to bring people in, Apple Hill, wine tasting, the rafting, the opportunities are endless. Look what the boon is over in Plymouth and Amador County. You go by there anytime and it's busy, prosperity. So I just would hope that you will seriously take a look at this for a vote for prosperity for this county. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Anybody else want to speak on it?
Mr. Chair, I hate to interrupt at this point, but somehow we planned this agenda item in the middle of another agenda item.
Yeah, I totally
And we've
understand.
got 15 high school students out here waiting to do a presentation. And if we're at a point where we could break and let them do their presentation and then go to online participants and then
come back.
then come back for the discussion on this. I think the high school district wants to obviously do a quick presentation and then we've got some certificates to give them, but somehow we sort of double book this.
Yeah, totally understand.
Tight.
Yeah.
All right, so is that okay? All right, so let's do that. We'll go ahead and pause this and we'll bring the high school students in and then we will come back to this, on Zoom participants.
Okay.
It's awkward. Yeah. I'm suffering up here. Wait, they're all wearing black. I'm supposed to, they look so serious.
Kim, can you read the item? Can you read the item? Let's go.
Item 34 comes from Supervisor Veerkamp, recommending the board receive a presentation from the 24-25 El Dorado County Youth Commission and present certificates of recognition to each commissioner.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Chair. And thank you all for indulging us. We have an annual thing that we do here and it includes our youth and we are so proud of them. So they've prepared after a year's work, a presentation for the Board of Supervisors, which we'll graciously accept. And they've worked very hard and diligent on that. And then we're going to award some certificates to them. Their program mentor and chair is Kevin Potter. Now, there he is. Hi, Kevin. And we certainly appreciate his guidance and mentorship on this. Who's going to take the lead, Kevin? All right, ladies. All right.
Hi, we are the El Dorado County Youth Commission. My name is Kara Chavez. I'm a senior at Oak Ridge High School, and I'm the co-chair of Youth Commission.
My name is Sophia Sumimoto. I am a senior at Oak Ridge High School as well, and I'm also the co-chair of the Youth Commission. We represent 6 high schools across the county currently, but we technically represent all of the high schools within our county.
The El Dorado County Youth Commission is a group of 13 dedicated students representing high school students across the county. As a commission, we are committed to advocating for youth. Our work centers around positive change and ensuring that young people have a voice in decisions that affect them. Our mission is to improve upon the overall well-being of youth in our county, focusing on health, happiness, and connection. At our core, we function as the bridge between youth in our county and local government, bringing to light the challenges affecting our friends, classmates, and ourselves every day. Above all, we believe in the positive change of youth voices, and we hope to create a stronger, more inclusive community, one where every single child and youth feel supported and empowered to thrive.
Over the past few years, the Youth Commission has made youth mental health our primary focus. Mental health impacts all aspects of student life, from academic performance to social interactions to campus culture. This focus emerged directly from our own experiences with each commissioner
identifying mental health as the most prominent and impactful issue on our high school campus. Our personal observations were then reinforced by survey data, revealing that 80% of high school students across the county reported feeling anxiety, along with concerns of bullying, depression, substance abuse, and more. In response, the Youth Commission committed to improving campus culture, reducing at-risk behavior, and boosting attendance across county high schools. Mental health is a complex issue, but our focus is simple: to keep speaking out and pushing for change to benefit youth across the
Hi, I'm Sophie Bradford. I'm a senior at Golden Sierra, and I'm the vice chair of the.
Hello, my name is Amelia Leo Frazee. I'm a senior at Ponderosa High School, and I'm the secretary. So our main focus this year and the past couple years has been peer advocacy. With peer advocacy, the mentors are trained in confidentiality, communication, mindfulness, mental health, and coping strategies.
These mentors listen to their mentees, which is often a ninth grader, and guide them to the resources they may need. They present to ninth grade health classes about drug abuse and various mental health problems and solutions. What they do is something that Golden Sierra's peer advocacy group calls the Big Three, which includes that peer-to-peer support to those ninth graders, that peer-to-peer presentation, and then just getting students to the resources they need.
Students feel most comfortable in peer-to-peer connection and have better communication and support. We found that 58.1% of mentees from Golden Sierra feel more comfortable talking to their peer advocate than an adult. So we thought that this was a very important and impactful program that we can implement.
Hi, I'm a senior at Ponderosa High School, and my name is Isabella Roth.
Hi, I'm Ella Anderson, and I'm a sophomore at Oak Ridge High School. As part of our ongoing commitment to improving mental health for youth in our communities, the Youth Commission has partnered with the Golden Sierra Peer Advocacy Program. This program is known statewide as one that has had much success over the last decade. Their mentors are eager to help and are skilled enough to give much needed support without pushing the student to open up, like an adult might. We have had the opportunity to meet with their class on several occasions to gain greater knowledge of their peer advocacy program and the impact that they have had on their campus. These conversations have been inspiring, offering us a clear understanding on how student-led mental health support can create meaningful change within schools. Their expertise and experience have enabled and inspired us to develop programs like the peer advocacy classes across our county and the Empower event.
With this inspiration in mind, the Youth Commission has taken active steps to advocate for peer advocacy programs countywide. We have presented to the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors, the El Dorado Union's High School District Board, as well as to various community leaders. This has helped us obtain funding through grants such as the California Mental Health Services Act that was obtained through EDCO to help us obtain and advocate for youth mental health. The Youth Commission has achieved and worked hard because we believe that equipping students with the tools to support each other can dramatically improve the climate on our campuses, reduce stigma, and foster a great sense of belonging.
Hello, I'm Caitlin Fuller, and I'm a sophomore at Union Mine High School.
And my name is Anna Schifferly, and I'm a senior at Union Mine High School.
So community outreach is really important for every high schooler, and we want them to continue using it. How I go and help the community is I am in FNL, and I am in Cornerstone Christian Club at my high school, and I've done Girl Scouts since first grade.
And I also participate in Friday Night Live. I'm the current president and am a part of the California Youth Council and Youth Action Council and a variety of other programs. As a total, our youth commissioners participate in over 18 different extracurriculars that benefit our community to help establish a stronger youth environment.
This is really important for our peers because it gives them opportunities to grow And these give them life lessons like public speaking and leadership. And with our high schoolers learning these skills, they make our communities at our high schools so much better.
Hi, my name is Kieran Smith. I am a junior at El Dorado High School.
My name is Marika Del Molino, and I am also a junior at El Dorado High School. We would like to introduce our Empower event, which the Youth Commission spent the majority of the year planning and developing. Empower brought together student leaders from involved in peer advocacy classes as well as Friday Night Live from across our district into one room. Our goal was to build a sense of community through connection and collaboration with the intent to inspire and empower youth while demonstrating the potential of their impact.
In some respects, the Empower event was a climax, a time to reflect on years of effort and celebrate the launch of peer advocacy classes in our district. However, it was also a starting point, an opportunity for students to look around the room and realize they are not alone in their desire to help others, and be equipped with the motivation and support needed to create change on their campuses.
Hi, my name is Eva, and I go to South Tahoe High School, and I am a junior.
And I'm Sudeep Mazumdar, and I'm currently a sophomore at Oak Ridge High School.
On March 21st, we hosted the Empower event, bringing together 175 students from 7 different high schools in our county. Students involved in their school's peer advocacy class or Friday Night Live club listened to compelling stories and personal experiences on the power of recognition, acceptance, and support from our extraordinary keynote speaker, Rochelle Willems. Additionally, Dr. Mansala spoke on the impact that peer support can have on culture and overall success on high school campuses.
Students at the event also listened to the whys of students from the Youth Commission, Golden Sierra's Peer Advocacy class, and Union Mind's Friday Night Live Club, and formulated their own unique why. Students met new friends during fun icebreakers and deepened those connections during our breakout sessions. At each breakout session run by Golden Sierra Peer Advocates, students learned specifics on topics such as how to run a peer advocacy program or respond to substance abuse issues on their campus, while also discussing problems they see at their own schools and brainstorming strategies to solve them.
So now moving into the impact that we believe our Empower event had, and what we were really striving for with this whole event was to build a sense of community among youth through collaboration and connection.
We were also hoping to empower youth to practically create change in the community.
And we wanted to be able to demonstrate the potential impact that they can have on their community and the people around them.
We also wanted to encourage youth to find their personal why within their community and the programs they're involved with.
And you can see here, this is during the event, we had every student there write down their why and why it matters to them, as why like they're doing what they're doing, helping others in this peer advocacy programs, in this FNL programs. And this is like the impact. This is like an amazing like visual just to see what happened that day and what we were able to accomplish and why all these students are doing what they're doing, and it's really awesome to see.
Looking ahead, Youth Commission remains deeply committed to championing youth mental health. Our primary goal moving forward is to raise greater awareness about youth mental health struggles within our county. We recognize that progress has been made, but yet many young people still are struggling with mental health, and they're often unaware of the support systems that are there for them. By continuing to advocate for youth mental health issues, we hope to break down stigma, foster community and empathy, and create a culture where mental health is prioritized. Additionally, we plan to stay actively involved in supporting the growth and sustainability of the peer advocacy program. As the program expands, we aim to assist in the mentorship of new peer advocates, helping to ensure long-term impact. Another key objective of ours is to increase awareness of the wellness centers and on-campus mental health resources. In the past, we've utilized Wellness Week to spread awareness, but we aim to find new creative initiatives that will have an even greater impact. We also plan to continue prioritizing connection and collaboration between school sites to create a more united and supportive environment and community for our young people. Ultimately, our vision is for every student in El Dorado County to feel seen, heard, and supported. Through continued advocacy, collaboration, and leadership, the El Dorado County Youth Commission is committed to creating a better community for El Dorado County youth. Thank you.
Any questions on the presentation?
If you have any questions or comments,
Yeah.
we'd love
Go ahead, you guys.
You got any questions, Greg?
No, no questions. Just thank you for your presentation. Thank you for what you're doing, helping your fellow students. You're our future leaders, so
yeah,
good luck. And I also want to just point out that I know Amelia and Sophia, they are actually board members on the county's Behavioral Health Commission, which is quite impressive in its own sense. So thank you.
Brooke, you got anything to say or?
Yeah, I would say ditto to all of that. You are our future leaders. The way you compose yourself for the couple of years that I've been seeing you, it's just terrific. Seeing some of the new faces, but seeing some of the older ones also. You do such a great job, and you are making a difference in your school. And then we want you, as you begin to leave high school, to go out into other communities and other college campuses and make that same difference.
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah, Lori, you got any comments?
No, just for those of you who are seniors, gonna miss seeing your faces. We just get the hang of a group and then you move on. So we wish you the best and feel free to keep in touch. Love to hear how you do.
Yeah. And I just want to say awesome job. You guys are doing a great job. You really are, especially representing the county, but also representing your schools. So thank you.
I think this is a shining example that we are in pretty good hands moving forward. I was remiss not to recognize a couple of people. Matt Smith from the El Dorado County Office of Education. I believe that's a daughter up here somewhere, Matt. Right? Very good. Pam Bartlett as well is here from El Dorado Union High School District. So we really appreciate that. And we really appreciate all of your work, not only raising your kids to, boy, amazing, but also supporting the programs and supporting the County Board of Supervisors. It's one of the best things that I get to do is work with the Youth Commission and the mentors to make all this possible. Hopefully you guys did pose the question about a RV campground on El Dorado Road and you got answers for that.
Got any answers? Yeah, exactly.
Super, Chairman Turnbull and myself, let's hand these out real quick. And then Eva?
That's okay.
Galen? Isabella? Kara? Do we have two Kara Chavez?
Okay.
Kieran Smith?
There you go. Yeah, you got that. You got it wrong there.
Marika?
Yeah.
Sophia?
We got to shoot down this way a little bit.
Sudep? Yep, is that all right? Too deep, I'm sorry. Okay, very good. Sophia? Oh, and some guy by the name of Kevin Potter. I'm not sure who that is. Kevin, congratulations, buddy. You want to say a few words? Sure.
So obviously, as the adult in the room, which wasn't so obvious during some meetings, but this group, I'd be willing to let push me around. They have been phenomenal. Some of them for just a mere 9 or 10 months, and some of them for 3 to 4 years. It has been such a pleasure and honor to work with these young people and know that I just did a little bit to help you guys move along. And I'll always remember that this group is the one that made one of my dreams come true, which is to bring kids to the table and solve the problems of the world. And I tip my hat to you. You have all my respect and admiration, and it's just been a fun ride. And I look forward to the continuing of that ride with those of you who are going to come back.
Kevin, thank you very much. I know we'll be seeing some of you young ladies at graduation as well as scholarship nights coming up tomorrow night, Thursday night, and so forth. So looking forward to that. I think Carla's going to get a picture here of everybody, so we'll do that. You stay up here. Yeah, go away.
Oh, you're going to the
Yeah, I'm all right. Sort of. Move that fast.
See, Kevin.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chair, thank you for that indulgement. Thank you to the audience as well. I figured you might like that entertainment. How's that?
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing. And working with these kids is truly a blessing. So
it is.
Thank you for the indulgement.
All right, so we'll bring it back to item 33. We'll go public comment to Zoom participants. Are we done with it? Oh, yeah, okay, sorry. All right, okay, let's go to public comment on item 34.
Now taking public comment specifically regarding item 34. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. And again, this is taking public comment on the Youth Commission's presentation.
Which is item 34. Anybody who would like to speak on that particular item, come on up. All right, let's go to Zoom participants.
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Ruth Michelson.
Actually, I have my hand raised for the other item and I didn't want to lose my place in line. But I do commend the youth commissioners. Great job, and they are our future leaders. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth.
Now taking public comment on Adam Anderson.
Oh, hi, this is Adam Anderson, and I'm a property owner on Main Street and a business owner. I'm also on the Placerville Economic Advisory Council.
Adam,
And
we're taking public
No.
comment on the Youth Commission.
Yeah, it's on the
presentation.
youth.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
My bad.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so close the public comment, and I guess it's just to receive file. Brian, you did a great job. Appreciate it.
You guys all did too. They enjoy it.
All right, let's move on to item 33, and it's actually Zoom participants.
So now taking public
comment.
comment for online participants for item 33. Now taking public comment from Ruth Michelson.
Good afternoon, board. I just want to start by saying I'm not opposed to this project, but I do have a lot of concerns, and so I will state those. I took the time to read this mitigation monitoring and reporting program, which is one of your attachments to this item today, and it seems pretty thin to me. As far as noise issues, it really, what I can gather, it only talks about car trips and construction noise. Now, maybe there's a bigger document and this is an addendum to it and there's something further, but I'm concerned about the noise of this campground. I'm concerned about the generators going for these big RVs. How, I'm hoping that there's a cutoff time and a start time in the morning for generators. So I don't see that addressed for noise and other things that the neighbors have brought up about the other activities going on there. I agree with Sue Taylor when she says, can we just slow down and make sure everything is addressed? Some of these documents are just so old. Are they still relevant to the situation today? And let's see. The other thing I wanted to say, I won't name names, Chris, but one of one of the commenters said, well, everyone should know about this. It's been around for decades. Well, not everyone lives and breathes county government business. And until it's right happening, do people become aware? And I think that's fair, right? People are living their lives, and this is the time they're commenting, and no one should be faulted for that. Let's see. How much time do I have? Grado's done a great job with that Apple project. He got investors up on Broadway, and that's wonderful, and it looks so much better. But I want to talk about the project closer to this. I live close to the intersection of Missouri Flat and Highway 50. And I'm going to say, I bet it's taken 15, 20 years of grading and having it sit and having it flood and sitting with no progress being made. And now finally, whatever, the pieces have come together and he's doing a great job. And I want to know that for this upcoming project of the campground, the hotel, etc., are there any assurances of timeline so we don't have a repeat? And I'm with Sue Taylor on the hotel. Can we have a little more know more about the design and not have an ugly box? And in my final comments, I just think that the neighbors' concerns are valid. The merchants agreed to this because it had been promised some kind of shuttle was going to be going downtown. And I hope that promise is held too, to bring those people to the downtown. Thank you.
Yeah.
Now taking public comment from Gordon Helm.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak. I pretty much would reiterate what Laurel, Dolly, and Doug had said. I think Leonard and his engineering team has come up with a great design for this park. It's a great alternative to as opposed to a shopping center, which is obviously it's a much less intensive use. I think the economic benefits to Placerville and the surrounding area and to El Dorado County as a whole are great. And I mean, I guess with the county's budget deficit that they're currently looking at, this is something that could surely help to kind of, I guess, help us get out of that hole a little bit. I mean, it's interesting that things take forever to get through. And I guess my big thing here is that a campground is much better than a blighted shopping center. And as I already said, it's much less intensive use. So I would hope that you consider moving forward with this project. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Adam Anderson.
Oh, that last presentation was outstanding. I was so impressed with those kids. Sorry that I came in on the wrong moment. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah, Adam Anderson, I'm a business owner and a building owner in Main Street, Placerville, also on the Placerville Economic Advisory Council. I'd just like to say I've been on that property and nothing has been going on there except for homeless camps. And it's been the place where there's been fires, accidental fires that have sprung up there because of their cooking and having fires out there on that property. So it has been a blight. And I'd like to thank Leonard Grado for having the vision and the tenacity and the temerity to actually build something there and put it to a productive use. I'm just grateful for what Leonard Grado is doing for our community. The revenue that's coming in there, that should come in there, will be welcomed. It will get rid of the riffraff that's camping there at this point. As far as the pickleball and things, I mean, we have parks in the area like Lions Park, same issues. I think it's something that's not going to go all hours of the night, and I would actually welcome people having fun out there. As far as the signage goes, we want to attract people from Highway 50. I mean, we're right on the 50 corridor. This is not way out in the woods, but we want to capture those people that are heading on through our county to Tahoe and get them to stop here. I would advocate the signage that is being proposed and support that. I did attend the planning commission meetings, which were recently. I got to hear about this project. I got to see about all the details of this project. I've had information about it. I know that some people aren't always watching these things, but this has gone through the planning department. People had that opportunity to comment there. I listened to their comments, and I would just like to encourage the support of this. We need a hotel in our county. This will bring added revenue that we need in our county. There's no hotels. There's not adequate camping for our product is recreation, and we don't have industry. Our industry is recreation. We want to support people coming here, spending their money, and I'm just grateful that Leonard's doing this project and wholeheartedly support it. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Kathy.
Good afternoon, Kathy Lishman. A lot is being proposed in this application, and if there is a reason to slow it down to give people the information that they need, I don't think that's a bad idea. This project offers something our county really needs. I know that there was talk about working with the downtown merchants, having several meetings. I didn't know if there had been meetings that Leonard had with the neighbors in that area, if they had any input to make the project better for the neighbors and for everybody. So I was just a little concerned about how much the neighbors had been notified and if they were able to work with the developer at all in creating this project. The other thing that I would like to have considered is not having an electronic message center for a sign. Right now, the example shows a beautiful picture of the Sierras, but an electronic message is a totally different story. And we do not want to be like Folsom is. They have them. And this seems like it's kind of doesn't really fit into the area. So the idea is to make the RV park resort look rural, and the electronic message sign doesn't complement that. But I think it's a great project. I think it's something that we need. And I do think that there are things that still could be worked out to make it even better. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Hi, everyone. Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. I don't have much in regards to say about the project itself. I think it could be beneficial. However, in none of the project documentation do I see evacuation route planning. And so in the safety element that was approved over a year ago, that was a big factor in it and supposed to be a focus, and it was supposed to be spread out across all of the different agencies within the county to make sure it was being done. And yet we continue to see projects come up with no reference to any kind of evacuation route modeling. I think that's a disservice to the people in the community when you're about to increase the volume on their roadways. So it may not seem like much, but we don't know it's much. We don't know how many people could be there if you had the max number of RV people parking there and you're getting those larger vehicles out onto the roadway, and you have individuals coming from their homes, potentially with horse trailers and things like that. It could create a real mess. So I just want to highly recommend again that you guys find some way to incorporate regular evacuation route modeling into all project reviews. Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. Any comments? I'll have some comments later, but go ahead. Anybody else?
Yeah, you want to start it off?
Sure. I think there was a question as to El Dorado Road and the improvements there. I believe I read in the project, it has turn lanes and improvements to El Dorado Road. Is that not right, Rob? Or transportation? There's turn lanes going east and west, as well as improvements.
Yeah, the condition, oh,
Right, it's in the project.
Good afternoon, board. Zach Oates, engineer with DOT. Yeah, there is a condition of approval as part of the frontage improvements to add a dedicated right turn lane into the side off of El Dorado, as well as a dedicated left turn lane coming the opposite
Right, to keep from stacking and so
Correct.
forth, and safety for the other
Yeah,
traffic.
to allow the trailers and RVs to move out of the through traffic.
Do you know where it is, Rob? Is it easy for you to find?
on the condition of approval?
Is there a diagram
Diagram
of
of
the
the turn lane, turn
pockets?
pocket.
Or is it just added in there as work as text?
I think it shows El Dorado Road and we showed the entrance. I could pull up the entrance exhibit
Jefferson has
yeah,
something,
online.
but is that it?
I think Leonard's got it there.
But basically, if you're heading north on El Dorado Road, there's gonna be a right turn lane out. I get that, so you can pull over and turn into the campground. What's the left turn one though? That's if
You're
you're,
coming southbound on El
if you're
Dorado.
coming south,
If you're accessing the site from Green Valley, coming down to
Okay.
the south, you'll have a left turn.
a left turn lane there to
I believe
pocket
the
out.
exhibit that was showed earlier was focused more on
The
improvements that will
entrance.
be on site as opposed to the off-site
Yeah,
stuff work on El Dorado Road. But there is a condition of approval for what Supervisor Bearcamp was
Okay.
describing.
Fire plan, evacuation plans, fire plan approved by the fire department. They've weighed in on the project. Evacuation plan, at least in my opinion, in my emergency services background, sort of runs with the emergency. Yes, we can make the best plan that we can come up with, but it depends on which way the incident's coming or going and what the incident is. So that's why our county OES works diligently on evacuation plans, but they can't specifically call them out. We've got Missouri Flat Road, we've got El Dorado Road, we've got Green Valley Road, we've got Highway 50. So there's plenty of opportunity there for circulation, especially if it's due to some sort of evacuation. And sometimes we shelter in place as well. And believe me, if you've got an RV thing, unless it's absolutely the RV park that's the problem, you're going to shelter that many folks in those big rigs in place. So it all just depends on the emergency. From myself as well, I've studied this project. I've studied other projects, the Highway 49 in Plymouth project, residential and light commercial across the street, residential and fairgrounds around that RV park there. Sort of sets up the same way, very successful, and has really put Amador County on the map
Yes,
for
it has.
a good way for meeting, I think, the demands of the area. And I much rather see that myself of this type of project than all the big box and the blight that's going on out there. So I think it's been well studied, well reviewed, and well vetted with a lot of folks, and including neighbors. I know Leonard has had some meetings in the neighborhood there. It may not be perfect in anybody's mind, but if you can bring me that project, then there's no reason for me to be up here. Mrs. Michelson made the comment as well on our breathing and living in the county or community. I do that. That's why people have elected me to do that. And if you know me, that's what I do. And I believe that this project fits our county and will enhance our ability, especially locally, to do what we want to do, to accentuate our local businesses and not have over design, or I hate to mention, everybody mentions it, city of Folsom type of activity. So I think it really would be a great project for us, and I'm ready for a motion. but I'll
Yeah,
let you
I
guys
just
talk.
want to speak on it. You were talking about a lot of the people at this RV park. According to Leonard, there will be shuttles available to transport people down in Placerville. One of the things is, I want to talk about Placerville Speedway. For example, we have a lot of events. We have the Hangtown 100. And there's going to be a lot more events going to be done by Kyle Larson and Brad Sweet. You know Kyle Larson, he's a NASCAR driver. So he's put a lot of money in this. And not only that, we expanded the bleachers at the fairgrounds to be able to hold a lot of these events. The problem is when we have these big events, there's no place to stay. These people have to go back to Folsom to be able to stay there and then come back up here, especially when these people are traveling from all over the United States, especially for these events. So I think it might be a real big benefit, a benefit to our economy, the benefit to downtown merchants, especially people from coming from all over to these events. It's going to impact our economy. So I think it might be really a good thing is what it will be. So anyway.
So I have a couple questions and comments. So my understanding is, and I have talked to some of the neighbors off of El Dorado Road, and I understand the concerns about traffic, but my understanding is by what we're proposing to do today is remove the thorough road from El Dorado Road to Missouri Flat. That if we keep that and we build the stores they were proposing, that's going to bring a lot of traffic. So this project is going to remove the Headington thoroughfare, and instead the campground will have its own entrance on El Dorado Road. It'll also have a gated thoroughfare so that campers can go the back way out the back of the RV park to the shopping center and off to Missouri Flat. But folks can't, nobody else can go through there. So that'll really reduce the traffic. I also agree, Leonard, and I was going to call you and ask you, and I thought I'll just wait till today, but can we ditch the digital sign, please? To me, that is so Folsom and ugly. I just, that to me is like just the opposite of what we're trying to do. And as long as the hotel has a nice facade, that looks not like, we don't want boxes anymore, no boxes. We want a nice facade. I think that'll be awesome. But that sign is just bugging the heck out of me.
What I want to make sure that everyone understands is there's only one sign along 50 for this entire project. Okay. So we have a 72-acre project that includes retail center and the RV resort project. That's basically utilizing one sign. I was asked, do we want to add another sign? I said, no, we'll just keep one sign. The main thing that we discussed at the Planning Commission was that they didn't want off-site advertising, things of that nature. What we're trying to do, and I'll allude to what Supervisor Turnbull said, is if we're having an event, let's say and again, this would be for the campground itself. If the campground is hosting the Speedway thing, they're going to know exactly where it's at, what's going on, and we would do something. We don't want to do something that's going to be, and I would be happy to meet with the supervisors and have the sign vendor come up and demonstrate what it would look like. I don't want to just write it off at this stage of the game, but that's not a hill I'm going to die on. Okay, well, that's what I want you to understand. I want it to look good aesthetically. Okay, so I'm not unwilling to ditch that sign. The big thing from my standpoint when we met with the Planning Commission is the sign's going to be a lit sign. It's on 50. Right. So there's going to be sign panels lit static there during the evening. So it's not that it's not going to be lit by not having the digital. It's still going to be lit there. It's still going to be a big pylon sign that's there at 50.
Is it going to be similar to the existing Target Ross
sign?
Sign?
Basically, yeah, it's very similar. It's 50-foot sign. I think it's similar to the same size as Target. It was approved the original project. And so, but like I say, the vendor said, and again, it's double the price of the regular sign. I want to make sure that would be utilized well if we're going to utilize it. But I would be happy to gather you guys together at some time, whatever that would could work, if it was early in the morning or whatever, just have them come up and show what it would look like so that you could see it. Right. Because the technology has gotten so much better than what it started out at with respect to how light affects it. The lighter part of the day, it's dimmer, or in the evening, it's dimmer, so it's not bright like it is during the day because you got to be able to see it. So those types of things are all on the table. Like I say.
And my only thing is, like, right now, this very moment, when you come up Highway 50 from Sacramento, there's a nice little travel sign that says Placerville RV Park. It's a lovely little, it used to be the KOA off in Shingle Springs.
Yeah.
And it's there. It doesn't need to be big and gaudy. Plus, quite honestly, if you're traveling, you kind of know where you're going. So I'm just saying we don't have to be like
fulsome as
No,
far
I
as the
appreciate
sign.
that. I appreciate that. Like I
Yeah.
say, I'm trying to just balance the needs of the retail
Yeah.
tenants that we have with the RV. So, but like I say, that's not something that I'm gonna want to see the project not go forward because of a digital sign.
So
But
another thing though, since you're there,
Mhm.
the pickleball noise and is a thing in other areas. We've had
let me
things
share
here.
something
Yes,
with you on
please.
that, Supervisor Parlin. We don't intend to light the courts, okay?
Okay.
When evening comes around, there's no pickleball there because I don't want other campers having to listen to pickleball. I don't even play pickleball.
Yeah.
Not that I won't try pickleball at some time, but I'm just saying, I don't want them to have an experience that has that in the background.
That's
You know what I'm
perfect.
saying? So it would be available during daylight hours, but we're not going to have lit courts.
Okay.
And we've also positioned the pickleball courts behind the
That
main structure
clubhouse,
to El Dorado Road. With that in mind, is we want to make sure that we have a sound screen, if you will, to El Dorado Road. So,
And I
so
noticed
anyhow.
that in the drawing, so thank
Yeah.
you for that. I think that's awesome. And then the other thing, oh, there won't be generators because there's
No.
full hookup, so generators will
No
not be
generators are
allowed.
allowed on site.
Not
No.
allowed.
Not allowed
Okay.
on site, yeah.
So that's
And if-
another. good
Yeah, and if I
thing.
could add one more thing regarding Supervisor Veerkamp. When we met with County Fire looked at this project literally as being a site that people would evacuate to in the
Right.
case of a fire in the county. So they're looking at it in both regards. Certainly, if there was a problem there at the park itself, we're gonna have to deal with it. But the park, the uniqueness of the park is it's bordered by Highway 50, which is a large fire break. It's bordered by the retail to the north of it, and it's bordered by El Dorado Road on the other side of it. So to a great extent, it's pretty well protected that way. And so, and there's circulation throughout, there's water systems throughout with fire department connections, all that. But that was their first comment, was they saw this as being a destination for people that potentially had to evacuate their homes and what have you, and be able to come bring horses, whatever, trailers, and this type of a site could accommodate them. So anyhow, just.
I appreciate that. And then lastly, for on my list, was well, with the hotel, hopefully they'll have some conference rooms in there because we always talk about we are so short on having conference type places for events and stuff. But the outside event center, which I think could be really cool if done well, but and this is probably more for staff, I think, because will the event center itself need a separate permit? Because we don't have parameters right now to know what it
No.
is.
Yeah,
So
we would be submitting a separate permit for some type of, whether it's a shade structure,
Whatever
whether it's a
it
big
is.
pergola, you know what I mean, whatever it might be that would have, be able to meet
and
on
with
the
the sound
outside.
study and all that.
Yeah.
stuff.
We also had a condition of approval that they would submit a supplemental noise study related to those activities, because right now we don't know exactly what that looks like. And
Right.
so we were looking at the noise from other features, but we do have that as a condition of approval.
Okay. And then just a note for everybody too, in case it wasn't clear in the drawing, the hotel entrance though is going to be from Missouri Flat.
That's correct. That's
So
correct.
yeah, just that's another thing that will reduce the traffic on El Dorado
Yeah,
Road.
there's no access off El Dorado Road to the hotel.
Okay. And then what we do with VHRs too is we have everybody the signing up for our emergency rave and stuff is in each VHR. It's required. So maybe that would help with some of that too, is putting something somewhere so people know to sign up for our local emergency services. It wouldn't be a bad idea for them to be aware.
That makes sense.
Yeah. That's all I got.
Okay.
Thank you, Leonard. Oh, you got a question?
I do.
Oh, come on back up.
I actually agree with a lot of what Supervisor Parlin has just stated, so don't tell her, but but the digital light, I also, share the same concern that she laid out, and happy to hear about the relocation of the pickleball courts. I'm wondering about the wood burning fire pits. That is something that we do not allow in the basin because of fire danger. We allow propane, pellet, and gas barbecues, no open burning policy. And one of the women who spoke early on in public comment talked about the smoke. Can you just maybe give me a little feel for
I can.
where you're coming from?
Yeah, we had originally shown again, being an avid RVer myself, we enjoy going to camps that have fire pits and things like that at each campsite. And again, when you get into El Dorado Forest, you could use them certain times of the year, and then they're cut off. After May 1, there may not be any fires allowed or whatever it might be, particular policy. But what we've looked at as an alternative, and what we agreed to at the Planning Commission, was basically having 30 sites that would be like at the end of a row of RVs. Okay, so you may have 15, 18 RVs, and there'd be a larger site at the end of it that would be more of a group campfire site. We would be responsible for maintaining that campfire there so that people can actually gather around it. And if you go online, you could see in different RV resorts where they have like Adirondack chairs all the way around it or whatever, and it's surrounded by concrete. So that these fires can actually occur there, and it actually brings people together that are visiting the park from different areas or whatever, and you get to meet people. The rest of the park, we have the propane fire pits, if you will, that people would bring with them, which we also utilize, and it's kind of a cheating way to do it, but s'mores and Arden is good with that. But anyhow, but that's how we basically took it from 300 sites down to 30, that they would be group sites that we would provide the wood for. We provide the individuals that would light the fires in the evening, whatever, and we would maintain those. And they would be literally built into the site work of the project.
Yeah, well, the fact that you have cement around them, you know, is that's a big deterrent to starting a fire. So that's cool. One other question, but it has to do with the TOT, probably to our county council. Right now, it says that TOT, also known as the hotel and bed tax, is imposed on lodging facilities like hotels, motels, and vacation rentals when used by visitors staying less than 30 days. Would we have to, if we wanted to make a campground applicable to the TOT ordinance, would we have to, is it kind of implied in there, or would we have to rewrite that?
So I believe that the ordinance, maybe not in that section, but it does exclude these campgrounds. However, or campsites more specifically, to the extent Mr. Grado proposes to have permanent structures that are going to be rented out, I think I'd understood there might be some small homes, yurts, or something to that effect. Those stays of less than 30 days in those structures would be subject to TOT. In fact, in anticipation of that question, we did confirm that with the treasurer tax collector. And that is consistent with other similar campgrounds throughout the county that have maybe permanent cabins as part of their offerings. Stays at those permanent cabins are charged TOT.
Right, they automatically are applicable, but is it the project's intention that TOT apply to campground?
It's not the intention of the project, but it's assumed by the project that at some time this board will determine what a fair TOT would be for a campsite. A campsite is a very different thing than an RV, or when I say an RV, a yurt or a tiny home or whatever might be on the project, as a fixed unit, if you will, where when someone's bringing their RV or their trailer, they've spent a lot of money to acquire that. And for the campsite itself and what it provides, which is just basically a hookup, maybe a TOT fee would be 4% instead of 12%. You know, I mean, in other words, there would be a consideration as far as what that actually would be. And we would be happy to go along with that. I don't think that it shouldn't be there. I think there's benefits to having it. I just think that we need to be careful not to make it so excessive that it persuades people to not come. You know what I mean? Because there's going to be a threshold there when people say, you know, it's just getting too expensive. So
Supervisor Lane, the budget ad hoc is
Yes.
looking at this in the revenue enhancement side,
we are.
and that's where the discussion is at least preliminary or occurred, and that's why item 11 has that language in there.
Right.
So that.
And that's one of the reasons
Don't wanna lose
why
it, but we don't want to.
we're looking at all kinds of
excessive
different
either.
ways for revenue in this county. So
So, but would we have to go to the voters though to get something approved for this campground? Is that what we're trying to? That's what we're trying to understand.
Yeah, I mean, it likely would be require voter approval, and I would imagine that you're looking at something that's not just applicable to Mr. Grado's project, but just countywide. Or
depends on how you did it. Yes.
yeah, it's obviously going to be a sensitive issue for people that have small campgrounds and things
Right.
like that are vying for customers and that type of thing. It's just really, you know, I don't know. There's got to be some type, potentially some sliding scale based on maybe the
Number of units.
type of
or-
units,
Yeah.
the number of units. you know, that type of thing. So,
Yeah.
Okay.
And another question I got, you're going to have security on site too?
correct,
Okay.
correct.
Yeah, management is everything.
Yeah,
How
it
it's
is.
managed.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
And also to Supervisor Turnbull mentioned shuttles. We will have shuttles to downtown. Okay, so we plan to have a shuttle every hour on the hour that will take people to downtown Main Street.
Yeah.
Because, you know, again, as I shared earlier on, parking is always difficult there. And so if people know that they could just jump on the shuttle and go downtown and do what they want to do and come back when the shuttle comes back, makes it that much easier.
Well, the biggest thing is talking about these events at the racetrack, because it's moving forward. It's going to be a great thing for our county. But the biggest thing is we need it to stay here. We don't need these guys go down to Folsom, because then they eat dinner down there and they shop down there and stuff. We need to bring it here so we can do the same thing. So it's going to be a big benefit to our county.
One question, how far up El Dorado Road will the entrance be in relation, just put it in relation to that cool old barn on the west?
It's right next to that old White House that's there. As you go up El Dorado Road, there's an old abandoned white two-story
House,
house
two-story
there on the right
the east
side.
Okay.
Directly adjacent to that is where the entry is.
all right.
It's between that and the lift station for El Dorado County that's just beyond that.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
all right. No,
It's about a third to 4/10 of a mile from Highway 50 El Dorado Road.
Okay,
as
all
you
right,
come up to the north.
No, it's I mean, compared to what could be built there, I think it's a great project. Yeah, there's gonna be some impacts, but I think they far outweigh, or not, the pros far outweigh the cons. And you bring up people from outside the county to our county, promoting tourism, and they're gonna spend money here.
I make one other comment, if I may. The gentleman that came up and talked about the speed limit on El Dorado Road, I don't necessarily disagree with what he's saying with respect to El Dorado Road. It's only a 1 mile stretch of road. You know, to get up to 45, you're going to be getting on it pretty good, and to just slow down again. I would not be at all against signage on that road if it was 35 miles, and then if there was a sign underneath it that says RVs and trailers 25 miles an hour. You know, it's not going to dissuade people from going 1/3 of a mile to turn in, but yet keep reduced speeds there so that there's not an issue that way.
Yeah, the RVs aren't gonna be the problem with speeding on that road.
Exactly,
I don't think
exactly.
so.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen
We just
me
want to
drive?
keep it between the lines. That's our.
What?
Yeah,
Yes.
could be a little wider.
You've seen me.
That's all right.
Yes.
Anything else?
Thank you. All right. So I'll bring it back to the
Yeah,
board.
so with that, I'm going to take a chance here, Lori. Move staff's recommendation on the sign. I would love if we want to meet and talk about that. My thing about the digital sign is if it's used to promote what's going on at the park, promote an event that's happening in Placerville or at the fairgrounds or whatever, in conjunction with what the fairgrounds may be using, that we're at least open to that. I mean, we're in the 21st century. Digital is what's going on.
Yeah,
The
but
rest of the sign,
phone, everybody
well,
gets info on their.
it's already in our
phones.
ordinance, is it not? That digital is allowed? You
That's
said
correct.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
So,
only for on-site stuff.
That's correct. Billboards, there's a prohibition on billboards, and so
So
it
it
is
can only be used
intended
for
for
what's
on-site.
on-site. You can't advertise what's off-site.
well, okay, then we'll keep it strictly to what he's doing there on site. It may be, hey, stay here for the Hangtown 100. That's on site, is it not?
No, it's not.
Sure, it is. It's fairgrounds, and that's our event.
But it's not on-site.
Okay. Well, okay, we can, if you want to limit it to site, that's fine. I just don't want to take away that opportunity that if not, we'll change our ordinance to get rid of it. Yeah. So that's a whole nother topic.
It is.
So anyway, hang with me on that.
All right.
And I would personally revoke the fire issue, let him deal with that on the fire pits and so forth. It sounds like you've mitigated it tremendously already, Leonard. I don't think that's an issue, especially going camping. And in El Dorado County, we get restricted times. So when things get dangerous, you got to stop them all together. So again, I just don't want to be the fire police. We've got enough fire patrol, but
yeah,
if you're good with that, I just wanted to make that comment. So with that, everything pretty well stands other than, I don't know, sign.
Well, I can't support the project with sign. For whatever reason, I despise digital signs. I just personally do. I don't want them in our county. I don't even like the few that we have. But I love the project. Other than that, I think you've done a great job, Leonard, of mitigating concerns. The traffic will be less than what it was going to be, and I completely understand that. So that's just.
I'll move it with the sign. We'll see what happens.
Well, one of the things I wanted to bring up, couldn't we have a sign? I was going to ask Leonard, that basically advertises events, especially, we advertise a Hangtown 100 or a special event that they're doing at Placerville Speedway. Can they or can they not?
Well, that's not what our ordinance says. Our ordinance says.
No,
on
okay,
site only.
just asking that.
Yeah.
That's all.
Go back to the sign ordinance, but not tonight.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Thank you. Yes,
Yeah.
my motion includes a digital sign as proposed.
All right, do I get a second?
I'll second it.
All right. All those in favor by saying aye?
Can you hold on just a
Oh,
second?
okay.
Yeah.
She does this to me all the time.
Well, it's motion second discussion.
Okay, all right.
So, I lean in the same exact way. I would ask, is it appropriate, like a consent item that we could say, I'm voting no on the digital sign, but I'm voting yes on the project?
Well, the entitlements have been presented to you as a package of actions. I might have to defer to Rob to understand if the sign is a separate entitlement that could be split out from your overall action.
I apologize. Rob Peters, the sign is part of the PD revision. There are multiple, so it's a sign program. So you could, I think, options could be approve the project or consider approving the project with the sign program, excluding that digital sign, because there's other pieces to that sign program that we would
Right.
love to have move forward. Alternatively, it could be that the whole sign program, or you could potentially ask for that piece to come back. But I think, again, the monument sign has already been approved and it can move forward. And so with the other portions, you see in the sign program, there's alternative 1, which is the sign as is, alternative 2, which has the digital sign. And so I think, there's some options there, but I think you could approve the project with modifications to that sign piece, certainly, I believe.
So you think we could, if we approved it without the digital sign today, we could have a meeting with the sign person and talk it over and then bring it back?
I think you could bring back I'll let the applicant speak to his liking of it, but you would have to come back and do a minor revision to the PD
Right.
to amend that sign program again.
Okay, I'd prefer to do that, but I don't know if Leonard's up for it, or I guess
Leonard,
we
you want
just
to,
make a
want to
motion
come
to
up,
do it.
Leonard? Let's have him talk about it a little
Yeah.
bit, so.
That'd be great.
How do you
Yeah.
feel?
I'm hearing exactly what you're saying, Supervisor Parlin and Supervisor Lane, totally. My concern is I don't want to have to come back with a revision to the PD. I want to be able to get a vote tonight. I can tell you that all I can do is give you my word that we will have a sign vendor come up here. I'm not, like I mentioned, if it's not the way it should be, and I don't want us to miss out, honestly, on what I think is an opportunity to really promote what happens here collectively in the county. And when I say that, I'm talking about the fairgrounds. I'm talking about the Christmas parade. I'm talking about the things that people that drive through don't know about.
But you don't
Those
get
are the
to do
things that
that
I'm
on
saying.
this sign.
Pardon me?
That you won't get to do this on this digital sign. This digital sign.
No, I
can
realize that. That's why I'm
only
saying it's a
do
bigger,
what's at the
I think
campground.
when we sit down and talk about it, I think we should talk about it on a bigger scale on what it could be for the county. That's the point I'm making. That's why I don't want to move it off the project. If we don't like it, we don't like it. I'm, like I mentioned, I'm not here to make enemies with people because of a dang sign. But if it turns out that you say, you know what, that's not so bad. That actually looks pretty good, rather than just saying El Dorado RV Resort in big block letters on a lit sign. That might not be that attractive either when it's all said and done. That's the point I'm making is I think if we have the opportunity to look at it and give serious consideration to it, I'm happy to go with, if you guys say, you know what, Lynn, we really don't like it. Okay, then we won't have it. You know, it's the same way I looked at the lighting when we talked about the pickleball courts at our last planning commission. I made a decision, we're not gonna have lights on it. I don't want that going on at night. You know, I want it to be as good as it can be. And so that's where I'm coming from, is I really don't want to come back with an amendment to the PD. This has been a process to get to where we're at, and that's my main concern. So anyhow, I hope you hear where I'm coming from. But like I say, I'm not looking at this as a license to put a digital sign in. I'm not going there. Okay, I got other projects to bring to this board too, and I want to make sure that we stay on good terms. So anyhow.
Okay. Well, with that, just understand when I vote no, it's just because I
Understand.
do not like that sign. And that's the only thing. Okay.
All right, so. All right, so we got a motion, we got a second. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye. No.
Opposed?
And just let the record reflect, I like the project, but I do not like that digital sign.
Okay.
Motion passes
Yeah,
4-1.
but I want it in the record though.
Okay.
So in 20 years, when I'm not here, people will know why she
We're
voted
gonna
for that
advertise your
thing.
funeral on that side.
In all
There you go, yeah,
eternity.
exactly. That's too funny. Oh my gosh. Where are we at? Do we have any more closed session? Items? We got two more? All right, we'll wait till everybody gets out.
And then that's it, right? Okay. Back up.
Oh. I think I don't think we need to do things that, you know, board of supervisors.
Oh, let's do it next time.
Yeah, next time.
Yeah.
I'm so run down right now. I can
Yeah.
think straight.
Because I have some, I was gonna talk for a few minutes regarding the CSAC, so we can do it 2 weeks.
Yeah, okay, all right, yeah, that's fine.
Do we have 39 left on the closed session?
We have 2 things left.
We have two sessions on closed.
We have two
closed
closed sessions,
Yeah.
Chair.
We had
But I'm waiting
one.
for everybody to pile
Just
out.
one?
I thought we had one, but we have two.
We have two,
Eight to
37
two.
and 39.
We got to move forward. We got some more county business to attend.
So we're recessing the closed session, yes?
I'm waiting. I'm just waiting. Okay. All right. So we're going to recess the closed session to hear, what is it? 37 through
No, 37 and 39.
37 and 39.
That's correct.
Okay, all right.
And unless, I suppose, you still do have board reports left. If you wanted to skip that,
We're
given
gonna
the late
skip
hour,
that. We're gonna skip it.
Then I will let you know. I'm not expecting a report out from closed session, so I would
Oh.
anticipate adjourning the board meeting out of closed session, and the time can be noted in the
Okay.
minutes.
Okay. All right. Good. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.